Members, please take your seats. I will now call this meeting to order. The clerk has advised that we do have quorum. Members of council, please rise if you're able for the national anthem.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love, and all of us command. Quand on bras c'est porter l'épée, et c'est porter la croix. Dans l'histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. Au Canada, Kichigwanash, Nani Buena Migueche Wendanda. Nani Buena Migueche Wendanda.
Members, please remain standing as we reflect on the announcement of the discovery of 40 unmarked graves at the former site and surrounding areas of the St. Augustine's Residential School in Shell, British Columbia. Our thoughts continue to be with the Sechelt Nation. Please remain standing and join me in observing a moment of silence in memory of Joe Bonaboto, Estina Bruno, Rosa Crisanti, Mo Hershad, Gordon Lightfoot, Charles Pascal, Carla Puris, and Sam Russo. Thank you. I would like to take a moment on behalf of Council to acknowledge the Indigenous peoples of all the lands that we are on today. We do this to reaffirm our commitment and responsibility in improving relationships between nations and to deepening our own understanding of Indigenous peoples and their cultures. It is a moment to reflect on the importance of this land, which we each call home. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat people, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. For the benefit of those who are connected to the internet, the city clerk has posted all of the agenda materials for today's meeting at toronto.ca/council. This meeting is being held as a hybrid meeting. Members of council, staff, and the public are participating in today's meeting remotely and in person, and the meeting is being streamed live on YouTube. I'd like to welcome the public who are here with us here today and who are watching the meeting online. Members, we do have a presentation this morning to recognize Tracy Cook, Deputy City Manager of Infrastructure and Development Services, on her retirement from the City of Toronto. I would like to call upon Deputy Mayor McKelvey to give the presentation.
Thank you so much, Speaker Nunziata. I'm honored to lead City Council today to recognize the retirement of our Deputy City Manager of Infrastructure and Development Services, the one and only Tracy Cook. Yeah. Few, if any, civil servants who have graced these halls are as funny, friendly, fierce, and full of wisdom as Tracy. A product of Scarborough, Tracy began her career, right? There's gonna be lots of applauses in this one, Tracy. Tracy began her career in public service as a police officer, serving and protecting our city. Following her 18-year tenure with Toronto Police Services, Tracy left for the private sector, returning to the city a few years later to serve as the Executive Director of Municipal Licensing and Standards. She spent 7 years with MLS before starting her current role of Deputy City Manager in 2019. Tracy, countless residents and visitors to the city have benefited from your outstanding contributions as a leader in the public service. And I am so thankful that when I first was elected in 2018, I got to know Tracy and see firsthand how much she cares. She cares about the city. She cares about her colleagues. She cares about doing what's right. Tracy, you have helped us continue building the city up. And you've done that despite a global pandemic, a challenge that tested and continues to test local governments around the world. And it is so fitting that you end your career this month continuing to serve and protect this great city. Our city is safer in so many ways thanks to the work you have done over the last 11 years within the Toronto Public Service. And as you go into your retirement, I want to underscore the difference you have made. You've made sure the efforts to ensure transit expansion and climate resilience move forward, and future generations of Toronto residents will benefit from those projects. And that's something you should be so proud of. As someone who truly cares about her staff and makes time to connect and engage with those on her team, your presence will be lost far beyond the people gathered in this room. And while you have definitely earned this retirement, we will all miss you so dearly. I will miss calling 1-800-TRACY-FIX because there was nobody that has been better at solving those problems that are stuck between divisions and departments. And you're always have been willing to just stand up and say, I'll take responsibility, I will solve this, and you've always got it done. So on behalf of Toronto City Council, thank you so very much for your service, Tracy. We hope you have a happy retirement with Frank and your entire family. And I was so privileged to meet your friends and family last week, and they are all wonderful, just like you. And I think it's a reflection on how wonderful you are, that you surround yourself with wonderful people too. We wish you and your family all the best in the years to come. And I'd like to, before I invite Paul Johnson to say a few words, I've been told that we get to give you a proclamation. These are limited edition for the next 47 days, signed by Jennifer McKelvey. So they are very limited edition, but we have one for you, and I'm happy to give it to you here today.
Well, thanks very much, Deputy Mayor. This is a sad, happy day for the public service today. It's sad because these types of things, the proclamation that's handed out, there was a retirement party last week, all signify that the date is getting closer, next week, in fact. But it's a happy day because Tracy is entering into retirement for all the right reasons and with the positive outlook of spending time with family and friends and continuing in a different way to contribute to this great city. As you've heard, Tracy has had a remarkable career in the public service. Over the past 11 years alone, she has led complex and challenging work in partnership with divisions, agencies, boards, and corporations, other orders of government to address communities' needs. As I said last week, from strip clubs to subways, from Uber to underpasses, from backyard hens to bike lanes, Tracy's had it all. And she has done so with the integrity and with the work ethic that you would expect from the public service. From division head for municipal licensing and standards to our interim city manager last year, Tracy leads with authenticity, integrity, honesty, and a fierce passion. She has been a champion within the public service of our diversity, equity, and inclusion work. She has been a constant learner of how we can do better in this way, and a champion and a leader to help this organization move forward. She champions the causes that go beyond the work of the public service into fields such as our partnership with the United Way of Greater Toronto. She's the ultimate team player, and I'm always grateful to have her voice around the table as an innovative thinker, a problem solver, as we've heard, a stakeholder relationship savant, and one who really cares about community impact. Most of all, we're going to miss her character and charisma and charm, her amazing sense of humor, and that laugh that you can hear from Center Island to the Scarborough Bluffs. Well, I haven't had the pleasure of knowing Tracy as long as many in this room have. I am very blessed to have been able to call you a great colleague since I joined the city in 2021, but more importantly, a great friend. I also have the pleasure today of presenting Tracy with a Pinnacle Award. Pinnacle Award is part of a suite of recognition that we do each year and can do each year within the public service. But the Pinnacle Award is the city's most coveted and prestigious accolade. It recognizes exceptional and outstanding leadership at the city and honors a leader who has not only contributed to the success of the city, but to public service as a whole over their career. And so it is no surprise that this year our Pinnacle Award goes to Tracy Cook. This award is often accompanied, and is again this year accompanied, by a gift that is unique to the individual, not a carbon copy award that sits on the shelf, but something unique to the skills and the attributes of the individual. This year, the gift is a sculpture by an Indigenous artist from Six Nations of the Grand River. It is entitled Eagle Bear. And as you see, I think on the screen, when we get the slide up, and you can see here in front of me, it is a carving that has both an eagle and a bear within it. The symbolism behind this sculpture is what represents Tracy's leadership. The eagle is respected for its intelligence and power, as well as its extraordinary vision in both the literal and figurative senses. The bear is a healer and a giver of good medicine, protector, and symbolizes physical strength and leadership, learned humility, and teaching. I can't think of a better sculpture. I thank very much the artist for allowing us to share the thoughts about this work and present this award to Tracy. Tracy, congratulations. Godspeed in your retirement. I'm gonna miss you. Come on down.
Oh, Lord. Hi, Councillor Fletcher. I brought them. They were given to me. I will. Deputy Mayor McKelvey, thank you very much for the scroll, the limited edition scroll from the girl from Scarborough, to the girl from Scarborough. There was a lot of words on there, so I think everybody's glad you didn't read them all. I will be looking forward to it. Madam Speaker, I'll keep this short and sweet like you. From here on into eternity. I'm very, very thankful for him, for my family, for my friends, and I wouldn't have gone as far as I have if it hadn't been us going together. Girl from Scarborough, one morning I walked into the Metropolitan Toronto Police Force headquarters, and next week I'm going to walk out of City Hall. And 39 years have passed. It's pretty staggering how quickly that goes. So people are asking, what am I most proud of? I said, well, I have not really dealt with many contentious files while I've been here. Not too many at all. But it's an easy question to answer. What I am most proud of are the people that I have had the great pleasure to work with. I am extremely proud of the members of the Toronto Police Service who swear an oath to serve and protect millions of people they will never meet. I'm extremely proud of the tens of thousands of members of the Toronto Public Service who every day contribute to making this the absolute best city in the world to live, work, play, and visit. I'm extremely proud of the leadership team that this city has. The senior leadership team to my right, the division heads that are here, the directors, the managers, the supervisors, everybody who comes in every day to make sure that this city is what we all want it to be. We all strive for, and I'm not looking at my notes now, this is a problem. I could be here for 10 minutes. Go for it, Councillor Fletcher, yeah. But all of us have more in common than not. And that commonality is a desire to see everyone in our city thrive, for everyone to have the quality of life, the best quality of life that's absolutely possible. Not survive, but to thrive. And that's why we're all in public service. That is what's been the driver for us. And I look at the faces around, and these are all dedicated public servants committing their lives to making this a better city. And I am very proud of you, City Council. The individuals who put their hands up, put your name on a ballot, and were elected to represent your communities. We put things in front of you and ask you to make decisions that have multi-generational impact. And that is not an easy job, and I know it's not one you take lightly. So I am extremely proud of the work that you do. As a diehard Torontonian, girl from Scarborough, I thank you for the work that you do. The public service, City Council, what we do together matters. And how we work together is the most critical. We are facing extraordinary challenges in so many ways. Our community members are struggling. We have more things to do than we have money or ability to do, but we together can do the things that matter and make this the best city that it is and will continue to be. How we work together to address these challenges is what's going to make the difference. We have a far way to go, and we must go together. It has been an absolute privilege. It has been an absolute honor to work with all of you, to serve this community and serve this council. And I just thank you very much from me, for my family, for my friends, and for every person that calls Toronto home. Thank you for the work you do every day, for your dedication, and for working together to continue to build an amazing city. I'll miss you, but I am going to show up as a serial deputant every once in a while. So, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy, and you will be missed by all of us. Councillor Morley would like to make an announcement at this time. Councillor Morley?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and big congratulations to Tracy. We'll miss you, Tracy. So I just wanted to wish everyone a good morning and take this opportunity to acknowledge last week on May 1st, Deputy Mayor McKelvey declared May as Museums Month. I want to take the opportunity again to voice my support for this proclamation and to reinforce the vital role Toronto's museums and historical organizations and societies play in documenting the contributions of diverse groups of Torontonians in building our city. As a Black woman growing up in Toronto, our schools seldom included in our history lessons the contributions of folks who looked like me. Fortunately, organizations like the Ontario Black History Society, a member of the Ontario Museums Association, formed specifically to fill that void and ensure the accomplishments and contributions that Black people, Black Canadians, played in growing our province and our city, and that they're included as part of our historical city building narratives. The Ontario Black History Society has been actively working with the City of Toronto through the Mayor's Office, or the Office of the Mayor rather, and Create.to to develop a Black History Museum in Toronto. I'm excited to support this effort and hope to see it come to fruition. Thank you, colleagues and Madam Chair, for allowing me the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. May I have a motion to confirm the minutes? All those in favor, please raise your hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Members, there are two administrative inquiries. We have Administrative Inquiry 6.1 from Councillor Fletcher regarding the letter of intent between the City and Maple Leaf Sports and Entertainment regarding the 2026 World Cup. The City's manager answer to this inquiry has been posted with the Council agenda on the City's website. Under Council's procedures, City Council can receive or refer an administrative inquiry. May I have a motion to receive the inquiry and answer for information? Councillor Pasternak moves receipt. All in favor? Show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. We have Administrative Inquiry 6.2 from Councillor Fletcher regarding the sale of BAI Subway Telecom infrastructure to Rogers Communications. The City's manager's answer to this inquiry has been posted with the Council agenda on the City's website. Under Council's procedure, City Council can receive or refer an administrative inquiry. May I have a motion to receive the inquiry and answer for information? Moved by Councillor Fletcher. All those in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. I will now call upon the committee chairs to introduce the reports. The chairs can speak about the reports for up to 5 minutes. Deputy Mayor McKelvey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just need the motion displayed because I can't get into CMP yet. That the report from meeting 4 of the Executive Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. I just want to thank the members for a good meeting, lots of great discussion. Took place in particular around the Portland's flood protection work, so that went through Executive, and as well Scarborough Transit. And since that meeting, we've had extensive conversations with the TTC, and Councillor Thompson will be moving a motion that finds a path forward to continue with the planning of the busway along the SRT corridor, and it will be advanced circulated, so we hope everybody can give that every consideration. I'd like to thank Councillor Thompson for his work on that, as well as all my 5 council colleagues who all stood together to stand up for Scarborough Transit. And we have a very good working relationship in Scarborough, as is reflected in this motion and the work that's happening on Scarborough Transit right now. So thank you to everybody involved in that.
Thank you. Councillor Crawford, you have a motion to introduce the Civic Appointments Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That the report from the meeting 5 of the Civic Appointments Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. I just want to acknowledge all the individuals, not only in the past meeting, but all the meetings that we have who put their name forward for community and city service. We review dozens, if not hundreds, of CVs to look at these important positions. And again, I want to also thank the committee members who pour over all these CVs and information and the conversations that we have at civic appointments on this. And I just want to thank them for doing the work that they do also. Thank you.
Thank you. You have a motion to introduce the Economic and Community Development Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, that the report from meeting 3 of the Economic and Community Development Committee listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration. I also want to, if I can ask your indulgence, Madam Speaker, I sincerely hope that everyone is craving hamburgers because it is McHappy Day. And if you weren't serving this morning, then you should definitely go and eat so that you will be contributing to Ronald Children's Charities. The agenda was a long one because a lot of community had a lot of input this particular month, Madam Speaker. I want to flag for the members so that they know what's coming. We looked at urban hens, and it was a very successful pilot, Madam Speaker. The report that you can read in the agenda will tell you that. However, the end of the pilot coincides with an outbreak of avian flu. And so we're not going to be able to proceed with citywide, but we did forget something because of the length of the agenda, Madam Speaker, and that was to move coming back to review. Medical health tells us that this type of outbreak sort of runs its cycle in 1 to 2 years. And so you'll see a motion later today that asks that we come back in 2025, remind ourselves it was a very successful pilot, and hopefully, all things considered, we'll be able to continue with that. I also want to bring to people's attention, there's a motion, started out as a motion from a member on the holiday shopping bylaw, and I'll be frank, there's a bit of a pile-on. Things are being added to that motion now. I suspect later today there'll be more, and so it is my intention to refer all of those locations, including the original, Yorkdale, to staff along with motion number 2 in that item, because staff really need to give this its due. We're really interfering with a bylaw that stands by just adding tourist exemptions without duly considering what a tourist exemption is. And so I'm going to be referring all the locations so the staff can bring back a proper report. And finally, Madam Speaker, if I could just use the remainder of my time, one of the most important items on this agenda is the most daunting to read, and that is employment services transformation. I hope that people will consider that report and ask questions. It is my opinion that unfortunately, and this is a trite phrase, but this is another service where the province thinks that one size fits all. And that in Toronto, we have the same type of people walking into an employment office as we have anywhere in Ontario. And that's just simply not the case. In any jurisdiction, the core city has a tendency to receive from across the globe, and certainly regionally, the hardest to employ, those furthest from being ready for employment. And we have for many years now served those particular clients very, very well. We have a great track record. But the service that is now being contemplated by the province that they're asking cities or contractors to bid on, they're very clear in their terms that we will not be allowed. If we become the manager of those offices in the new model, we will not be allowed to provide those services to those furthest from employment, those hardest to serve in this area. And so the recommendations are not to bid, to do a job we know won't be a good job. However, there is a motion coming. A member will be serving a motion later, and I want people to know I support it. Councillor Perks will be moving a motion that asks that we make clear to the province that we're the best to do this job. We would love to do this job, and we would bid if we can agree that we need to serve those furthest from employment. Staff have, lo these many months since the legislation came out, done exactly that. But I think the purpose of the motion today and why I'm supporting it is I think the provincial government needs to know there's not just staff telling you that's the way we need to deliver it. The council Council is directing that that is the way we should be making that service available, and that we will make that one last ask before we make this decision. And so when that motion comes later today, as chair of the committee, I will be supporting it. Thank you for your indulgence of time, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak, you have a motion to introduce the General Government Committee report.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I certainly do. That the report from meeting 3 of General Government Committee on Council listed on the agenda of Council could be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor McKelvey, you have a motion to introduce the Infrastructure and Environment Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that agenda for meeting 3 of the Infrastructure and Environment Committee be presented for consideration. We dealt with a number of important items on the Infrastructure and Environment Committee this month, including the Transform TO annual report, which highlights our progress towards our climate targets. And I'm so pleased to see that of all the 30 actions in the short-term implementation plan, some of them are already complete and they're all underway. So this report really highlights the significant accomplishments, and it will be one of the key matters before us this morning. Also on the agenda was the cycling network plan, and we have been very, very successful as a councillor in implementing that over the last few years, and that's because we've been working with our communities as councillors to do what is right for our community, and the great work that's presented there today reflects that. There are some motions that will be coming forward from councillors that do ask for additional work on some projects, and so I'm fully supportive of that because we are successful on the cycling network plan when we work together with the local councillors and we have their support for their visions of their community and of the residents in their community. So in keeping with the email that we sent out to all of you, I do ask everybody to please advance circulate motions so we can be as efficient in this meeting as possible to deal with the very important items before us. And so looking forward to seeing those motions pre-circulated in advance. Thank you.
Thank you. And as well, we have a hockey game on tonight, which we want to watch. Very important for Toronto. Councillor Bradford, you have a motion to introduce the Planning and Housing Committee report.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and good morning. I do have a motion here to introduce the report for meeting 3 of the Planning and Housing Committee for Council's consideration. This was a very full agenda, and I'd like to thank staff for all of their help in moving all of that stuff forward and the committee's thoughtful questions. It was a big day. Among the items is a report that's in front of us here to make changes to our Housing Now program so that we finally get shovels in the ground on 3 of those sites and move that forward. Very important. And of course, the long-awaited final report on a framework to legalize multiplexes. Tons of great work done on that, and it's exciting to move that forward here today. So for your consideration, Madam Speaker, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday, you have a motion to introduce the Etobicoke York Community Council report.
Good morning, and yes, thank you, Speaker, that the report from meeting 4 of the Etobicoke York Community Council listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak, you have a motion to introduce the North York Community Council report.
Yes, I do. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, that the report from meeting 4 of North York Community Council listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley, you have a motion to introduce the Scarborough Community Council report.
I do. Good morning, Madam Speaker.
Good morning,
everyone. I would like to move that the report from meeting number 4 of the Scarborough Community Council listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perks, you have a motion to introduce the Toronto and East York Community Council report.
Good morning, Speaker. I move that the report from Meeting 4 of the Toronto East York Community Council listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration. And I just want to note the heroic efforts of clerks, AV, and IT staff who not only participated in a 13-hour meeting, but managed to hustle us between committee meetings as the city's technology kept failing. Thank you.
Thank you. May I have a motion to introduce the new business from city officials? Moved by Councillor Thompson. If we could put that's on the screen, Councillor Thompson? Oh, just a moment, yes.
Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you, Speaker. That new business from the city officials listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. All those in favor, please raise your hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you. Are there any declarations of interest at this time? Please indicate the item number and the nature of the interest, and remember that you must also file a written declaration of your interest with the city clerk. Councillor Sachs, you have a declaration of interest? Just one moment. Okay, go ahead.
Not a declaration, just on the order paper.
Oh.
TE 4.
No, hold on, we're not there yet. We're doing declarations of interest right now. Okay. Councillor Perks, do you? No? Okay. Okay, if we can just wait for a declaration. Okay, so we're doing declaration of interest right now, so please don't put your name on the screen until I get to the item. Okay, yeah, Councillor Bradford, do you have a declaration? Go ahead.
Yep, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would like to declare a conflict of interest for PH 3.13, 4888 Dundas Street West, notice of intention to designate a property under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act. The nature of my interest is that my partner is a planner on the file, and I have submitted a written notice to the clerks on this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I would now call for petitions. Are there any petitions at this time? Okay, and I understand, Councillor Fletcher, you want to do it tomorrow, right? Okay, so tomorrow, if you can remind us, and then I'll acknowledge you. So, Councillor Thompson, you have petition?
Yes, thank you very much, Speaker. I rise to present a petition from 120 residents from Fox Bar Road. The petition reads as follows. We, the undersigned owners, tenants, staff, visitors, and service providers of Fox Bar Road at the southeast corner of Avenue Road and St. Clair West request the following. 1. Removal of the cement median and related signage at the north end of Fox Bar. 2. Restore traffic patterns to allow options to exit from condo building either on the north or south on Fox Bar. This initiative will improve safety and accessibility for everyone living, visiting, and servicing Fox Bar Road. Allow proper snow clearing, remove barriers for emergency access, disperse traffic onto 2 major roadways versus 1. Provide road access and equitable treatment for everyone. There are 120 names on this petition, Speaker. I present to the clerk.
Thank you. All those in favor of receiving the petitions, please raise your hands. Yeah. Okay, just one sec. Oh, okay. Councillor Perruzza. Petition. Councillor Perruzza.
Yeah.
Petition.
Yes, Speaker, thank you. Speaker, High Park, deeded by the Howards to the city in 1873. In quotes, it must be for the free use, benefit, enjoyment of all citizens. I'm assuming the Howards locked that in. High Park is 399 hilly acres. Its many and varied venues are situated near the center of the park. Allotment gardens, children's garden, Colborne Lodge, dream in Hyde Park. Grenadier Pond, Grenadier Restaurant, Hyde Park Zoo, Hillside Gardens, Labyrinth, and sports facility and pool are all many steps from the entrance gates. Only the Forest School Nature Center is close to Bloor Street entrance. Hyde Park is a destination park, and many visitors drive to enjoy a pleasant walk among trees, greenery, and wildlife, and to visit the venues. With the park close to cars and very limited parking on local side streets, families may have to park up to 2 to 3 kilometers from the park itself and walk the pavements to reach the park. And once in the park, must be able to walk another further 4 to 5 kilometers to enjoy the venues.
Councillor Prusa, do you have a
So,
petition?
yeah, I do, Speaker, right
Okay.
here. And this is the petition,
Sounds like you're
Speaker.
reading a letter.
This is the petition, Speaker, if I may
Well, that's what you have
indulge.
to do, is present the
Perfect.
petition, not read a
Please,
letter.
so it says, all of the undersigned folks petition the city council to make Hyde Park accessible to all Torontonians, as was declared by the Howards when they dedicated the park to the city in 1873.
Okay,
And Madam Speaker, the petition has been signed
okay,
by 3,878 Torontonians. And Mr. Speaker, I'm going to affix my signature because I agree
Thank
with the
you.
petitioners.
Councillor Prusa, you present your petition, but there's no political speeches. Thank you. Yeah, and I would also ask the public to please do not disrupt the council meeting. Thank you. All those in favor of receiving the petitions, please raise your hands. Councillor Prusa, we're in the middle of a vote. All those in favor? Okay, you can correct it with the clerk.
Instead of 3,778 petitioners, it's 79, because I signed it as well.
All those in favor of receiving the petitions, please raise your hands. All in favor, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Members, I will now review the order paper. Once the order paper has been approved by council, any change will need a 2/3 vote. The city clerk has posted today's order paper online with agenda item RM 6.7, review of the order paper. We have 5 deferred items before us today. DM 6.1, 6.2, 6.3, 6.5, and 6.5, all deferred from the March 29th, 30, and 31st meeting of City Council. The Deputy Mayor has designated item IE 3.3 on Transform TO 2022 Annual Report, laying the foundation for net zero as the first key matter, and this will be our first item of business today. The Deputy Mayor has designated item PH 3.16 on expanding housing options in neighborhoods multiplex. Final report on the second key matter in our second item of business. The notice of motion run through is scheduled for 2 p.m. tomorrow, only if the key matters are completed. Members, with the Deputy Mayor's consent, I would propose the following related matters to be considered together. That item IE 3.5 be considered with the Deputy Mayor's first key item IE 3.3 related to greenhouse gas emissions. Deputy Mayor McKelvey, would you consent to the joining of these 2 items?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Sorry, can you say?
Yeah, just one sec. There you go. Okay. It's a 3.4 and 3.3. Okay, you would consent, Councillor McKelvey?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Point of order, Councillor Perks.
Speaker, it's my intention to hold EX 4.2, Toronto Hydro and City Toronto Memorandum of Understanding for Toronto Hydro's Climate Advisory Services. And it would seem to me that it's also related, and if the Deputy Mayor wants to link that with the other report, I'd be fine with that. But I want to give her that option.
Okay, just one sec, give me a sec, because it takes a while to turn on your mic. Deputy Mayor McKelvey?
I think that is a great idea, and maybe somebody can make sure that Hydro is available in case there are questions for them.
Okay.
Just let them know.
So Councillor Perks, that's fine with the Deputy Mayor?
Maybe we could just confirm with the member if he has questions for them, or they could be handled by city staff.
Because the concern that the clerk had is that
They're not here.
the Toronto Hydro is not here.
Are your
so-
questions for them, or are they for city staff?
I do have questions of Toronto Hydro, so if they can't be here for this item, then guess we'll do that.
Let's not join yet.
Okay, so then would you suggest then that we don't join the item then, Councillor Perks? Okay,
As long as they're here.
Yeah, that's right.
I think it's a bit
Yeah.
late notice to get them here to
Right.
answer, and they do have to answer for all their environmental.
yeah, so it's
initiatives.
difficult as the first
Yeah,
item for the.
got it.
That, at that time, and if
Right.
they're not here, we'll separate
It's your
it.
first
Okay, so
item, that's
yeah,
why.
so we can contact them. Thank you. Okay. The city clerk has noted the items that members wish to hold, and I will now go through the items to take additional member holds, and I will review the order paper one section at a time. The clerk will open the speakers list in CMP, and you can place your name on the list. When I recognize you, state the item or items you wish to hold, and I will go through the agenda one section at a time. Okay, so Councillor Thompson. We're going through deferred items right now. Councillor Thompson.
Just wait for my mic. Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I'd like to hold DM 6.4, getting the Gardner right.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fletcher, all the deferred items have been held down, so we'll go to executive committee. Oh, Councillor Fletcher?
Yep, on executive, Speaker, I'm sorry.
Pardon?
On executive. I'm on the executive committee.
Oh, okay, okay.
Sorry, I put my name up
Yeah,
wrong.
okay, so on executive committee, Councillor Fletcher. Oh, you're on for deferred items? Okay, sorry. Okay, let's just do one at a time, and if you can please, just, yeah, I know, but makes it a lot easier. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Deferred matter 6.5, update on alcohol and parks pilot. I have a quick motion, and I want to place it right away because if we're going to consider it, I consider it would make for a quick release, but it should be tabled in any case.
So you want to table your motion now?
Well, I understand it's not going to be a quick item, but I think it's important that I table this motion this morning so that people know the impact of having deferred the item. And then it will be part of the consideration.
Okay, so why don't you?
Yeah,
Okay.
if we could just put that up on the screen.
Yeah.
Oh, it
but-
has been advance circulated?
Yeah, according to the clerk, it has.
It's simply to change the dates because the deferred matters require that the date be amended before we consider it because it can't be configured. The pilot could not be configured as it was to be considered in the past council session. So if people would refer to their agenda, it has been advance circulated.
Okay, so let's put the motion on the screen. No? Okay.
Not if it's been advance circulated and everyone can log into their clerk's meeting portal and look at it.
Okay.
It doesn't need to bend the rules.
So it's going to be circulated. All right. Okay, now we're going to go to executive. So, Councillor Fletcher. Oh, just one sec. Councillor Fletcher, if you don't mind. Councillor Fletcher, executive.
Thank you, Speaker. I wish to hold EX 4.1, the Portland's flood protection update, Ward 10 and 14.
Okay, thank you.
And I believe Councillor Perks is holding the next one, unless, yes, okay, that's fine, thank you.
Okay, so just a sec then, and do we have Counselor Perks, Executive?
Yes, Speaker, I would like to hold EX 4.2, Toronto Hydro and the City of Toronto Memorandum of Understanding for Toronto Hydro's Climate Advisory Services.
Thank you. Counselor Cole on Executive Committee?
Yes, I'd like to hold EX 4.3, the 2023 Education Property Tax Levy and Callback Rate Bylaw.
Well, that's already been held down, Counselor Cole.
Okay, good.
Okay, all right. Civic appointments. Counselor Malik, civic appointments?
I'd like to hold an item.
We're at civic appointments now. Or
Oh, sorry, from executive,
Oh, okay.
EX 4.8.
EX 4.18, can you just read out the item, please?
Sure, it's transfer of 260 Adelaide Street West to Build Toronto.
Okay, thank you. We will now go to civic appointments. If you want to, if you can please put your name on the screen, Councillor Myers. Okay, just 1 minute, okay? Go ahead.
Thank you. I'd like to hold CA 5.2, appointment of public members to the Toronto Accessibility Advisory Committee, and CA 5.4, appointment of a public member to the Toronto Investment Board. Thank you.
Thank you. Economic and Community Development Committee, Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Speaker. May I hold EC 3.13, review of policies and procedures related to warming centers?
Thank you. Okay, we'll now go to General Government Committee. Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have 2 holds I would like to place. The first one, GG 3.17, request for authority to create a centralized login platform. And the next one, GG 3.18, Customer Experience Division Annual Report.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any further holds on general government? Okay, we will now go to Infrastructure Committee. Okay, Planning and Housing. Councillor Bradford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On item PH 3.21, which is the feedback on potential provincial regulations on municipal rental replacement bylaws, I have the supplementary report from May 8th here from staff that I would like to move.
So you're moving the supplementary report? Okay.
That's right, yep.
So on PH 3.21, Councillor Bradford is moving the supplementary report. Councillor, yeah, I know. Councillor Matlow.
I just want to make you aware, I have an amendment on that item.
Okay, so Councillor Bradford will hold the item then. Councillor Fletcher, Planning and Housing. Just one sec. Go ahead.
PH 3.5, 2022 Toronto Employment Survey.
Just one sec. I'm sorry, Councillor Fletcher, I didn't hear that number.
Sorry about that. PH 3.5, 2022 Toronto Employment Survey.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Perruzza.
Yes, Speaker. I just wanted to hold IE 3.7.
Well, we're on planning and housing right now.
No, I understand that, but you passed it.
Well,
and I
IE
just-
3.7.
The Hyde Park,
I
Hyde
know,
Park
but
movement
it's-
strategy.
It's already been held.
Oh, okay. And it's held? Okay, but.
It's
sure.
held.
And PH 3.6, the
That's
Housing Now
been, that's
Initiative.
been held as well.
Okay, good. Thank
You'll
you.
have to look at the agenda, Councilor Perruzza. It tells you which items are being held.
I am looking at the agenda,
Oh,
Speaker.
well, you should see the names of the people
No,
that
I'm
held
looking at my
out.
paper and there's no name. That's why I'm asking.
You don't have any names
Thank
on
you.
your computer?
Sure.
Okay.
Ah,
Okay,
there you
that's it for planning and housing. Okay, maybe you can get Councilor Perruzza's staff to show you where it shows the names on your computer. Etobicoke York Community Council. Councilor Holliday. Councilor Holliday?
Thank you, Speaker. I regret to ask you for a recorded vote on EY 4.9, 400 Rockcliffe Boulevard, pedestrian crossing protection, please.
Okay, recorded vote for EY 4.9, 400 Rockcliffe Boulevard, pedestrian crossing protection, recorded vote.
Is this record?
Yes, staff recommended, yes.
Councillor Myers, please. Councillor Chang.
He did, Councilor Fletcher, he doesn't want it.
Councillor Chang, your vote, please. No.
Councillor Mantis, can we get your vote, please? Thank you.
The item carries, Speaker. The vote is 20-3.
Thank you. North York Community Council. Councillor Holliday, do you have one on North York? Okay, your name is still up there, if we can erase his name. Any for North York? Okay, Toronto and East York Community Council. Oh, I forgot Scarborough. I'm so sorry. Scarborough Community
Shame.
Council. Okay. Councillor Holliday, do you have for Scarborough? Okay, well, let's just do one item at a time. So we're at Scarborough right now. Does anybody have anything for Scarborough? Going once, twice gone. Okay. Toronto and East York Community Council. Now you can put your name on the screen. Councillor Sachs.
Yes, I have holding 4.10, I have a motion.
Sorry, what?
So 4.10, I have a one-word change in the motion.
So does the staff have your motion?
The staff have the motion. Legal just asked me to change one word.
This is on T 4.10, 208 Bloor Street West zoning bylaw.
Correct.
Okay, but let's just see if the staff have the okay, they don't have it. So Councillor Sachs, I'll hold
You
the
sent it
item
back.
down. I'll
You
hold
sent-
the item down in your name.
Thank you.
Councillor Holliday, Toronto and East York.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. TE 4.66, pedestrian safety on Avenue Road, Bloor Street to St. Clair Avenue West. I have some questions of staff.
You're what?
I'm holding it for questions of staff.
You're holding it? Okay, that's on T, this is traffic control signals on Bloor Street, So Counselor Holiday is holding the item down. Okay,
I'm sorry, pardon me, Madam Speaker, that just to clarify the item, 4.66, pedestrian safety on Avenue Road, Bloor Street to St. Clair Avenue West.
oh, okay,
I
sorry.
did hear you read the item above it.
Okay, so yeah, T 4.6, pedestrian safety on Avenue Road. That's the item you want to hold down, right?
That's the correct item. Thank you, Madam
Okay.
Speaker.
Thank you. Right? New business. Counselor Chang. Counselor Chang, new
Thank you.
business.
Yes, I'd like to hold CC 6.6, Shepherd Willowdale Secondary Plan, City Initiated Official Plan Amendment, as well as CC 6.7, 48 to 60 Avondale Avenue, and all those other numbers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Perruzza, new business.
Yeah, I'd like to hold CC 6.13, 15, 19, 21, and 23 Torrey York Drive, Ontario Land Tribunal hearing request for directions.
You've already held it.
Oh, I did? Okay.
You've already held it. It's,
That's just my efficiency, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Yes, you're ahead of yourself.
Counselor Malik.
Thank you. I'd like to hold CC 6.5, 45 the Esplanade, Ontario Land Tribunal appeal request for directions.
Thank you. Okay. That's it. Counselor Fletcher?
Just ask for a recorded vote on GG 3.15, and I'll tell you why. It's a nominal license with the City of Toronto and Viamonde, the French French school board, public school board. And with us today, it's a very big milestone as a new French high school, middle school, high school will be established in my ward, but it feeds many other wards from this council. And to thank our staff, Janie Romoff, and her great staff, and our deputy city manager, who's not here, for previous deputy city manager, Juliana Carboni, for working to get to this, and our use of the park and being able to successfully establish this school, which is a much, much needed school in the City of Toronto. And today we have with us, I'll just introduce the Director of Education, Michelle Laverdiere, and a newly elected trustee, Anna Karina Rashevsky. And they're here with us today to witness this very important moment that we're going to make. And I would like to ask for recorded vote on this for their benefit.
Thank you. GG 3.15, Counselor Fletcher has asked for a recorded vote. Recorded vote.
Councillor Crisanti, can we get your vote, please? Thank you.
Speaker, the item carries unanimously. 24 in favor.
Thank you. I will now consider request to make items urgent and time specific. The clerk will open the speakers list in CMP and you can place your name on the list. If you have time item, if you can please put your name on the list. Counselor Perruzza.
Yes, Speaker. Item EI 3.7, the High Park Movement Strategy. As you could see by the number of signatories to the petition, there are a number of High Park residents in and around that area who would like to be here tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock to be able to deal with that item. I would hope that this council would accommodate them and have them participate in the conversation when that item is held. 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Okay, so Counselor Perruzza is recommending it be the first item tomorrow. All in favor? Carried. Counselor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I'm just scrolling here. I'd like to ask the following. I'd like to ask that DM 6.4 be the next item after Councilor Perruzza's item tomorrow morning. And then I have another one thereafter, Speaker. Would you like me to provide?
So
you with that?
Counselor Thompson is recommending on, what was the item again, Counselor Thompson?
Let me just scroll down to, it's DM 6.4, getting the Gardner right after Councilor Perruzza's item tomorrow morning.
Okay, so motion by Counselor Thompson, the item be dealt with, the
Second
second
item.
item after Counselor Perruzza's. All in favor? Carried.
And I have one more, Speaker.
Okay.
The other item is EX 4.10. That's the transit priority measures to support Scarborough SRT bus replacement. To ensure that TTC staff are here, I'd like to ask that we deal with that item tomorrow after lunch.
After,
After
so
notice
that
of
would,
motion.
that would be after the notice of motions.
Yeah.
Okay, so
That'd be fine.
Counselor Thompson is moving that item on favor, carried, thank you.
Thank you.
Counselor Deputy Mayor McKelvey?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Sorry, I'm looking for the numbers. I'd like to time Housing Now as the first item after key items today.
Okay, so Deputy Mayor McKelvey is moving the item Housing Now once after the timed items today. On favor, carried. Okay.
And sorry, it was 3.6. And then also I would like to point out that Toronto Hydro has sprinted over to the building and we can join EX 4.2 along with those items and they can answer questions.
Okay, great, thank you. Counselor Pasternak, timed item?
Oh, here he is. He's coming. Don't take my time.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. After some discussion, GG 3.16, I'd like to time that as the second item on the third day.
Okay, hold on. Did the clerk get that item?
Well,
Okay.
GG 3.16.
Okay, Counselor Pasternak, it's hard for us to hear you. Can we maybe get closer? I don't know. Okay.
Mayday, can you hear me?
Yes.
Mayday.
Okay.
GG 3.16, report back on facilities management services. There's been a request to time the item as the second item on the third day.
Okay, so everyone got that? Clerk stamp, I need a nod. Do you have that? Okay. Oh, yeah, you're saying second item, but what's the first?
I'm about to move the first.
Oh, okay.
Yes, no, we're giving,
Okay.
we're letting Councillor Carroll go first. So it's
Okay.
the second item on the third day.
Okay, on favor, carried. Okay, Counselor Carroll, then, you have the first item.
Yes, ladies first. Madam Speaker, EC 3.17, tourist area exemptions for holiday shopping. I wonder if that could be the first item on the third day. And with thanks to Councillor Pasternak, who was told that there were already dibs for that time slot.
Okay. So on Councillor Carroll's motion as the first item on the third day, all in favor, show of hands,
And as
carried.
I've already forecast, I'll be referring it to the staff's report at that time.
Okay. Councillor Fletcher, I see your name. Was that from before or now? It was for the item that I was. Okay. And Deputy Mayor McKelvey, your name is still there. Did you have an item?
If there's no other timed items, I was just going to move that we go to 8 o'clock today with a break from 6 to 6:30.
So
extend to 8 p.m. today with a break from 6 to 6:30.
The deputy mayor is recommending that we extend the council meeting today to 8 o'clock and have a
circulated this
break
to you a
from
week
6 to
ago.
6:30. That's the deputy mayor's motion. All in favor? Okay, Councillor Perruzza, do you want to speak on the item?
Yeah, I just want to point out that I would think that Councillor Matlow, Councillor Bradford, and myself are participating in a debate down here at the Queen's West. This was set up some time ago, thinking that the council would end at 6 as normal. And this was set up weeks ago, thinking that the council would adjourn at 6 o'clock, right?
Okay.
And now you're at the last minute extending it,
Yeah.
making it difficult
Okay,
for us to be able
thank
to
you.
participate.
And okay. Yes. Yeah. Okay, Councillor Perruzza, just vote no. And the deputy mayor sent a motion to all members of council indicating that that's what was going to happen this week at council. Recorded vote, recorded vote, recorded vote, recorded vote. Like, we have a job to do here, and you are still here in the council chambers. Okay, recorded vote.
Just stand by, Speaker, while we prepare the motion.
Councillor Perruzza, okay, enough. Councillor Perruzza.
So I think it's majority because we're at this.
Okay,
stage. I've
Deputy
given my
Mayor?
advice.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
it's got 2/3.
Councillor Perruzza, you have to remember that you, as a councillor, you still have your obligation to be here and do your job, even though you're running for mayor. Or take a leave of absence.
Councillor Sachs, thank you. Councillor Perruzza, your vote, please. Councillor Perruzza, your vote, please.
What vote?
Councillor Cole, can we get your vote, please? Thank you.
Speaker, the motion carries. The vote is 17-6.
Members, before we adopt the order paper, we will conduct recorded votes on those items where members have declared an interest. So on PH 3.13, Planning and Housing, Councillor Bradford has indicated an interest, so we need a recorded vote, and Councillor Bradford has left his seat, so let's have a recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Okay. Madam Speaker, we'll have Clerk's IT come and assist the member.
Councillor Cole, can we get your vote, please? In favor, thank you.
Speaker, the item carries unanimously. 21 in favor. Oh, I'm sorry. Pardon me. Councillor Thompson, how do you vote? In the affirmative, correction, it carries unanimously, 22 in favor.
Thank you. All right, members, now, all those in favor of adopting the balance of the order paper and all items not held, please raise your hands. All in favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried. Thank you. Members, I want to remind you that regardless of whether you are attending today's meeting by video conference or in person, you will continue to submit and approve your motions in advance. The clerk staff are available to assist you with motions. If you do not have your motion ready, I will not recognize you. I'm also reminding members that you must state your motion first before you speak to it. Members, if you have an urgent motion without notice you wish to bring forward at this meeting, you and your seconder must submit an email to the clerk staff. Your motion must clearly state the reason for urgency, and staff will prepare the necessary procedure motion for my review along with your motion. I will review all motions without notice carefully. I may ask you to provide more information about the urgency of your motion and why it can't be routed through normal committee channels. This will inform my decision on whether to consent to your motion and in turn, council's decision about whether to add your motion to the agenda. The purpose of your motion and your reason for urgency must be clear. I will advise council after each recess which motions I have agreed are urgent and that need a motion to add to the agenda. It will require 18 votes to add a motion without notice to the agenda during the meeting. Motions added to the agenda in this way are not subject to a vote to waive referral to a committee or agency. We will now go to the first key item, which is IE 3.3. Okay, IE 3.4 and E. So our first key item is IE 3.3, 3.4, and EX 4.2. And I understand Toronto Hydro is here as well to answer any questions that are related to the item. So if members of council have questions to staff, if you can please put your name on the list. Okay, before we start, there's an awful lot of noise. Councillor Burnside, Councillor Bradford, Deputy Mayor McKelvey, please. Okay, so we'll now go to questions. Just one sec, Councillor Perks. Councillor Perks, questions.
Yes, my first question has to do with the annual reporting and the series of actions that are more long-term. So when council approved this, we approved a short-term set and asked you to go do further work on long-term items. I'm trying to understand, and I know you have a new dynamic modeling and all of that, I'm trying to understand when you start reporting on the steps to implement those longer-term actions.
Through the speaker, the main mechanism we use to report on steps kind of beyond the specific 5-year short-term action plan will be through the carbon budget. The carbon budget process, which is before council today, will adopt both an annual view of how our investments are achieving action, but also a longer-term multi-year view in terms of investments related to action. So we'll be reporting on those. We'll also be reporting back in 2024 on our next 5-year action plan, the 2025 to 2030 period. So we have a few steps along the way, but the carbon budget will be the main process for reporting on actions, but also identifying investments related to those actions.
Okay, one of the dilemmas I've had sort of about the 5-year staggered implementation is that some of the long-term, some of the actions in the longer-term plan will take many, many years to implement, and we would actually have to start on them in this 5-year window in order to have them implemented 10 or 15 years out. How is that being handled as you bring us the implementation plan and the carbon budget?
Through the speaker, so that again will be part of the work that we're doing. So we are doing work looking at all of these actions. When we look at short term, it's not just what can be completed, but what needs to start to be implemented to support those long-term goals. So actions related to transit, for example, or infrastructure may take a longer period of time because of procurement, because of planning, and then for the construction and operations themselves. So the process that we have, both through modeling and through the carbon budget, as well as our next plan, will look at not just those specific short-term actions that that will be completed in a period, but also things that need to start so we can meet our goals in the long term.
So I can look forward to at least a sketch of the map for how we implement the transit actions, which have a long delivery horizon in the next carbon budget?
So through the speaker, and I don't want to speak for the TTC, but I believe they are working on their roadmap and strategy for net zero as well, which they're, I think, bringing to their board later this year. But we will start to look at that work, and we are already having those discussions with the TTC in every division as it feeds into the carbon budget. So it's very clear to council, or as clear as we can. It'll improve year over year in terms of where we're at and where we need to go and those actions that are needed to achieve the goals.
So that wasn't quite a yes, but it's halfway.
That is, I would say yes, but we won't necessarily have all the information in year one. It will improve over time.
Fair enough. My next question is for staff from Toronto Hydro. Yes, hi. So the City of Toronto has adopted specific targets for our climate plan. Has the Board of Directors of Toronto Hydro adopted those targets as well?
Through the speaker, yes, Councillor, through our climate action plan, we've built that into the climate action plan, the city's net zero strategy.
So it is a direction to the staff of Toronto Hydro to take all necessary actions to achieve that target. Has that direction been given?
The climate action plan, both for expanding our regulated business and our new climate advisory services business, are both in pursuit of advancing the net zero strategy. So we recognized within it 75% of what's in the city's net zero strategy would depend on increased engagement by Toronto Hydro, building the grid, providing services. So
just if I could, I'm running out of time. I'm asking a different question. So when you're preparing your filings to the OEB, when you're issuing debt, when you're building infrastructure, is all of that mindful of achieving net zero in the years that the city's plan does?
Yes.
Do you test all of your actions against that?
Yes. Through our upcoming application, we've done scenario planning, and we have within that scenario planning a reflection of the city's net zero strategy within those materials.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, questions?
Thank you. So this is an MOU with city staff and Toronto and TESOL, I'll call it, to coordinate the climate strategy. How was that done previously? Or was it done?
Through the speaker, council provided their support for the climate strategy that Toronto Hydro developed last July, and at that time instructed us to enter into an MOU. So beforehand it was ad hoc, but now with the official support.
I kind of mean long before last July. Like this has been, this is the environmental arm. It's been a long-standing process. So I'm just looking at This is to give some governance oversight to their program, is that correct?
That's correct, to establish
Despite them
governance.
saying they're a private corporation with one shareholder, are we expecting that there'll be more governance oversight with an MOU? And I think I'm going to ask the city manager that question, because that's actually who will sign that MOU, or anybody else on that side. Can you hold my time, please, Speaker? This is really, the question is, are we attempting to have a little bit more accountability for Toronto Hydro for the city's climate action plan, climate goals, targets than we have had in the past with this MOU? That's my first question.
Through the Speaker, Councillor Fletcher, and the answer is yes.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Through the Speaker, the answer is yes, and the work that they have done with us, Hydro and the city, has been to that point to actually have a lot more collaboration and accountability.
I can't really hear you for my next questions, if you're going to be answering them. So there has not been, the Toronto Hydro describes itself as a private corporation with one shareholder. We know who that is. It's the city, and that their regulator tells them what they have to do. I think, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but we're really looking with an MOU to bring their climate change plan, or that their climate change work will reflect more closely the plans of Transform TO in the City of Toronto. Would I be right in putting it like that?
Through the Speaker, Councillor Fletcher, the answer is yes.
So and we're coming to an MOU because number of times, or this is, since we started a climate action change plan under Mayor Miller in 2006, 7 actually, because I chaired that, there has been an attempt to bring Toronto Hydro fully in as a partner for the city. And I'm not sure that it's been as successful as we hoped. And so the MOU is an attempt to marry them up, join them at the hip with the city.
Through the Speaker, Councillor Fletcher, that is correct.
And so I know that I have been here, as has Councillor Thompson, Councillor Carroll. We've seen a lot of this back and forth with Hydro. And I'm just wondering, governance-wise, will that be a problem? Because they do describe themselves as basically not kind of, I don't know how they have to respond to shareholder direction. Could somebody help me with that, please? What's their requirement to respond to shareholder direction?
Through you, Madam Speaker, a shareholder direction from council as the sole shareholder is in fact a direction, not a suggestion. That being said, all members of the board are required to act in the best interests of the corporation. So should the direction be, for example, contrary to law, then they would be unable to follow it. But short of something extreme like that, it is a direction from the shareholder.
And have we had many shareholder directions that haven't been?
There is one all-encompassing direction to Hydro that is fairly detailed. And it includes a section that outlines a number of principles that the directors are asked to balance when making decisions.
So would the board see this as basically a direction from the shareholder as far as the MOU is concerned, and to implement this perhaps more aggressively than they have in the past?
I believe there was a direction regarding the MOU, yes.
To the board?
Yes.
And so just in understanding that, and I understand that there's others in the orbit for Toronto Hydro, but I'll just reiterate, and I'll ask Toronto Hydro, that this MOU, as we've heard from senior city staff, is very intentional in bringing Toronto Hydro more into the orbit of the city's climate change action plans and Transform TO. Do you feel that's well understood at Toronto Hydro, and that we won't run into all of the problems that perhaps we have run into in the past of saying we don't have to follow your direction?
Through the Speaker, Councillor The MOU absolutely reflects the commitment of Toronto Hydro to work hand in hand with the city, be deeply integrated in the pursuit of
Great.
net zero.
Thank you. And will we get some oversight, regular updates to make sure that this is, would that be possible? I guess to Deputy City Manager, how will you be reporting out that indeed this MOU, which is quite significant, important and timely, is actually being followed by Toronto Hydro? And they're implementing what we're talking about.
That was your last question.
Yes, I know
Through the
that.
Speaker, Councillor Fletcher, there is a mechanism to report.
Can't hear you.
Okay. Through the Speaker, Councillor Fletcher, sorry.
Yeah, no, I
Definitely,
can hear
there will
you.
be reporting, and James can actually comment on the timelines, but there will be reporting on a regular basis.
So if he wants to report, let us know about that.
Okay, thank you.
No,
I'm sorry, I can't hear you?
she's asked Mr. Nolan to augment her answer, Speaker. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, through the speaker, we have multiple mechanisms we report both annually, but also we have upcoming reports that we bring back with Toronto Hydro. Toronto Hydro will have their annual report coming later this year, as well as we have direction from council on a few other report backs related to implementation of climate advisory services that we're expecting kind of in the fall time period.
Thank you. Councillor Sachs, questions? Yes, thank you. Question for Mr. Nolan. Mr. Nolan, in the Transform TO progress report, we have examples of claimed progress that are very difficult to parse. For example, on the Transform TO goal of increasing transit service, even though transit service is actually being cut, you reported that it was in progress. Can we have your commitment that in all future Transform TO reports, progress will be quantified and will be more accurate than we have seen in this report?
Through the speaker, we are going to be improving the annual reporting year over year, and we'll be looking at quantification of how those goals have been achieved. We're also working on a dashboard to provide more straightforward, simple, and direct information to residents as well as anyone who's interested in our progress on Transform TO. But I can commit that we will work to improve and provide more updates and information as part of future reports.
So we will get quantitative measures of progress, correct?
Through the speaker, wherever possible, we will include quantitative measures of progress.
And you will no longer claim progress when we've actually gone in the opposite direction?
Through the speaker, I won't speak to the TTC aspects. I don't know if they're here. I know this is a 2022 annual report. I recognize a lot of work has been underway related to expansion of transit, really rapid TO, et cetera. That's really kind of the essence of what was in this report, recognizing that some of the service changes did occur in 2023, but we viewed it from that lens of reporting on that year.
So we will get reports that are more accurate henceforth?
Through the speaker, we will work to ensure the reports are accurate as possible.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Holiday, question.
Thank you, Speaker. My first questions are for Mr. Nolan, then I'll have some for the solicitor. I just wondered, committee slipped in a recommendation here, I think it's number 2, and it talks about reviewing options to discourage the installation of new combustion uses of methane, in other words, natural gas, as part of the update to the Toronto Green Standard. What does discourage the use or the installation of new mean? What does it mean practically for citizens?
Through the speaker, I think we would look at mechanisms, or could be looked at mechanisms that would encourage other uses as opposed to natural gas. So whether it's the equipment that heats, moving to geothermal or air source heat pumps, or whether it's, for example, we know natural gas stoves have come up, so it could be something like induction cookware as opposed to.
But practically speaking, I mean, like taxes, bans, premium charges, like what is it? What does discourage mean?
Oh, and maybe I'll ask my colleagues in planning to speak to the green standard and how that would apply.
No. I mean, at the heart, what powers does the city have to discourage people to do stuff?
I may ask the city solicitor to speak to the power the city has to discourage. A lot of what we do is through influence, education, outreach.
Okay.
But we do have some powers through, for example, the planning and other mechanisms to discourage.
Okay, I'll leave it at that. I just want to take my extra couple of minutes to ask about something different. Councillor Fletcher, through the speaker to the solicitor, Councillor Fletcher talked a little bit about shareholder direction. And this is something I've been meaning to ask on the council floor. What can you tell the council about how a corporate board operates when it considers various things, including shareholder direction, when it's acting in the interest of the company?
Through you, Madam Speaker, the idea behind a shareholder direction is that it restricts the authority of the board. The shareholder steps into the shoes of the board for the purposes of the direction
Right.
and assumes any liabilities that flow from fulfilling that direction.
When we talk
the
about
board-
sorry, I apologize, go ahead.
The board itself should treat a shareholder direction as a direction rather than a suggestion. However, the board does have a fiduciary duty to act in the best interests of the corporation. So should the direction, for example, direct the board to do something illegal or something that would put the corporation in a financially precarious situation, then the board would need to take that into consideration.
Further to that, when considering the best interests of the corporation, how do the various stakeholders fit within that matrix? And who might the stakeholders be with respect to Toronto Hydro?
So I'm not able to comment on what the stakeholders might be. That's probably a better question for Hydro with respect. However, the board must weigh a number of factors, and the shareholder direction from the city actually outlines some of those factors, including stakeholder impact.
I want to pause on that. So just, would it be reasonable to say that a stakeholder are customers, ratepayers? Would it be reasonable to say that
Yes, of course.
a stakeholder would be the bondholders, billions of dollars in debt on the markets,
Yes, of course.
and citizens in the city that exist in the environment where the machinery is there?
Certainly. However, I'm not the best person to respond to a question along the lines of identifying all of the stakeholders
But conceptually speaking, and this is sort
or
of
how to weigh
generic.
stakeholder impact.
Yeah, generically speaking, like when a corporate board gets a shareholder direction, they have to read that in the best interest of the company, but they also have to consider all of those stakeholders in terms of how they relate to the best interests of the company. So for instance, if council issued a direction that wasn't in the interest of the ratepayers or the bondholders, you know, they would trigger financial issues and other things, but the board has to think about all that stuff. It has to balance all that out.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. However, that is probably a better question for Hydro's legal services rather than for me. I would say, though, that the fact that a shareholder direction will have a financial impact would not result in the board being entitled to disregard it and treat it as a mere suggestion. There are a number of factors that board members should weigh.
Right, a number of factors, more than just the typical thing that we are used to at council as being council's direction is supreme.
That was your last question.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions on this item? Just so councillors know, we are at the item, we are with 3 items, IE 3.3, IE 3.4, and then the executive 4.2. We're at those 3 items. Okay, now we'll go to speakers. So if we can clear the screen and we'll go to speakers. It's all 3. Okay, yes, Councillor Morley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you, I just wanted to stand and speak in support of these items and the important work that's taking place and the important direction that the City of Toronto is leading on as it relates to climate action. As a, I don't know what generation I am, as a 30-something-year-old, I'm very mindful of the world we leave behind for the next generation and the challenges that our generation is currently navigating. We heard from staff the important tools that we have within our tool belt, many of which, don't require a high number of resources, and that is influence, engagement, and education in a lot of factors. Our climate crisis should not be politicized. It is not a political issue. It's a real concern, I think, for all folks across the board, and I really hope that this council can continue to work in support of these important goals and also focus on educating the general public about the initiatives that are in alignment with these goals, like our Complete Streets projects, as well as how we can continue to encourage and empower Torontonians to take action in their own lives to limit their carbon footprint. So I just wanted to thank staff and members of council for this important direction and leading in this great work. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Yeah. Councillor Perks to speak. Councillor Perks? Councillor Perks? Councillor Sachs?
Thank you. I also want to stand to congratulate the Deputy Mayor, who's been working on this for a long time, James Nolan and his team, and the whole city staff. We are in a climate emergency. We tend to live most of our lives as if it weren't real, but it's here, it's accelerating, it's going to dominate the rest of our lives. It makes all of our hard challenges harder, and it also gives us enormous opportunities. Almost all people, including almost all people in this city, will be better off the faster we move off fossil fuels, and will be worse off the slower we move. So, are we going fast enough? Of course not. Do we have to do everything that's on this table for us? Absolutely. Do we have to look for every opportunity to do it faster? Yes, we do. And it's going to matter the most to the youngest among us and the most vulnerable among us. So, everything here is necessary. We need to go fast. We need to go faster. It's really serious. And in so many ways, it'll make our city better off. Cleaner, better air, better health, less vulnerability to foreign military idiocies, more self-reliance, and possibly a really better future. So we're gambling with everything that matters, and at least we're doing something. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Okay.
Speaker, I did submit a
just one
motion on this.
sec,
I
Councillor
don't know if
Perks,
the
if you
clerks
don't
have
mind.
had time to process it yet.
Okay, Councillor Perks to speak.
Okay, so I have a motion on EX 4.2. I submitted it, could you move me down on the list and I'll double check what's happened?
Are there other members that have motions, so we make sure that before you get up that we have to copy the motions? Yeah, no, I understand, but just for any other speakers. So Councillor Holyday, you're ready to speak? You have a motion too? Okay, let's have a 5-minute recess so the staff have an opportunity to draft up the motions. And please, if you have any motions, can you please give to the staff in advance? Thank you. And I realize, Councillor Perks, we are going to, you thought probably there would be more on the list, but unfortunately there's not. Members of council, please take your seat. Okay, the problem, my light on my mic doesn't come on. Okay, there you are. Okay. Counselor Perks, we are ready for you.
Thank you, Speaker. I have a motion on the executive committee item, which is the Toronto Hydro Energy Services Corporation memorandum of understanding with the city about Toronto Hydro's climate advisory services. And while it is a good thing that Toronto Hydro is prepared to provide us climate advisory services, it has been a struggle over, frankly, decades to get Toronto Hydro to make it clear and present in their minds that we are their sole shareholder. And we have had some absolutely titanic battles here on the floor of council about that. We have had Toronto Hydro tell us, oh no, we're a business corporation. We have obligations to our bondholders and our ratepayers and so on that supersede council's will and authority. As you just heard from the city solicitor, the fact of the matter is that we can direct the board of Toronto Hydro, provided we're not asking them to do anything illegal or to forget their fiduciary duty, which is, by the way, to their shareholder, who is, by the way, us. So what my motion does is make it explicit. Not only is Toronto Hydro going to inform us through their annual corporate report of all the things they're doing, but we are going to put it through the lens of the overall climate plan, so that when we get our annual report on how the city is doing on implementing the climate plan, the list of actions that Toronto Hydro needs to take will also be part of that report. So we get an integrated report because the work needs to be integrated. This doesn't alter the shareholder direction. It instead asks the city manager to track the actions that Toronto Hydro is doing and include that in the report. Toronto Hydro can obviously help co-author that if they wish. Otherwise, the city manager can just report independently. It gives us better accountability for a corporation we own and also for the implementation of this crucial climate plan. So that's what my motion does. I wanted to speak a little bit about some of the other related items that are here. Climate change and transforming the city is hard work, very hard work, and extraordinarily hard work. None of this stuff is simple. We are asking Torontonians to change everything about how they live in this city, and we are directing city staff to change all of the systems that we operate for Torontonians. All of them are designed for a world where you could cheaply and easily burn fossil fuels. None of them are designed for the world that gets us off fossil fuels. And some of that is very hard work. And there's been a tendency in climate plans at every order of government internationally to say, well, we'll do the hard work, but the very hard work, we'll think about that some more because it's complicated. And we wind up in a situation like we have with our climate plan, where there's a set of short-term actions, which are things that are easily, well, relatively easily implemented, and then a set of daydreams that we endorse in principle. And I asked a series of questions of city staff on this. I want to see work done on the very hard as well. The reason for that, taking the TTC as an example, in the list of potential actions, it says that we have to dramatically increase the frequency of transit service. And this particularly matters in the inner suburbs, where frequencies are not always great, buses are often overcrowded, you don't have a subway system in all parts of the suburban communities, so that we have high capacity vehicles running. So the plan imagines, frankly, doubling our bus fleet. Now, if we want to double our bus fleet, we need to buy new garages. If we need to buy new garages, we have to get the real estate to do that. We don't have the real estate to do that. So if we're going to meet the climate plans, we can't wait until 5 years or 10 years from now to start doing that work. And I want to see the first steps necessary for achieving that, buying the bus garages, figuring out how we're going to fund and finance the purchase of additional vehicles, getting that stuff, which will take years and years and years to do, in place now, so that when we need the action delivered, we've built the infrastructure for it. You won't see it in this year's report, but I'm telling you, I'm going to have a keen eye as to whether or not the first steps for achieving those very hard tasks are built into the report next year. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We do have some questions for you. Deputy Mayor McKelvey, clarification of the motion, 3 minutes.
Thank you. I just don't know why you're deleting receive the report before us, because it does have the MOU and other information to be received. And I just wanted to know how what you're proposing is different than 5 that says city staff will report annually on the progress of Transform TO, Toronto Hydro, and the climate action updates. So like we are asking them to report back already in number 5 here. So how is what you have different? And why does the recommendation before us need to be deleted?
So what number 5 says is that Toronto Hydro will report to us as part of their annual corporate report, and that city staff will report on the overall climate plan. It separates those things, and I'm asking for city staff, when they get the corporate report and when they're doing the work under the memorandum of understanding in front of us here today, to make sure that things like the carbon budget report or the annual progress report have an integrated reporting, including the work done or not done by Toronto Hydro. It makes it a little bit more explicit than the language in number 5, which suggests that the shareholder report annually is where we would get that information. I don't want them in 2 separate pieces. I want an integrated report.
Okay.
Okay?
And why do you think the RAC has to be deleted for that? Why can't it be an addition?
The rec for the executive committee item 4.2 is to receive for information.
Okay. And just because you're going a further...
Yeah, so we're no longer just receiving it for information. We're now giving a direction to the city manager to integrate Toronto Hydro's actions into the annual reports.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, question?
Thank you.
Clarification of the motion.
Yeah, I'm just going to follow up on the Deputy Mayor's questioning. So the way it's set out now would be that Transform TO gives us their annual report, and we would find out what Hydro's doing in their annual report to the shareholder.
Yes, to the extent that they would actually be reporting it, because the annual shareholder report that we get from them tends to focus on financials.
Correct.
Right.
So, but that would be the expectation. And your motion basically says we will report on the work that Toronto Hydro is able to accomplish in the same way that we would note in our Transform TO report. I'm sorry, this is Councillor Peruzza's phone, which continually goes off, as does yours sometimes. But I think it's very distracting.
Yeah, I know, it is.
So I think, turn off your ringers, everybody. Thank you. Back to the question, and I did lose a few seconds because of that. But just thinking about, so divisions. So we have a fleet service division, we have a building management division, we have all these kinds of reports that says here's how everybody's doing. And your motion then puts Hydro under that umbrella, the accountability umbrella of telling council what everybody is doing, including Toronto Hydro, rather than leaving it simply up to them to decide in that report how they're going to approach it. Do I have that right?
Yes, that's exactly my intention, Councillor.
So it's never happened like that before. So it's always been a 2-track system. You're just putting it, as we heard from the city solicitor, that would probably be a good thing for city council, the shareholder of many things, to actually have everything in one place.
Yes, and so many of the actions built into our climate plan are integrated actions.
And dependent on
And
Toronto Hydro.
yes, so for example, electrification of the city's vehicle fleet is something that's considered. On-street charging stations are something that's considered. Fuel switching for heating and cooling of buildings from natural gas to other sources, which could include electrical, are included in that. We need all that reported at the same time.
So just as the Housing Secretariat may well report out on Toronto Community Housing, which is a corporation on its own, on all kinds of other nonprofits, on modular housing, it's all under one umbrella. Your intent is to now bring hydro under the city umbrella for reporting on critical matters such as the environment.
In terms of the annual carbon budget
Correct.
and the annual reporting on the climate plan
Correct.
implementation. Yes.
Under Transform TO, just as
Yes.
the Housing Secretariat does that for other corporations and everybody else on the housing file.
That's exactly my intention.
Thank you so much for your motion.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday has a question.
Yes, clarification
Just
for
one
sure.
sec, just one sec. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. Through you to Councillor Perks. In this dialogue, I actually understand this motion less than I did at the start. I'm just trying to understand, Councillor Perks, what the actions are or the performance metrics, what it is that we would see in the annual report from the city manager. What exactly is being measured as a yes or no action taken? Very broad.
So if you recall, our climate action plan is enormously complex with many, many different measures, all of which are integrated. So having an electrical grid that's capable of charging electric buses if we choose to purchase them requires actions from a variety of different parts of the public service and agencies and corporations. What my motion does is say to the city manager, instead of the current norm, which is that we get a report from Toronto Hydro, which is an annual report to the shareholder focused on financials, that we also ask the city manager, when we're reporting on the climate plan, to provide us not just what we're doing within our divisions, but also what Toronto Hydro is doing to support it.
So how does Toronto Hydro develop the explicit deliverables that the city manager will then use to judge them? I'm just trying to understand how the corporation will know what the target is so that, you know, it's not a subjective thing. Basically, this motion asks the city manager to judge a series of actions.
Yes.
But they need to be defined, right?
Yes. And the series of reports that you have in front of you are all about defining those actions.
But they're complex, you just said.
Yes, absolutely. Which is why, you know, as much as I would love to say to city staff, now that you know exactly everything that you have to do for the next 30 years and exactly the month that you're starting to do them, why not report on that? Instead, what staff are saying is, many of these actions require complex, multi-organizational investments, and we can't tell you every single detail about how that will happen. So we have a series of reports laying out how they figure all that stuff out. One of them, which is EX 4.2, is Toronto Hydro's subsidiary corporation signing a memorandum of understanding with us to help develop all those actions.
Right.
So
Yes.
you will have that as a member of council, but also you will have that as a director of Toronto Hydro Corporation.
So the development of those items as spoken to in the memorandum of understanding is what you're speaking to in this motion.
That was your last question.
So just to answer it, let's have a scenario. We decide that having charging stations in all TPA lots, as we've done, has to be part of how we do that. We need the cooperation of Transportation Services, the TPA, Toronto Hydro. We do not yet know exactly the timing and delivery of all of that. the various reports we have in front of us, direct staff to go out and work all that out. What my motion would do is say, if there's a Toronto Hydro role necessary to achieve that goal, and you determine that, make that part of your annual carbon reporting to the City of Toronto.
Okay?
Thank you.
Clear as mud.
Okay, before we continue, I'm pleased to welcome some special guests to council. Joining us today are a group of graduating students and their teacher from Chief Tay School in Fort Good Hope, Northwest Territories. Welcome to Toronto, and thank you for being here today. Welcome. Okay. Councillor Chang to speak.
Right. Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I can see, everyone feels a little confused. There's all this data that we're trying to understand. And in recent, as a new councillor, I've been really appreciative.
Councillor Chang?
Yeah.
Please present your motion before you speak.
Oh, yes. Well, okay, yeah. So I have a motion.
Before you speak.
Okay, thank you. So, sorry, frog in my throat. So my motion is that City Council direct the Executive Director, Environment and Climate Division to work with Toronto Hydro on the development of the environment and climate-led Transform TO reporting dashboard to support the provision of information on climate action and progress to residents and businesses. And so as I was saying, as a new councillor, I've been appreciative of our C2K dashboard, our housing data, our homelessness data, and when we have such a large organization like Toronto Hydro reporting on a vast number of key issues that impact climate change, it's hard for us to have deep dives into every single piece. So this is simply starting the discussion between our city and Toronto Hydro to work together on a dashboard so that the reporting that we're asking for can come in a timely, transparent, and accessible manner. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sachs to speak. Oh, sure. Okay, so. Okay. Councillor Cole to speak.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, just a couple of points here. I think Councillor Chang mentioned the word complexity. You can imagine the average citizen in Toronto trying to understand this. Impossible. Totally impossible. The report upon the language that's being used, the goal, the targets. We can't expect our citizens to be engaged in this unless they understand what we're doing. And that's what's missing here. I mean, all the work is outstanding, and It's comprehensive, thorough. I mean, it's a daunting task. But unless we develop a comprehensive plan to explain these goals to our citizens, it's not going to succeed. And I feel, as I said in committee, that there is a lot of buy-in from the public. And those of you who, like myself, who are involved in Earth Cleanup Day with the Deputy Mayor know that there's a real hunger to participate out there in the different parts of our city. But if we are going to achieve these targets and basically get people to do their part, because we can't do it just with reports and goals and targets, it's all mumbo jumbo. It is really missing the communication link with average people in Toronto. And we have to spend some time, and I was going to put a motion to that effect, but I think staff know we need this to do this, whereby we can explain these daunting challenges that we have as a city and the cost of this. But so we have to essentially develop a plan of getting people to understand why this is critically important for their children, their grandchildren, for their neighborhoods. And if we do that, I'm very optimistic that they will buy into this. But they're not going to buy into this mumbo jumbo of reports here with all this inside baseball language that I don't know who will be able to decipher or understand. So we have to basically move on some kind of public engagement process where people understand what the challenge is, what we can all do, and what the city is doing. And it's not an easy thing to do, but I think we've got to do this. One of the concerns I do want to mention that I had with this report, I talked about committee, there's a recommendation there that we start to look at encouraging people in future development, et cetera, not to use natural gas in their furnaces, in their gas stoves. I really want to put out a warning signal. If you get off natural gas, you're going to just go to nuclear. You can see the province is already going to spend $100 billion refurbishing Pickering, Darlington, Bruce, and the feds are also going nuclear too. And so that's what you're going to do. If you start pushing people off of natural gas, and I'm saying natural gas is not problematic, everything is problematic. But if we keep on this agenda of saying, well, we don't really see the, the combustion source here, it's just coming in, it's electric. Well, if you ask the average person, you know what I get back all the time, I say, where does our hydroelectric power come from? They say, Niagara Falls. That's what they say. They still think it's coming from Niagara Falls because we haven't explained to them the big, ugly, dark secret in this province is that we are a nuclear province. Do people know what happens to the spent fuel rods that are going to last for 2,000 years or more? The cost of getting rid of that nuclear garbage? Anyways, let's not think that nuclear is a simple solution because you don't see it. I mean, I'm sure nobody here has been up to the nuclear plant or you don't want to go and visit Darlington.
Councillor Cole, can you wrap it up?
So don't go nuclear, Madam Chair. Don't go nuclear.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Holyday to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I do have a motion, if I could ask the clerks to put it out. Present it, pardon me. And I'll thank Councillor Cole for the lead-in on what I wanted to say. I specifically am zooming into recommendation number 2 that speaks to discouraging the installation of new combustion uses of methane, essentially natural gas. I have some concerns about what this is signaling from council. And if you open up the newspaper, you'll see they're banning natural gas stoves in all kinds of jurisdictions. And Councillor Cole had a point. You know, in the future, maybe we won't use the product, but that's a long way from now. So we're in a city that claims to be really concerned about the cost of housing and the cost of building housing. And yet we're so quick to proceed to ban something. I mean, I tried to ask those questions as staff, but I mean, you can read into this pretty easily to figure out how do you discourage somebody from installing something that is otherwise cheaper and is otherwise very, very resilient because it's a different energy source. You put a tax on it, or you ban it, or you cause something to make it more difficult and ultimately more expensive. So in doing this, we're just going to raise the price of new housing. That's not to say we shouldn't pay attention to these things. I changed the wording a little bit. I'd love to see the city reduce people's reliance on natural gas. Reduce the use of natural gas. You know, the first thing we should be doing is super insulating the buildings and figuring out what steps we need to take to do that. Yeah, it's going to cost a little bit more. Never mind the energy source. And as Councillor Cole reminded us, whether you burn the natural gas there or you burn the natural gas in the gas plant to send it through the wires to heat your property, you're still burning natural gas, or you're using nuclear. There will be a future time when it's no longer necessary to do this, but I think the transition from one fuel source to the other is going to take some time. So let's be a little bit sensitive to the people in this city, the people that are building housing, the people that are going to be paying to build those houses and live in them, about the technologies that we limit them on, and encourage ways to do better with what they've got. That is about affordability in this city. That is about building things up well and having a climate change plan that recognizes practicality in all of this transition. So I hope you'll pay attention to the nuance that's being put before us. And by the way, you know, recommendation number 2 wasn't something brought from the staff. That's a political one that was added by the committee. And I think we should pay attention to that, because when people start to get a tax on their new stove, or are not allowed to go buy it, or suddenly they can't replace their gas water heater because now they're forced to put an electric one in because the city says so, and they have to pay an enormous bill to do that, then they'll notice. Right now it's just a few words on paper, but they'll notice when that actually happens. So thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to point this out. I thank staff for all of their work on these enormous plans that govern so much of what we do in a municipality and speak to the future of our city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, you said it well.
Councillor Fletcher to speak.
Yes, Speaker, thank you. And I know we have all these 3 very big, important reports in front of us, and it's a great thing that we are doing that. And I want to thank the Deputy Mayor for her carriage of all of this big environmental file in so many ways. And simply to say that in 2007, then Mayor Miller set up the first environment office in the City of Toronto. There had been none before. There had been under Toronto Public Health a Healthy City module that did environmental initiatives, but there was no division in the city whose requirement, goal, dream, work is that the dollars, our commitment isn't just on paper, not just words. Our commitment is dollars, financing, making sure this happens. And Mr. Nolan, we want to be behind you for the asks that you need in order to be successful. That's the first thing. We need to be here for you and your division. I also just want to say that I'm very happy to have heard what the city solicitor said, that a direction from the shareholder is not just a suggestion to the board. And I don't wish to be critical of the Toronto Hydro Board, who we've had here a number of times, but the attitude at times is, well, we're a private corporation, thanks for the suggestion. It's not thanks for the suggestion. This is your shareholder speaking to you. And to take that very seriously, it is important. The same as the shareholder, when we give a shareholder direction to our other corporation, Toronto Community Housing, Toronto Seniors Corporation, there is very little balking at the shareholder direction. There is, okay, how do we do that? So I'm hoping that this is a new day is going to dawn here with Toronto Hydro. And a new day is actually needed. I'm sure there's a lot of new people. Everybody here is probably new. The history is not one of great accountability, getting on board, making it happen. There's been a lot of pushback and holdback. So this motion by Councillor Perks, I think, is very important, and I'm going to support that simply because it says it's not up to, just as I gave that example, when Ms. Bond reports out on everything housing, she doesn't leave it to the Toronto Community Housing Annual Report to Council to tell us what they're doing. She folds that into her general report, just as Mr. Nolan should fold that in to his Transform TO report. And once we understand the structure and the accountability, I think things will be better. But until now, Ms. Bond has those corporations that she reports on. Mr. Nolan really doesn't. And this report here says they can continue to do it in parallel. That should end. It should be the way it's done with other corporations at the city. And our job as councillors, is not to do your job, but our job is to make sure everybody is rowing in the same direction in a climate emergency, that everybody is at the plate, everybody's working in the same direction, and nobody thinks that they're an outlier. There are no outliers, there can be no outliers. It is all for one in the same direction, and I think Councillor Perks' motion brings that there. Having all of these reports together also brings that there. Thank you for all of your work in making this happen.
Thank you. Last speaker, Deputy Mayor McKelvey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In 2019, in this chamber, we voted unanimously to declare a climate emergency. And by December 2021, Council adopted our very ambitious climate strategy, Transform TO, to be net zero by 2040. So I want to start by thanking the experts, advocates, businesses, partners, our professional public service for making progress towards our target. And I'd like to acknowledge and thank James Nolan, the Executive Director of the City's Environment and Climate Division, his team, for all their excellent work. And also thank Toronto Hydro for being today and their contributions towards this as well. I'll quickly mention the motions and then I'll go on to some other things I wanted to say. I just want to say I'm fully supportive of Councillor Perks' motion as well. My questions at him were just really to make sure it was clear that we're supportive of the memorandum of understanding and the hard work that was there. And it's too bad we can't say receive and in addition do that. So, I think our support for the MOU and the path forward is clear. Also, between Councillor Holiday's, Councillor Sachs's motion, I think they're both working towards the same goal. I prefer Councillor Sachs's wording, but I think, again, it's all about getting there and decreasing our reliance on natural gases. So what should we be proud of? We should be so proud of what the City of Toronto is doing. We are a true climate leader. And when I travel outside the city, everybody always stops to say, hey, I heard about this thing you're doing in Toronto. You guys are so great. You're a leader. So I just want to share some of those things. Toronto's community-wide greenhouse gas emissions have been reduced by 43% against 1990 levels. We met and exceeded our 2020 goals. And in addition, Toronto has a lot of firsts that we should be proud of. So here we go. Here's a few of them. Okay, we established a climate advisory group with 26 members of the public with diverse backgrounds and lived experiences to guide our implementation of the strategy. In addition, we launched version 4 of the Toronto Green Standard. Working with partners like University Health Network and Noventa Energy, we are going to have the largest raw wastewater energy transfer system in the world. We launched Solar TO web portal and Solar Map. We launched and enhanced the home energy loan program and saw a 500% increase in the interest into the loan application program. We're retrofitting our city-owned buildings by installing solar panels, heat pumps across the city. One of the ones I had the pleasure of looking at recently was the Waterfront Neighborhood Center, and we're working with Enwave to expand the Deep Lake water cooling system. That's just on buildings. In transportation sector, we have, as a city, installed more than 100 EV charging stations in Green Poppy lots. And we have an EV charging plan to go further and expand more. And our goal within the city is to have 30% of registered vehicles in Toronto electric by 2030. We're also actively expanding our cycling network with programs like Bike Share and with programs like Scarborough Cycles. We're making it more accessible for residents everywhere. And in the TTC, we had until recently the largest e-bus fleet in North America with 60. Edmonton beat us with 61, but that's okay. We countered by announcing another 340 last week, which will bring us to 400. And once again, we will regain what I call the Green Bus Championship title. And I am looking forward to getting that belt and wearing that proudly when we come in first again. And in waste, with Enbridge Gas, we are turning our green bin waste into high-quality compost and renewable energy. Some of the biggest programs in the world doing that right here in the city of Toronto, and the long-term waste management strategy led by our wonderful city staff is driving to a zero waste future through programs and policies to reduce waste, reuse it, and move towards the circular economy. We have a lot going on in Toronto. That is just what I wanted to fit in here and share some of the highlights with you. Really, really, you should all be so proud of yourselves for backing this plan, making it happen, and we should give our biggest thanks and gratitude to our wonderful city public service who is doing great work. And you know, it's so very lucky for me to go to a conference and get to stand up and say all these great things, but really I'm just speaking about all the wonderful things they do to make this happen day in and day out. And again, my thanks to them and to all of you.
Thank you.
I didn't move anything.
She didn't move a motion. Okay, so we're ready to,
Madam Speaker, she can be questioned because she has the powers of the mayor. She can be questioned at any time.
okay. So apparently Councillor Cole can.
Comes with the job, all right.
Go ahead, go ahead.
Yeah, that's right.
Can you
Okay.
put your name on the screen?
I tried, but it wouldn't let me. Okay, anyways, just quickly, yeah, listen, the city, as you said, has done way above its weight in terms of what it's doing, and thank you for that. I just had a simple question. Will you support getting the green buses on two of the most heavily used bus routes in this country? That's the 29 and the 32. Would you make sure that they get the green buses on Dufferin, on Eglinton, carries more people than the whole GO system combined? Will you get the green buses on Eglinton and on Dufferin? Will you support that?
I would support that. I'm sure we can work on a motion or something to make that happen.
Okay, that's all I want to know.
Okay.
Okay, thank. Okay. Oh, Councillor Chang.
Great. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I am so happy to hear about the many accomplishments of the city. I recently found out that we're one of the first places that actually decarbonized an entire hospital. And when I hear about these amazing accomplishments, what I'm so surprised at is how little we communicate this to our people. And so I'm wondering, you know, in all of this reporting, should we be taking more creative and active measures, including investment in more creative communications campaigns to get people excited about the many things that we have done and are doing?
I absolutely think that we should be doing that. Before the pandemic, I toured Torino, and they have the Torino City Lab, and they are doing really fantastic things that are really making sure the public knows about what they're doing. We have had some initial conversations about how to get something like that going in the City of Toronto. There's also Civic Labs that is reporting back. The pandemic shelved it. We have to bring it back up, and I'd love to work, I'd be happy to work with you
Yes.
on that. One of the things we were talking about was at some of these buildings, you don't know what's inside and what's happening, but like, could we develop a QR code, for example, where if you're walking by a building, you can pull it up and you can see what that infrastructure is and what it's doing and some signage. So we had ideas around that. It got shelved. Love to bring it back. Love to work with you on that.
Yes.
But do, in the meantime, do look at what they're doing in Torino because you might be interested in that. And I think that provided we can find funding, which we know is hard these days, it would be nice to do something like that in the City of Toronto to showcase it. The important thing is that by putting that out, you're saying to people, hey, and you can do it too. So I don't think it's just limited to, for example, the hospital you spoke about, but even on homes. You know, they may be happy to have a sign that says this, what their solar panels are and how you can learn about them too. So I think there's lots of ways we can do that. Seeing infrastructure really is powerful for people. So they see it and they say, hey, this isn't ugly. This looks great. I can do this too. So it's important that we start to show people what's possible in a very visual way.
Do you think we would have the opportunity to get an ad agency to do some pro bono work to support climate change? Because we have some, Councillor Cole is so excited about also making sure people are educated and informed about the action that we're taking, the data that we're creating. Perhaps there is an opportunity to have some partnerships, maybe not pro bono, but something. Do you think that's possible? Because clearly we do have financial restrictions.
So we have reports back on our collaboration with the universities. That is something where we had flagged. So we can revive that as well and see what can be done in collaboration with them. Back in 2019, we had some conversations with the University of Toronto in particular. U of T Scarborough is launching EARTH, which is the Environment and Related Technologies Hub. So that is something that has been kind of approached to them in the past. So I think there's lots of collaborative opportunities, not something we'll solve right here today, but glad to hear you're excited and happy to revive that work and get it going again.
All right, let's do lunch.
We can dust it off the shelf.
Let's do lunch and talk about it.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, so if we can, Councillor Holyday, point of order. Just one moment. Councillor Holyday.
Thank you, Speaker. Before we vote, point of order. I know myself and some members of council have particular concern over IE 3.3 recommendation number 2. And should my amendment not pass, if we could vote on that clause independently.
That you what?
Can we vote on that clause independently?
Separately?
Yes, IE 3.3, number 2.
Only if your motion doesn't pass?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Okay, we're going to do them in our IE 3.3, then 3.4, then the E action.
Okay, okay. IE 3.3, and we do have an amendment by Councillor Holyday. Recorded. It's there. Yeah. Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Carroll.
Councillor Bradford, please. Councillor Perruzza, please.
Councillor Crisanti, can we get your vote, please?
Councillor Crisanti, please. Councillor Fletcher, I'm going to call for your vote in one moment. Just stand by. We'll call for your vote in a moment. Okay. Okay. Councillor Fletcher, how do you vote? Thank you. Speaker, the motion does not carry. The vote is 9-16.
Next motion.
Speaker, we're going to mark this as part 2 only.
Okay, this is part 2. Councillor Holiday has asked that if his motion does not pass, he wants this voted on separately. Okay, it's on the screen. It's highlighted now. Can everyone see it?
Councillor Burnside, can we get your vote, please?
Speaker, part 2 of the item carries. The vote is 20-5.
Okay. We said it 3 times. Okay. Okay, on the item. Okay, on the item. On favor? Show of hands carried. Okay, Councillor Cole, can you please try to keep it down? It's hard to hear when you're screaming. Okay. IE 3.4. Okay, on IE 3.4, on favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried. Thank you. EX 4.2, we do have motions, so we'll put the motions on the screen. First motion is by Councillor Perks. It's on the screen. Recorded vote.
Councillor Bravo, please. The motion carries. The vote is 24-1.
Okay, Councillor Cheng's motion is next. We can put it on the screen. You don't want to see it? Okay, it's on the screen. On favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried. Item is amended. Item is amended. All in favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried. Thank you. Okay, members, we have a few minutes. Does anybody have any quick releases, please? Okay. Quick releases. Okay, Councillor Thompson, did you say you had one? Okay, just one sec. Okay.
It's IE 3.8. It's the cycling network plan, 2023 cycling infrastructure installation. I had advanced circulated the item regarding Penzance and Penmere, and the item staff has the motion.
Okay, if we can put the motion on the screen, this is IE 3.8.
Quick releases.
IE 3.8, the cycling network plan. Okay, it's on the screen.
This is dealing with sidewalks, not bicycling, but it is part of that report for the cycling network. Yeah. Correct.
Okay, on the motion by
No,
Councillor.
I need to hold that item. I need to hold that item.
Who?
Then I'll continue holding it then.
Oh, Councillor.
Then I'll continue holding it then.
Okay, Councillor Thompson
Thanks.
will continue. Do you have any more, Councillor Thompson?
No, that's it.
No?
Thank you.
Anybody else have any quick releases? Okay, Councillor Sachs.
TE 4.10.
Okay, just one sec, let me get to it.
I have it's
T 4.10,
4.10.
yes?
I have a one-word change in the motion on the request of legal to change the word direct to request. If we can get staff to put it up, please.
This is on T 4.10, 208 Bloor
This
Street
is a
West.
zoning approval.
Yes.
And.
Oh, there it is, it's on the screen, Councillor
Right,
Sachs.
so community, yes. So it just changes the word direct to request because of the change in the Planning Act. It doesn't change any of the terms and conditions of the planning approval.
Okay, so it's the amendments on the screen by Councillor Sachs on T 4.10. All in favor of the amendment, show of hands.
This is
Opposed-
legal, just ask me to change
Opposed if
direct to
any,
request.
carried.
Okay.
Item is amended, all in favor, show of hands. Opposed if any, carried. We'll recess for lunch, come back at 2 o'clock. Thank you. Members of council, if I could please have you come into the council chambers so we can make quorum. Okay, members of council, if you can please take your seats. Members, can you please take your seats? Okay, members, I have reviewed a number of urgent motions, but we don't have 18 members, so we'll have to wait. But before we start, Councillor Coe, I believe you wanted to make an announcement.
Yes, I'd like to welcome a very special guest who's here with us today, Roseanne Akpa. And Roseanne was a former intern in my office under an incredibly great program called the Muslim Youth Fellowship, Diversity Youth Fellowship Program. It's organized by the Urban Alliance for Race Relations, and it's a program that I really recommend that everybody partake in. Anyways, Roseanne, as a result of going through the ropes here, has basically received a year-long appointment in the OLIP program at Queen's Park. So she's going to be in a paid internship at Queen's Park. So, Roseanne, best of luck.
And congratulations. Okay, members, as I indicated, I have reviewed a number of urgent motions without notice to be added to the agenda. We will put these motions up now. Councillor who? What about the seconder? Okay, Councillor Bravo, there is a motion, member's motion by Councillor Malik. You're the seconder. Can you introduce it? We'll put the motion on the screen. There it is on the screen. Oh, sorry. There you go.
Okay, the motion is for Councillor Asma Malik be permitted to add to the agenda of today's meeting an urgent motion without notice concerning street vending location change, and the reason for the urgency is because the permit is not transferred as soon as possible. They will be unable to operate the street vending unit and continue losing needed income.
Okay, thank you. On favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried. Councillor Perruzza.
Yes, Speaker. I do have a motion I'd like to have placed on the agenda. I think the clerks have it. They can put it on the screen. There's York University would like to explore the possibility of using the cold temperatures in our Keel Street Reservoir as a source of as a cooling source for some parts of the campus. They'd like to explore that, and this motion initiates the process whereby York University begins to do the the work to be able to do that.
Okay, on favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried. Okay, members, before the recess, council completed the deputy mayor's first key matter. We will now go to the second key matter, which is PH 3.16, expanding housing options in neighborhoods, multiplex study, the final report. Okay. On PH 3.16, do we have questions to staff? This is on the multiplex study. If you can please put your name on the screen if you have any questions. Okay, Councillor Carroll. Questions? Just one moment, Councillor Carroll.
Thanks,
Okay,
Madam Speaker.
go ahead.
I'm just moving this because this is a big one. This is an important one. So I actually took the unusual step of making some notes. I guess the first one, this is important in my neighborhood, and I suspect others, the difference between a multi-tenant house and a multiplex. I wonder if you could just highlight that.
Through the speaker, thank you for the question. Very basic difference in multiplex. We are dealing with self-contained housekeeping units that contain a cooking facility and a sanitary bathroom facility. So self-contained housekeeping unit. In a multi-tenant, we're dealing with rooms. And
Right.
a room could have either a cooking or a sanitary facility, but not both. If it has both, it becomes a unit. If it has one or the other, it's a room.
Right. And when we moved to multiplex, because we had long conversations about multi-tenanted houses, but if we're talking multiplex, now the building code really comes into play, doesn't it? If each is going to have that separate cooking facility, a kitchenette or whatever, they've got some fire code rules, fire walls, fire doors, those sorts of things that really come into play here. So this is, well, 4 units might be as of right. This is they have to show up at the planning counter. It's application time, is it not?
Yeah, through the speaker, very much so. All development, of course, is subject to the Ontario Building Code, and for that matter, the zoning bylaw. So every proposal would be reviewed against the zoning bylaw for compliance because we have performance standards in the zoning bylaw, firstly. And then secondly, building permit review includes a hard look at the building code and compliance with the Ontario Building Code. So plumbing, electrical, demising walls, all the aspects and parts of the code would come into the review.
Right. Big concern about parking in some of the neighborhoods. And in this report, there's no requirement for a parking minimum for a multiplex. But there are no requirements for parking at all in some places in the city. Isn't that correct?
Yes,
We've eliminated that need.
Through the chair, we've gone to a no minimum parking requirement based parking bylaw, if you will. Applies to all development in the city. Council did that a year and a half ago or so. That is more of a market-driven scenario now, where and in the case of a multiplex, if you want to have parking, it has to be on site, first of all.
Right.
And it would, from a market-driven point of view, if you're going to rent a unit, that unit's either going to have parking or it's not going to have parking. And the price is going to be, adjusted accordingly, probably.
Right.
Many lots in the city have driveways, have ample room for cars. We see 2 and 3 cars in many driveways today. And I would expect with large families, and I would expect that to continue with multiplex, the same kind of practical sorting out that happens with parking. If it is in an area that has permission for on-street parking, and not every area the city does, then as people can today, they could avail themselves of on-street parking, but only where that's available.
Where it's available, right. I'm wondering if there's the language in the report about really sort of being in harmony with the architecture in the neighborhood while accommodating the fourplex. Harmony, which is it's a term that leaves itself open to design. I've seen in other cities, one where I visited recently, where fourplexes are allowed, but they have the same kinds of concerns as us of too much paved area. They don't want to open themselves to flooding concerns. And I've started to see, I saw a 2-story and even a 3-story house where there was they didn't have reverse grade driveways, but what they did have was sort of a cutaway on either side of the house where cars were parked almost under the house with supports and then the 4 units resting above. Might we see different forms of architectural solutions to the parking as we go forward with this?
Through the chair, you could very well see a lot of creativity come with this. This is a kind of residential use that's been permitted now in more and more cities across North America.
I just have one more.
A building awareness and capacity, I think you will. I think around the creativity that needs to be deployed. With respect to parking, I just underscore that we still have standards. We still have landscape open space standards.
I just have one other question. If
driveway width standards, other standards that will be continue to apply.
100%. I just had one other question, Madam Speaker, and it goes to my suburban neighborhood. Are there, in any well-respected neighborhoods in the city of Toronto now, fourplexes?
Yes, through the Speaker, fourplexes exist. I believe we ran the math actually in every ward, sometimes a very small number, but they are located in every ward. They're certainly permitted across the city as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Morley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My questions are to staff. Our Chief City Planner related to FSI, the floor space index under this EHON policy. Can you talk to us about why the decision was made to remove the FSI limit for multiplexes under EHON?
Through the Speaker, so the question of floor space index or FSI has been one of the, it is currently a feature of the bylaw in about 37% of the city now, but the other 2/3 of the city does not have an FSI control. It has coverage, it has setbacks from property lines. So it is one device that we have used historically, but it is not the only check and balance on the size of buildings. So we've been discussing whether or not we should have FSI going forward. Years ago, the staff actually recommended that we no longer have FSI as a building control in the city. The more recent consultations that we've done, we did pose the question again, should we have FSI? We were considering including FSI, but we wanted to pose the question again. The feedback was mixed. A lot of people who have FSI now still wanted FSI, but a number of people came forward, and especially the work that we've been doing on the feasibility of multiplexes. A lot of people came forward and said, if you remove FSI, you're going to allow slightly more capacity to actually achieve the scope and the scale of multiplexes. We didn't want to propose zoning that wasn't going to result in housing.
Got it.
We need housing out of this, and that kind of eye on the prize is something that that's been driving the work all along.
Got it, thank you. And so can you highlight a little bit more about the impacts of the removal of FSI under EHON?
Well, generally speaking, we don't feel the impact is significant only because we have all of the other checks and balances when we look at the setbacks and the setbacks from property lines, the depth provisions, the coverage provisions. Whoever has coverage now will continue to have coverage, the height. We've kind of we have used the expression generally inside the box. We have a extruded building envelope that we're working on that manifests itself from all of these setbacks and stepbacks and the heights. And that's what has been guiding our conclusion that we would still be building development that generally represents the scale of our low-rise neighborhoods.
Thank you. My next question, maybe for you or maybe our Housing Secretariat. A number of neighborhoods within Etobicoke do already allow multiplexes. However, they're smaller than what would be allowable under EHON. Due to the number of units in these buildings, they do not qualify for rental replacement protections. What is to stop a developer from tearing down the relatively affordable rentals and replacing them with larger, more expensive rental housing?
Well, maybe I will take a stab at that, but generally now the city's rental replacement policies govern 6 units or more.
Right.
So scenarios across the city where we have smaller buildings, smaller number of units, they're not subject to our rental replacement policies in the official plan, nor are they subject to our bylaws. And that is certainly a challenge because it's a large segment of our housing supply, often housing longstanding tenants who need the assurance of housing at a rate or at a price that typically has been in the lower range, or at least at market.
I'm sure I'm not the only counselor who has seen and experienced quite a significant number rise in renovictions and demevictions. And certainly this is something that is impacting some of our 3, 4, and 5 units within our neighborhoods here. So we'll follow up as well on that piece. My last question, with my last couple of seconds here, is with respect to trees and FSI. There's been quite significant concerns raised to my office from residents in Etobicoke Lakeshore around multiplexes being as of right under EHON, and that having significant detrimental impact on the tree canopy and on the tree protection bylaws, which, as I understand, they may would be secondary to the EHON policy. Can anyone speak on the staff side to us related to that as of right designation for multiplexes and the potential impact on the trees and tree canopy?
Sure, I'll just ask my associate from Parks to comment. Just to begin, though, to say that we have the same issue with single detached dwellings across the city. Large single detached dwellings that are being constructed, so-called monster homes, and other large single unit dwellings, often going to the Committee of Adjustment, where we evaluate the impact of those buildings, and PFNR can speak to the process that we manage.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Through the speaker, the provisions for tree protection in the report before you are actually more specific and more restrictive, considering the as of right, either naturally or through C of A variances. And this is consistent with the other 2 forms of EHON that have been before council to date.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To the planning. You mentioned some of the questions were answered by my colleague, Councillor Morley, on the removal of the FSIs. You mentioned that in that removal, that the reason, one of the rationales behind this is it would increase capacity. Can you unpack that a little bit and what that actually means by increasing capacity?
Through the speaker, yes, I was just referring to the feasibility of actually creating housing in a multiplex building. When we, our proposal that was on the table initially was where we still have FSI, we were looking at exempting exit stairs and other aspects of the GFA, like 10 or 12% of the gross floor area. And when we looked at it again, and the feedback that we got, we thought a better approach, a more flexible approach in order to maximize the opportunity within that building envelope was to not have the FSI. And in that sense, it would create the capacity, or if you will, the opportunity to actually realize 4 units should someone choose to build 4 units.
So you're looking at it, if they're trying to maximize capacity to get to 4 units, they may be able
That's
to.
correct.
Okay. Now, in my neighborhoods, in my area specifically, aren't really looked at as walkable neighborhoods. I'm out more in the suburbs. And I know walkable, complete neighborhoods are a key indicator of the multiplex initiative. Has there been any consideration made on the impacts of multiplexes on existing infrastructure in probably more suburban areas or wards like in Scarborough or Etobicoke? And what sort of mitigation considerations would have been made?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. Yes, across the city, population growth is uneven. Some areas of the city are growing very quickly. Other areas are flat. Indeed, there are about 9 wards between 2016 and 2021 where the population has gone down. The infrastructure that everyone enjoys that is underlying the capacity of the city to grow. And the real concerns that we've had around infrastructure planning have been in the higher growth areas, not across the city and our neighborhoods. The fluctuation of population and the anticipated new population that comes with multiplex is pretty close. Like the fluctuation that you would get from normal demographic change and the expected population coming with multiplex is not that different. And we feel, and we've looked at this closely, can be accommodated with the infrastructure that we have. I will say that we have a monitoring recommendation on infrastructure because, as you know, the city in various areas experiences basement flooding, other issues around infrastructure in neighborhoods, and we want to work together with our service delivery partners to make sure that we're monitoring the changes. These changes will be evolutionary. They're not going to happen quickly, and we feel we can continue to monitor the infrastructure impacts of these types of changes across the city.
Thanks. And one of the causes of rental increase, of course, very simply, there's a lack of housing supply. Now, with multiplexes, there's no guarantees that multiplexes will be necessarily affordable. I'm assuming they're going to be going at market, whatever the market rate. You may define that as being affordable. But how have we ensured multiplexes or new multiplexes that will build can and will be affordable to residents?
Through the Speaker, this program and many aspects of the EHON program are not directly what I would call capital A affordable. They are, as you indicated, it's market housing. There is a program that was launched with respect to laneway suites where there has been some minor pickup of some affordable housing supplement that we provide to the city. But by and large, this is market-driven housing. Where it will have more affordable attributes are situations where families decide to create units in their house for family members, where maybe people coming from overseas, maybe aging in place, maybe your kids are living in the basement, they would prefer their own unit. So I think in that sense, you will get a spillover effect, if you will, around intergenerational living and some level of affordability. But it is a market-driven exercise in actually increasing the supply, the choice, the opportunity for housing. That's what this is about.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Matlow.
Through you, when a single dwelling unit is a single family dwelling, single dwelling unit is redeveloped, if a tree needs to be removed, is it not that the applicant needs to replace it with 3?
Through the Speaker, our compensation ratios for the removal of a healthy tree is 3 to 1.
3 to 1. Is there any difference between the redevelopment of a single unit dwelling and a multiplex? I didn't hear you, I'm sorry.
Through the Speaker, there's no difference.
There's no difference. So if a building is redeveloped in a neighborhood, no matter what it is, it'll be 3 to 1.
Through the speaker, if for a healthy and maintainable tree that needs to be removed, the compensation ratio is 3-to-1, and that is either in a combination of on-site replanting or cash in lieu.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Councillor Cole.
Yes, just a few questions here. First, in terms of the affordability questions, are there any tools we can use to incentivize or promote some of these units being affordable? Let's say one out of every fourplex would be, could we do that as a city in our planning?
Through the speaker, through the planning regime, through the regulatory regime, no, there's no ability for the city to condition as of right development in such a way that one of the units would be affordable. The way we would have to do it would be to bring our own programmatic response, and that's what we've done through laneway housing, where the Housing Secretariat administers a program, and in exchange for offering lower rents, the city provides a subsidy. But that is it's a nascent program, it's just started, and that would have to be scaled up and obviously funded in order to have more of an impact.
Yes. Okay, then in terms of, would it be viable to say, let's initiate this program and let's start with initiating this on our major arterial roads and our avenues? Start there, where the transit already exists, the libraries are there. Why not start it on main streets as the first phase?
Through the speaker, so the approach we've taken from the beginning is to look across the entire city and the permission that would exist on every lot. We've tested that at a scale of 4 units, and we've come to a conclusion that that is, from a baseline point of view, our recommendation. It is similar to other cities that have been doing this in North America. In fact, it is less than some cities. Some cities are looking at 6. We are, though, as part of the Expanding Housing Options program, looking at major streets and what other opportunities exist for more density on major streets, certainly in proximity, in closer proximity to transit. We want to avoid as well speculation around whether or not some streets have this permission and some streets don't. A lot of research is underway across North America about this, and the advice is do it everywhere, create a level playing field. It's certainly more equitable to think about this as we have through an equity lens. And at the end of the day, we still feel we've hit the right balance in preserving the overall low-rise character of our neighborhoods while at the same time opening up housing opportunities.
Okay, in terms of, looking at other cities, and you mentioned too, there's uneven growth in the city of Toronto.
Absolutely.
We've got, like in my ward, I've got hyper intensification, 30,000 units in the pipeline, 115 condo developments on the go, one coming in every week. Whereas you got other wards in the city where basically they're dormant. There's hardly any development taking place. So I'm worried about the social, recreational infrastructure, never mind the other infrastructure, to basically take care of the 30,000 units and the 60,000 people that are coming to my ward. And then I'm saying, we're going to have the same as of right intensification on our residential streets as some dormant ward where there's hardly any development. How is that fair?
Well, I think through the speaker, this program is about bringing housing opportunities for more people in more places across the city. Whether or not that takes the pressure off other areas, I can't say. That's why we're going to monitor this closely. What I do know is, on occasion, schools have closed in the city of Toronto. Retail strips have become dormant. Stores have closed. The vibrancy of some of our local communities.
Yeah, so shouldn't they get the residential intensification then, rather than
The point I'm trying to
others
make-
that are thriving?
The point I'm trying to make, Councillor, is that by expanding housing options in neighborhoods, I think you are bringing more people to more places in the city and be able to support the infrastructure that we already have, that we've already invested in, we've already planned for across more geographies of the city of Toronto.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I just wanted to, and I think that you did mention there were multiple multiplexes in many wards, and I think we agree. I've got lots of multiplexes, and on including even in neighborhoods, on streets like Gillard, and then on Dundas, 4 stories, 6 stories, and people converting to this type of feature. I do have a question though about semi-detached homes, of which a lot of us have semi-detached homes in our wards. I'm not sure. Predominantly, I think it must be in the old city of Toronto where they're semi-detached. Is that, what would you answer to that?
Well, through the speaker, there are semi-detached homes in other areas of the city, certainly, suburban areas and inner city areas. But the bylaw that we have in front of you would permit multiplexes.
I'm sorry, it's really hard to hear.
I'm sorry.
Maybe it's just not close enough.
I'll
Yeah.
restate my
Just
answer.
start at the bylaw, please. Thank you.
The bylaw that we are proposing in front of you would permit a multiplex in a single detached building and a semi-detached building, but not in a row house. We have, in some cases, very large semi-detached buildings. So we feel the appropriateness of this use in that type of building is part of our recommendation.
And have you, yes, some of them are very large and some of them are very small. So would you be willing to put a kind of a gross floor area amount so that teeny tiny ones aren't getting 6 units beside a little semi-detached? Because I'm not sure you thought about it in that way.
I think what we have thought about through the chair is that there is certainly less potential for multiplexing on smaller lots and in smaller buildings. The requirements that we have in the bylaw, in a way, will be self-limiting. I don't believe that every lot will be appropriate for a multiplex, in other words, and there will be self-limiting or limitations, if you will, on certain lots. It is also, we're also mindful of the fact that the province has mandated at least 3 units in every building. So we wanted to put our own standards in place and then finally monitor the effects of this.
I understand.
And then make adjustments if we need to make
But
adjustments.
I think I'm asking to start with larger sites. And I would say predominantly single semi-detached are a feature of what we call the old city of Toronto. They exist in other parts of the city, but predominantly, my question was, it's a predominant housing form in neighborhoods in the old city of Toronto and all the way up. Not necessarily in suburban areas, which tend to be single-family homes, et cetera. But in asking this, that a lot size, it's not necessarily the lot size, but it has to do with, as you mentioned, larger semi-detached that might be able to have single family on one side and then a number of units, 3, 4, however many, as far as the housing form is concerned. But in small in working class areas of town where the semis were very small, I'm not sure it's appropriate to have that permission in that way at this time. But you're telling me you support that.
Through the chair, yes, and in fact, the zoning today in many of those areas that you have outlined already has that permission. You can already convert a house, a semi-detached house, into a number of units in the areas where it's currently permitted.
How many units?
Is there a limitation? I'm not sure off the top of my head, but there are, again, practical limitations to the number of units that could be
There are
created.
not practical limitations for your request to change it. And the Committee of Adjustment then can make that decision
And
as far as.
that is certainly, there's no current limit, but again, self-limiting attributes of these smaller buildings and smaller homes would limit the opportunity. I'm not saying it would never happen, but practically speaking,
Are there
it's
ways
more
that we
challenging.
could ensure that there's self-limiting? Being very much in favor of this and in favor of many multiplexes, I'm also looking at ways that you can help me protect small, semi-detached homes from having giants on the other side, which
Again-
doesn't seem to me to be good city policy.
That was
Again-
your last question.
Again,
Thank you.
I think, Councillor, there are going to be, there is the monitoring report and the learning that we're going to have over the next while around these types of opportunities. And I think we will closely watch that because we already know that some of this can happen with the bylaws the way they're written today.
Thank you. Councillor Malik?
Thank you very much. So my first question is about how this proposal addresses 3 and 4 unit housing that may currently be outside of the city's rules.
I'm sorry, Councillor, could you restate that question?
So how does this proposal address 3 and 4 unit housing that may currently be outside of the city's rules?
Through the speaker, currently about 70% of the city's residential areas do not permit more than 1 unit on a lot. They're single detached permission. We, of course, have, over the last few years, permitted secondary suites in buildings as of right. We permitted where there is a laneway suite, or a garden suite. But aside from that, this expands the opportunity for someone to have 2 units, 3 or 4 units, where they currently only have permission for 1.
Okay. You know, I'm a downtown councillor, so increasing density is not anything new to me. It usually does mean tall towers, but can you speak a little bit more to how this proposal does alter the availability of new housing units in our city?
Through the speaker, we've done a lot of work on what we call right-sizing housing. We know that a lot of families in Toronto are underhoused. They're living, multi-generational families are living in small units in apartment buildings. They don't have enough bedrooms. We know that a lot of people are living in a large house and they've got more than enough bedrooms. So this right-sizing housing analysis that we did concluded that we need more ground-related housing for people to have a choice to live in more areas of the city than they currently have. I think the number is about 42,000 units needed over the next 30 years to bring that level of choice to more Torontonians and more newcomers across the city. Some people want to live in low-rise housing, but that opportunity does not exist without changing the zoning bylaw.
So you've started speaking to it a little bit, but can you say a little bit more about what this proposal does to address the inequities in the housing market?
Yes, through the speaker, certainly one of our goals through the course of the program and our consultation is to hear from Torontonians about how we want a more inclusive city, bringing a more equitable range of choices across the city so that people aren't feeling that they don't have a choice to live everywhere. And by bringing this level playing field across the entire city, where zoning at least is no longer a barrier, is an important part of the city's acknowledgement that this is also about equity across the entire city.
Thank you very much. You know, every council meeting since I've become a member, we've discussed the need for additional housing. Can you just, you know, in just a few lines, be able to share with us what this proposal will do to get us further down the path in addressing that need?
Through the Speaker, it's a toolkit approach. We have the Housing Action Plan that, and before that, the earlier plan from the last term. Both are aimed at improving supply overall. They're aimed at targeting certainly affordable housing. They're targeted around vulnerable populations and rental housing. This will, in part, address many aspects of our housing supply spectrum, if you will. It'll address the need more broadly. It is not a panacea to all of our housing issues and challenges. But I think we have to pull as many levers as we can as a city. And we still have to advocate, certainly with the provincial and federal government, to support our housing programs, especially in the sphere of affordable housing.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Burnside, questions?
Yeah, through you, Madam Speaker. Help me understand, is the province mandating triplexes?
Through the Speaker, the province in Bill 23 has mandated already triplexes or 3 units on a building lot.
Okay, thank you. So you talked about a level playing field and equity. Could you explain to me how allowing fourplexes accomplishes that when triplexes don't?
Through the Speaker, our work that we've developed over the last couple of years, well before the province came forward with 3 units on a lot. In fact, their Housing Affordability Task Force recommended 4 units, and other cities are going beyond 4 units. But our work has been focused on up to 4 units, maybe 2, 3, or 4 units. So the feasibility, the massing work that we've done, the standards that we've applied have been focused on that, and we think as Canada's largest city, we've got a leadership role to play in bringing more housing solutions to the citizens.
Yes, sorry, but I was actually asking how that provides more equity, because you're talking about a level playing field in the last question, and I'm trying to understand how a fourplex provides more equity than a...
Well, through the Speaker, from an equity point of view, whether it's 3 or 4 units, you're providing more choice to more people than they currently have.
Okay.
So that point.
That was my only question on that.
Yeah, fair
Okay.
enough.
Thank you. Okay, do you see this as a major policy change from where we're at?
Yes. Through the Speaker, it will bring about change, but it'll be evolutionary change. City's always been changing.
Sure.
Neighborhoods have always been changing. This is just another, chapter in that story.
Okay, would you see any material impact waiting 2 months, like until after the mayor's election? Because I see this as a major change, and it might be something that the Torontonians would want to have a say in. Would there be a huge impact if we waited till July to make our decision?
So through the Speaker, our advice is for the city to pull as many levers as it can, as quickly as it can. We are hearing every month about in Toronto about rising rents and about the housing challenges that we're all having, our children are having, our employees are having. So there is a sense of urgency. Council adopted a motion in December for us to bring forward a program of housing.
Sorry, would 2 months make a huge difference?
I think every amount of time that this council can devote itself to making decisions of housing is important.
Okay, thank you. That's fine. I just wanted your opinion. So in terms of parking, we'll switch quickly to parking. I don't have a lot of time. Am I correct in assuming that or assessing that the Committee of Adjustment can make changes to hardscape, softscape ratios?
Yes, through the Speaker, we have ratios on soft open space and the width of driveways and such, and the committee could on the lot, the committee could rule on that, yes.
Yes, so it's quite plausible that if someone built a fourplex, could come in and say, well, I need more parking for all the tenants of this, and so we could see changes to that ratio, which would be like an unintended environmental consequence.
Through the Speaker, we might have that today with somebody who has a single detached house.
Sorry. I'm just asking that question, please.
Yes.
Just for brevity's sake.
Yep.
I just
It's
wanted to answer
possible.
that. Thank you. Thank you. And not to be argumentative, I just
Yeah, yeah.
don't have time, thanks.
Go for it.
So how much additional housing do you anticipate by allowing fourplexes versus triplexes?
Through
On an
speak-
annual basis?
Yeah, through the speaker, I know the goal certainly is to meet the need, and we've identified a need of 42,000 units, at least 42,000 grade-related units. That's about, I think, around 1,200 or so a year over the next 30 years. So I think it's important that we, and as we have considered the feasibility of this and the practicality of building multiplexes, that we give it our best shot, and that is why we've landed on 4.
But we don't actually have a number, and we don't have an estimate of what that
At this
delta
scale,
would be.
yeah, at this scale, that's why the monitoring is important. We need to come back and tell you how well
That's
we're
fair.
doing.
Okay, and then just this is my, I guess, final question in terms of the clarification of the process. If I'm not mistaken, it says it's recommended council adopt a draft OPA in the near term until official plan policies are considered more globally. Correct?
Are considered, sorry?
More globally through the official plan review.
Yeah, through the speaker, an official plan review is underway, and we're dealing with the changes that are needed for multiplex right now, and we will continue to bring forward changes to the official plan as we have through the course of the last couple of years.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Myers, questions?
Thank you, Speaker. Through the Speaker. So 14% of Scarborough households are multi-generational. You have multiple generations of family members living under multiple roofs. This is for a variety of reasons. Many of us are immigrants or they're direct descendants, and we're used to living like this back home, and we do this here in Canada. And we're very proud of this. And I am a proud member of a multi-generational household. So could you please explain, what is the benefits of allowing multiplexes for multi-generational families in Scarborough?
Through the speaker, I think it just would simply address more living arrangements and give people more flexibility. Quite honestly, some people don't have a problem living together with multi-generations in one unit. Other people would probably prefer to have a little bit of their own space. Maybe there's an aging parent who has a different schedule. Maybe there are kids who need to go out early for school. Maybe there's some relatives who have a small business and they need to work all night. So I think it's all about housing flexibility, matching the social and economic dynamics that happen in our communities.
Thank you. My next question is, overcrowding was identified as one of the leading factors of the rapid spread of COVID-19 in Scarborough. In fact, if Scarborough was its own city, we have the most number of people living in one household, only second to Brampton. So could you please address the role of allowing more flexible types of housing in helping us stop the spread of communicable diseases such as COVID-19, and just allowing families to have privacy and more space, as you sort of alluded to in your first question?
Through the now Deputy Speaker, I believe, we experienced through COVID the conversation about housing being about health. Social health, physical and mental health, the dignity of housing, the comfort and safety of housing, and the struggles that so many Torontonians have had through the last 3 years. And again, it just comes back to the toolkit and bringing more and more housing options to more people who are living in under circumstances that are challenging, and it is ultimately more responsive to people's needs from a very basic physical and mental health point of view.
Thank you. And my final question, throughout the campaign, I met a lot of people who lamented the fact that they couldn't afford to live in the neighborhoods that they grew up in. Their parents had bought this house at a very reasonable price back in 1985. And now this house, which was maybe modestly priced at $100,000, was now $1.2 million. And I know this because I actually met them at the door. And despite the fact that they had really good jobs, they were stuck. Their options were to leave the GTA or continue living in their parents' basement. And they didn't like those options. So I'm just wondering if you could actually expand on, some of the future opportunities this could provide to provide more affordable housing. I moved a motion to look at allowing up to 6 units in my ward specifically in order to allow CMHC financing, which would help facilitate the increasing financial options for building more affordable housing. So I'm just wondering if you could just sort of give a brief overview of how you view multiplexes in the city's overall affordable housing strategy.
Through the Deputy Speaker, I think from any housing strategy is going to start with the zoning permission that's on the ground. And that opens up the conversation for the city to have with funders, with CMHC, for example. It opens up the conversation for nonprofits. It opens up the conversation around land trusts. So many of these ideas that are out there that are manifesting themselves in other types of buildings. Maybe it's a 30-unit apartment building, maybe it's a habitat build. I think this introduces another housing type, another building form that expands the opportunity to have that conversation right across the spectrum of other ways of delivering, not necessarily deeply affordable sometimes, but certainly more affordable than market housing.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Sachs.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Lynch, and you don't get to sit down very much. Thank you for all your work on this. One question that I get frequently from my constituents is whether this increase from 3 to 4 units per building site or per lot will increase the financialization of housing. Can you give us a short answer on that?
Well, the short answer would be that there have been people who have studied this specifically. We've read some of the research, and the advice is if you're going to bring housing zoning change reform, bring it everywhere. So everyone's playing by the same rules. Toronto, I'm not going to deny that Toronto's a hot real estate market. And it's important, though, that I think we bring that perspective of changing the rules for everyone, such that any effects on speculation can potentially be minimized. I can't guarantee you there won't be speculation. It's real estate. That happens. People invest in real estate. But I think the more opportunities for bringing more supply online through this program will meet the needs of people. And that's kind of what we're focused on more than anything else, is meeting more people's needs.
Trying to be specific, do you expect a significant increase in financialization by going from 3 to 4 units?
I don't believe that the research that I've read and that the team has read demonstrates a significant increase in financialization.
Okay. Next question.
Any more than what we're seeing today, that is.
As Councillor Morley already mentioned, we have problems right across the city preserving our tree canopy and growing new tree canopy, and we're losing a lot of trees as more and more of existing lots are built out for pools and decks and all kinds of things. And that has adverse impact on our climate resilience and also has a significant adverse impact on water absorption and therefore the risk of flooding. So first of all, will you confirm you're open to monitoring and reporting that to the best of your ability and reporting back to council?
Yes, we are.
All right. And you've suggested some wording for my motion to that effect?
Yes, we have.
All right. Now, what else are you doing to increase stormwater absorption so that we reduce the risk of flooding as we move forward into climate chaos?
Through the speaker, the city zoning bylaw has regulatory standards that would, for example, limit the amount of hardscape or in the reverse, require a certain amount, a minimum amount of soft. We've done that with garden and laneway suites. We have, in other forms of development, we have Toronto Green Standards that apply to certain scale of development. We have the stormwater management work that Toronto Water is doing, the basement flooding program, for example. This scale of development, however, is very small scale development. And I think there has to be more of a conversation about promoting green standard building at this scale. And that's
Excellent.
At this scale.
All right, so are we going to have that conversation?
I think we can have that conversation about how and it's more about a public campaign
All right.
around how we want to build at the scale and build green.
Okay, I want to have that conversation. We're talking now then, each individual project is small scale, but potentially a lot of them. So that raises questions about workforce, it raises questions about the building standards, and it raises question about the demolition waste that's going to be created by all these different projects. So let's start with the waste. What plans are you making in connection with solid waste to maximizing the diversion and reuse of demolition waste from all of these projects that we should see across the city?
Well, the scale of this is something, as we noted, we'll have to monitor. The solid waste has bylaws that govern the disposal of waste in the city, and they will apply to any development that happens in the city. I know that Toronto Buildings works, and I forget the name off the top of my head, but works at a building replacement scale already in neighborhoods and coordinates right-of-way permitting and building permits.
I'm going to try to get one more question in.
And other matters at this scale again.
Are we doing anything to help homeowners find honest, competent, and contractors who can do this work to a high environmental standard?
Specifically, through the Deputy Speaker, the city is not involved in that, in what you've just described directly. But I think, again, it is something in working with industry, is working with small builders who we meet with regularly, is something that we need to continue to message so that they adopt a green approach to
All right, I'll
this
follow
form
up
of
with you.
development.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nunziata, please.
Yes, thank you. I just have one question. Getting back to the parking issue that was asked earlier. So in areas, Greg, in areas where we do have permit parking in my ward where there's just limited number of spaces for residents because they don't have parking or front yard parking. So for these tenants that come in, they won't be able to apply for a street permit. Are we going to be providing area permitting in those areas? Because some of these areas, they're at capacity as far as permits issued.
You know, through the Deputy Speaker, we're not proposing any change in this package to the city's existing permit parking regime. That is coming through discussions underway through Transportation Services and their overall citywide parking strategy work that will be coming back to council later this year. We're not proposing any change. We don't distinguish between owners and tenants. When it comes to the system, you can apply in an area that may or may not have parking, and you work your way through the city's permit parking system.
Okay, another question, in areas where we have heritage district, like in Weston, so would they be able to apply for multiplex?
So through the Deputy Speaker, there is no change proposed to heritage. So if an area is an HCD, for example, or if the building is listed or designated, they still would have to work through a heritage review process. There is no change proposed.
There are no changes. Okay, thank you. That was my question.
Thank you. Councillor Moyes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through you to the planner. So quick questions here. Do you agree we are in a housing crisis?
Through the speakers, yes, I do.
Okay. Do you believe density, aka multiplexes, across the city is one way to alleviate this crisis?
Yes, it is one of many ways that we have to attack the production of more supply of housing. Yeah.
Okay. And do these types of building form reduce urban sprawl?
I think there's a relationship between growing inside your own footprint as opposed to expanding the footprint of urban areas, and certainly that's been the pathway of the growth plan for the last 20 years. And I'm not so sure about the future, but I think the city has to continue to lead in that respect and intensify it within its own footprint.
And also, I mean, you may choose not to answer this question, but I know that councillors here have been advocating to keep the Scarborough riding here as it is. There's 25 wards, and now it's proposed that, we go to 24, and Toronto would lose 1 ward. And one of the issues is that because there's a reduction, I guess, in the population in Scarborough, that's why this has been proposed. So do you feel that perhaps if we have multiplexes and other types of housing across the city, like Scarborough, this may actually alleviate some of the issues that we're facing now around reduction in population there?
Through the Deputy Speaker, I don't know that there's a straight line relationship between multiplexes and the ward boundary issue or the number of wards. I do know that there are many, probably thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of units proposed in Scarborough. It is growing, it will continue to grow, and I'll leave that to council to determine the appropriate political resolution for that growing population.
I said that was my final question, but there's a follow-up question now. So through you, do you think, the Speaker, do you think that there's perhaps an exodus in parts of the city and moving into areas where there's more housing, like downtown Toronto perhaps? I mean, again, in my ward of Toronto Centre, I think we're at 160,000 people now, I believe. We have 70-story buildings here, right? So there is a need for housing across the city. But again, I think people are moving where the housing is being created. So my question to you then, if more housing was built in Scarborough, do you think people would gravitate towards that part of the city?
I think there's a big connection often between maybe where you grew up or where you landed in the city and your desire to stay maybe with your friends, maybe with your family, close to work. There are a lot of jobs in Scarborough, a lot of jobs across the city, and it is good planning to have as much housing as close to places of work as possible. I think minimizing the commute is part of what we do in planning. The more that we can bring more housing choices across more areas of the city, not just in nodes with 70-story buildings, but more evenly across more areas. And again, as I said earlier, meeting the need. Not everybody wants to live in a tall building. A lot of people want to live in low-rise housing. We're not building a lot of low-rise housing right now. Most of our buildings are taller and mid-rise. So bringing this opportunity to industry and homeowners and property owners is I think going to open a great opportunity for more people, to choose to be able to live in neighborhoods.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you. Councillor Bravo.
Thank you, Speaker. My questions to staff are, really, let's start with the range of housing options that other people have been asking about. Is it accurate that the core of the city has lost employment lands systematically through conversions to mixed-use housing?
Through the Deputy Speaker, over the years, the city has had a strict policy about converting employment lands and looks at it on a 5-year cycle and is very judicious in making careful decisions about converting, because once employment lands converts, it never goes back, so to speak. But where we have converted, we've tried to ensure that we get some affordable housing. But we don't need to convert our employment lands to meet our housing goals.
Yeah.
And we have reported recently through committee, something called a land needs assessment that identifies hundreds of thousands of units in the pipeline. Part of that, though, is meeting the need for low-rise housing. And that's why EHON is important, because it diversifies the kind of housing that we're building, as I indicated to other councillors. We can't just build one kind of housing. We need to build a diverse range of housing types, including grade-related housing.
Thank you. And certainly, I found out recently that Davenport is the ward with the most number of people who both live and work in the same ward. And those jobs are important. As employment land conversions have taken place, or rents have become, or like the cost of operating production, manufacturing, even light manufacturing, has increased. It seems that many employers are relocating to the periphery of the city or into the surrounding municipalities. Would this policy allow us to provide a diversity of housing for families, 2 and 3 bedrooms, closer to where the jobs are now?
Hang on one moment. Can I ask the council chamber to be quiet, please? Councillors?
You're missing some fabulous questions.
Chief Planner, did you hear the question?
And answers.
Thank you. Please proceed with the answer.
I think through the Deputy Speaker, there's a great, relationship between bringing people close to where they work. Obviously, there are a lot of environmental benefits. They don't have to spend as much time on the bus or driving. And the more that we can infuse housing opportunities across the city in close proximity to existing employment areas, the better off we'll all be.
Yeah, that really is the combination of good local economic development and a more fair economy, isn't it? When people can get to work more easily and have an appropriate size house to live in or dwelling. My next question has to do with the multiplexes that currently exist outside of what's allowed. Is there a pathway contemplated in this policy to those buildings becoming legal under the new rules?
Well, it's certainly likely the case that there are thousands of units across the city that are illegal. They have not been constructed with a permit. I think there's a logic to bringing a certain zoning regime and legitimacy to a land use that would support more people coming forward for permits and fire code review and building code review and making housing safer. If you create a zoning regime that actually allows something instead of more of an underground, economy, I think, and that's the pathway that we've taken in so many different public policy approaches, whether it be ride sharing or short-term rentals or multi-tenant. It's the same logic.
Yeah.
You bring forward a platform and then you bring people into a regulatory regime.
My final question has to do with, I think perhaps building on what Councillor Sachs was asking, do you have concerns about multiplexes entirely functioning potentially as short-term rentals? And is there a mechanism that could limit, anticipate, constrain this potential threat, which is not going to provide the diverse housing supply that's needed urgently in the city?
Through the speaker, we took a balanced approach when council adopted short-term rentals around supporting tourism and at the same time supporting our housing goals. And we're not recommending any changes through this program to our short-term short-term rental bylaw. The rules as they exist would apply to any kind of rental unit. If you are the owner, if you're the renter of the principal renter, you can avail yourself of short-term rental permission in accordance with the short-term rental bylaw.
So it's not going to be ghost multiplexes?
That's why we have a monitoring program. I think we're entering a new space and we need to make sure that we've tied up any loose ends that happen because of the creativity of people out there.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Yes, thank you very much, Speaker. Mr. Linton, I know you've been on your feet for quite some time, so I'll just ask you a few questions. Bill 23 suggests 3 stories in terms of multiplex.
Sorry, 3 units.
Three units, and we're suggesting 4, sorry.
That's correct,
3.
with a set of standards.
Right,
Bill
and that's
23
the
didn't
big-
have any standards in it.
That's the big difference with respect to Bill 23. Now, how does it compare to the missing middle that we have dealt with and continue to deal with? This is an additional element of more housing. Well, what's the difference between the multiplex and the missing middle, and why was that not incorporated in the initial foray into the presentation on advancing more housing as part of the missing middle?
Through the Speaker, it's all one and the same. I think missing middle just describes the fact that people are familiar with the tall building and the crane on it.
Yep.
And they're familiar with the big single detached monster house, but they're not seeing a lot in between. That's the missing middle. So what we've been introducing through secondary suites, garden suites, laneway suites, other forms of low-rise housing, multiplex, are forms of low-rise housing that are in between those 2 extremes.
Right. And there is a expectation or a dependency on the private sector. And then, of course, you talk a little bit about collaboration with respect to city programs with laneway housing. But this is predominantly dependent on the private sector building these units, perhaps individuals with the financial means to do so, but you're largely depending on the private sector. Is that correct?
I think the private sector, although I believe there will be a lot of take-up with individual property owners, homeowners, who just want to add a unit or 2, and they can't today.
Right.
So that I don't know if I call that quite the private sector, or just small property owners who have a housing need that they want to meet.
So
pay the mortgage, whatever.
Fair enough. And I wanted to get to that because there are so many small housing options that's available in the city. If really one wanted to look at it as you're proposing here, it would seem to me that would be a vast sector that could be developed. Would you agree?
Oh yeah, through the Speaker, I think there's an opportunity here to bring this to scale.
Right.
And certainly we're beginning to see that with laneway suites where more people are availing themselves of that opportunity.
Right. And what I wanted to get at through you, Speaker, and maybe you may not be able to answer the question, but why are we not doing more to create incentives, like tax incentives and other types of incentives? And I know you talked a little bit earlier in terms of one of the questions that you responded to about CMHC and looking at varying land trusts and so on. But why are we not talking more about that, since there is a huge need to respond to the financial costs of building these units?
So through the Speaker, Council in its wisdom has already done that. Last summer, Council approved DC relief for up to 4 units.
Right.
And Parks levy relief up to 4 units. So the financial, and that was part of our calculation in working with ULI and the School of Cities around, is this going to be feasible? And a critical ingredient in whether or not this is feasible, because it's tight. It's tight. Feasibility is always slim margins, but it's important to have, as you point out, that financial relief to make it work.
Right, and I asked you the question knowing that we've done that, but it doesn't seem that it's a great secret that we're keeping. How are we really reporting it out? And I think that was the purpose of my question.
Fair enough.
Because not enough people are aware of this. Just today, someone said to me, what incentives are available? I said, did you not know? And they said they don't know. So the question is, how are we actually reporting it out?
So through the Speaker, I think you're pointing out the next step, which is a promotion around this opportunity as a housing choice for Torontonians.
Fair enough. And then my final question, through the varying consultation process and so on, you have, and your report seems to suggest that there's overwhelming support with respect to this approach. Can you talk a little bit about that, please?
Through the Speaker, there is both support and there's concern, and I think we've been fair to all of the great, input that we've had from a lot of people. The support, though, I think, is very vocally around the lack of choice and opportunity for housing, and the concern that people feel that they can't stay in Toronto. They have to move away to find something that's close to affordable. That's a pressing concern, and that came through in all of the consultations that we had.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Lindgren.
Councillor Crescenti.
Thank you, Speaker. And good afternoon, Mr. Lindgren. And sorry, I too, apologize for keeping
Just
you
one
on your
sec,
feet
please,
longer.
Councillor,
Yeah,
just
I'll
one
hold.
sec. There's an awful lot of noise in the council chambers. Please. Okay, continue.
Thank you, Speaker. So, Mr. Lindgren, just to be clear for the general public, what this means, this policy, if approved today, does that mean that the multiplex housing would be allowed in every community across the city?
Through the Speaker, yes, the zoning that currently permits multiplex is limited to about 30% of the city, and this would extend that permission to the rest of the city's neighborhoods.
100%?
100%.
Okay. So a lot of the concerns I've been getting, and I'd like to address those just for a moment, is that people who have moved into communities, generational communities, and have lived there for 30, 40, 50, 60 odd years. So their concern is around what does it mean for them and their community that they came to love so much in the way that it is currently structured. And also, in addition to that, when those communities were developed, they went through a very stringent development process, as we have, and as you know, going through the application process there to ensure that there are adequate resources and parks, recreation centers for the communities to serve those communities as best as we can serve them. There's going to be additional stress on those communities if they begin to evolve and you get far more density over a period of time. How have you addressed that and those concerns?
Through the Speaker, I think you can appreciate that this is an evolution, and I think you may have alluded to that. The city's neighborhoods have been evolving and will continue to evolve. Many areas of the city have a lot of infrastructure that actually supported a much larger population years ago when those subdivisions were originally built. Household sizes were larger than they are today. I don't have a substantial concern about the amount of infrastructure that we have to support what is essentially very incremental evolutionary change. But the fact is that I'm worried actually about a much greater stress, which is the need for this city to respond to the housing challenge that we have. And as a planner, I'm worried about balancing the objectives of a certain amount of change versus the fact that we don't have places for people to live without moving away from our city. I actually believe that we need to work harder to make sure that we have more places for people to live. I am not concerned about the level of change that this will bring. Will be change, but it will be gradual, incremental change that people will come to understand because maybe their kids can find a place to live here.
Yeah, I've heard you say that a few times, and but the other concern is we've got to be very careful the decisions we make today for future generations and what it does to the integrity of various different neighborhoods and the stress it'll bring in those neighborhoods to be able to service them as we're currently servicing them. I too am very supportive of housing, but Mr. Linton, we have on the books right now, and please correct me if I believe I got these numbers through your office. In total, about just over 200,000 residential units already approved and permitted, and that's one aspect of it. The other aspect is another roughly 400,000 that are under review. So that's about 600 units already on the books, and I just don't know where this came from right now and what the major urgency is when we could be building these houses now, move them along, get them built, and make them available.
So through the speaker, you're referring to numbers that come from our land needs assessment.
Yeah.
And they're general estimates or projections around the amount of housing supply, both approved and not built, and under review. You're right, it's hundreds of thousands of units. But not all of those, and our history with this is that not all of those units get built. The pipeline is quite robust. But those projections also include ground-related housing as part of this program. Okay. So it's important, again, that we meet the diverse needs of Torontonians. Okay. Not everybody wants to live in a tall building. A lot of the units are coming in tall buildings, but we need to diversify our housing supply.
Last question, consultation process that I heard you speak to before. How long ago was it done?
Okay, that was your last question.
Through the speaker, the consultation took place through the course of 21, 22, and 23. Different variety of consultation, including in-person pop-up events, including surveys, extensive surveys, including a lot of web-based events, and meeting with a lot of people who don't usually get consulted with. We produced a very extensive and published a very extensive consultation report, hearing again about the really diverse needs of Torontonians that we're not meeting.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley, questions.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To Mr. Linton, I wanted to ask, in terms of multiplexes, have you looked at areas of multiplexes are working now and what's working properly with them and not, and what the negatives, issues around them, and incorporating that into some type of multiplex template to be used when these are built?
Through the speaker, thank you for the question, Councillor Ainsley. As I indicated, 30% of the city already permits multiplexes, and you can find them on many streets, for example, in the former city, in former areas of Etobicoke, and some other areas of our former municipalities. And I think as you pointed out in your question, you take a lot of lessons from what you see walking down the street. And quite frankly, it's often hard to tell how many units are in a building because of the variety of designs that you see with multi-unit, small-scale buildings. Some of them are more modern. Maybe they were built in the 50s and 60s at triplex, sixplex. Many neighborhoods in the former city of York, for example, have whole streets, and they're just low-rise, low-scale neighborhoods. People enjoying parks and open spaces and their schools and their retail streets, just like everybody else. And I guess my point is, I think the big lesson, the big takeaway is that we already have it, and it works very well.
And I guess why I asked that, Mr. Linton, is so in my ward in southeastern Scarborough, I have areas of my ward, fourplexes are sprinkled throughout the ward. In the south end, Guildwood Parkway, I'll use for an example, where I think there's 12 fourplexes along Guildwood Parkway, but they each come with their own on-site parking. There's 4 spots in the back. They fit in quite well, and one of the issues that I have is people tell me they don't want fourplexes in their neighborhood. And when I say, well, there's ones right down the street, they have on-site parking, they fit in, they've been there for 40 years, why don't you like those? And they said, well, they fit in. The difficulty with what's before us here is there's nothing that accommodates parking. And I was wondering why that doesn't get looked at more within this report. Like I heard you just say to one of my colleagues that there are, like, on-street parking's not allowed in Scarborough. But I know with fourplexes, that would be coming. And I don't know why parking wasn't looked at more extensively in this report.
Through the speaker, the approach that we took with parking is consistent with council's adoption last year of the removing minimum parking requirements. And I think the result of that is a market-driven solution, really. If somebody is going to build and rent or accommodate a new unit in their house or build a new one, they're either going to build them in such a way that accommodates parking, or they're going to build them without parking. And the price of those units will be aligned with what amenities are offered with that unit. So it's a market-driven solution. And again, if there is on-street parking in that neighborhood, the owners will be able to put forward that as an option. If there is no on-street parking, then they'll have to look at on-site parking solutions. I would say that many of the lots, probably most of the lots, are large enough and wide enough, and we've studied the physical accommodation of parking and maintaining driveways and even garages. All of that can be accommodated and still achieve multiplex.
Okay, and then Mr. Lintern, in terms of market-driven, as you were just mentioning, how do we, so you're going to somebody's probably going to tear a house down, build a fourplex, for example, or a triplex. How do we guarantee a certain amount of affordable housing, rental housing, anti-flipping mechanisms when you talk about market-driven solutions? Because someone's going to buy a house, tear it down, build a fourplex, and they're doing it for profit more often than not. So how do we make sure that the units in a fourplex are affordable for somebody, somebody that's coming out of school or just trying to, get their life going, that they can afford a unit and, as you say, not leave the city of Toronto?
Okay, that was your last question.
Through the speaker, as I indicated, this is not an affordable housing program. We have no regulatory tool to require that someone brings one of these units at a certain price. The only way that we can get at that is by increasing the supply over time. But I think the realistic way of getting at that is through working perhaps with CMHC and others who might, once we have zoning in place, be able to fashion affordable housing programs that would support bringing some level of subsidy to some of the units that get created.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, if I can have some, there's an awful lot of noise in the council chambers. Please, councillors, staff, can you please try to hold it down? Thank you. Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Speaker. Again to Mr. Lintern, please. I just want to clarify some points. We're talking about the yellow belt in the city. This is the target area. How many units can I build in a dwelling today?
Through the speaker, with Bill 23, you can build 3 units in the main building.
In the main building?
Yes, and the city has already extended accessory dwelling unit permission for either a laneway suite or a garden suite.
Right. Okay, and so we're proposing to build 4 in the main building in this policy, plus an accessory suite.
If it can be accommodated, not
Right.
every lot can accommodate it.
Understood. How big can the new dwellings be? Could they be 10,000 square feet on a 50 or 60 foot wide lot?
The work that we've done is based on the dimensions of typical lots, the depth, the setbacks, the height that would be
17
required.
meters by 11.
You could
about
probably
2,000 square feet.
You could probably find me a lot that might have the potential to build 10,000 square
8,000
feet.
is easy.
But I think there are practical limitations here as to whether or not someone would choose to do that and whether or not that becomes maybe a small-scale condominium as an alternative.
Right, but
At
with
that,
four.
at that level, at that price point.
But with 4. So why go to 4 if you can build 3? Further to Councillor Burns' side, is there an economic factor in all of this?
So
to
through
make
the
these
speaker,
buildable?
in the feasibility work that we have done with the School of Cities and ULI and others who have been interested in actually making this feasible, we're concerned that at a minimum, 4 units represents financial feasibility.
Got it. So planning is
Among
now
other
working around
concerns.
financial feasibility.
And the supply of housing.
Got it. And so why the double standards? If I have a detached home, it has certain size limitations, but if I suddenly go to 4 units, or 2, I guess, because that fits the definition of multiplex, I could build bigger.
So through the speaker, I think there's been a lot of concern that we've heard over the years about very, very large houses, but not solving the housing challenge that we had. And I did articulate very clearly that this is an approach that favors public policy that incentivizes getting more housing built. So I don't think we haven't hidden the fact that we do want to build more housing in neighborhoods than what has been historically achieved. In fact, a lot of neighborhoods are contracting. So one way to do that is to provide some built-in incentive in the zoning that gives this a fighting chance to be realized.
Right, so if I'm an investor, I can build 4 units on a property that's zoned for 1. So there's the economics, right? The cost of land is now 1/4 per unit. And the unit can be pretty big, 2,000 square feet. It's bigger than the ground floor of my bungalow.
Yeah, again, I think typical condominium sizes, for example, and rental housing that's being built, people aren't building at that scale, even in a 2 to 3 bedroom. You're more in the 1,000 to 1,500 square foot range for a 3-bedroom.
Right, but if it's a 17 meter deep building by 11 meters wide, still pretty modest. That's 2,000 square feet if I did my math.
Through the speaker, I would say that that would be an outlier in terms of the main.
Okay.
I would say in the main, these units are going to be much more modestly sized.
Does all of this make detached homes more or less expensive with this policy change?
Through the speaker, again, the work that we've reviewed and the research that's been done on this has indicated there is no, and there have been other questions on this, from a speculation, financialization point of view, no direct impact. I remain concerned that we have a very active real estate, I'm not a real estate expert,
Right.
but we have a very active investment in real estate industry in Toronto.
Is it logical, though, to presume that if a builder that has the opportunity to get 4, maybe 5 income streams from a property will factor that into the bid price if they're looking to buy a detached home and to renovate it and to develop it into one of these multiplexes versus a family that wants to buy a detached home? They're now competing for the same property. Is that a logical guess about one of the outcomes?
Yeah. Through the speaker, that might be one of the outcomes, but I would then say that you've housed 4 families instead of 1 family.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Before I start, I just want to...
Councillor Cheng.
Oh. Oh, yes. Before I start, I just want to say there's donuts and coffee in the back if anyone needs a recharge. Okay, through the speaker, I'm just wondering about the coverage. So we're saying that we're going to aim to build in the same rules that we already have, but I'm wondering, do you think there's a likelihood that people will try to go to committee of adjustment and make a compelling argument that they're trying to house 4 families and therefore coverage should go to 40% or 45%? Will there be a new pressure at committee of adjustment for that coverage?
Through the speaker, first of all, there's no part of this bylaw that changes the existing coverage for areas of the city that have coverage in their bylaws. I think we've got that dynamic now where people are going to the committee of adjustment and asking for more coverage for a single detached dwelling. And again, I think if we're achieving a little bit more housing, we'll have to take into account the site and circumstances, and each Committee of Adjustment application will be reviewed on its merits.
Do you foresee that a lot of these new developments could potentially become condos upon themselves because they could then sell 4 units? Is there something in this this recommendation that includes what that might look like in terms of a framework for becoming mini condos, multiplexes?
Through the Speaker, it certainly has come up in the past. Very few small-scale condos like that you describe have been achieved in the city. The application of the Condominium Act at this scale is exceedingly difficult and complicated. Not saying it's impossible, but I don't see a significant move toward that without some significant changes to the Condominium Act.
Is there an assessment on the impact on land value that has been determined? Do we foresee that something in my ward right now, if you buy a rebuild, it's around $2 million just for the land. When that land becomes potential for 4 units, has there been a calculation of what impact that might have?
Again, through the Speaker, the work that we've reviewed that has been done in other cities does not point to any extraordinary impact beyond what's already happening in that city. And as I've indicated, the city is already combating extraordinary impacts when it comes to what's happening with our real estate values.
So in the report that will come in 2 years or whenever the report comes, if we create a threshold, will the affordability of the new units be part of that report, or the value of land, the impact on land value? Will that be part of what we're going to measure in terms of impact?
Through the Speaker, we haven't specifically identified that as something that we would monitor, but I think it's something that we can continue to look at. As this is done in more cities and we become more aware of the issues, it's something that we can reflect on, I think, when we report back on the program, yes.
So the greatest concern for me in my ward is we are a high-growth ward, and our infrastructure is already stretched, and the principals of the schools are very stressed out every August because they're looking at the enrollment and unsure if they can actually fit everyone, or do they need to add another portable. And so I'm wondering, and I know I'm going to be asking that we in the future start this, but in the creation of this policy, was there any prior consultation with infrastructure pieces like school boards, community centers, about what that impact is going to be? Because we want to build whole communities, so we want to make sure that we're also talking about the infrastructure.
So through the Speaker, you point out schools, and it is a significant issue across the city. I would point out that both school boards are separately legislated, governed, and funded. This council does not have a hand in that, and that's a challenge. But we do collaborate with the school board. We send the school boards our development applications. We sometimes are able to negotiate new schools, especially on larger sites. And then certainly when we do area planning, like the North York Center secondary plan review that's underway and other reviews that are underway in the city, we work with the school boards who actually are responsible for their own enrollment planning.
But sorry, the question was, were they at all consulted in the creation of this policy?
Thank you. That was your last
Through the
question.
Speaker, yes, they were specifically consulted,
Okay.
and we'll continue to consult with them.
Thank you. Councillor Perruzza. Councillor Perruzza, your name is to ask questions.
Yes. I just to sort of get a sense of what it is we're doing here. So this is really just about expanding housing supply, right? It has nothing to do with affordability. You'll agree with that, right?
Through the speaker, it's about expanding housing options and supply, yes.
Housing option supply. So I guess because I'm trying to look at it and trying to understand it. And as I, for example, I look at the situation on my street, right? You take the house next door, they renovate their basement, they got a two-story house, they take off the roof, for example, they put in that fourth level. You now have, four apartments that rent, probably anywhere from $2,500 to $3,500. Looking at my street, I'm saying, right? And all of a sudden, you've taken a single-family home, you've turned it into a multiple income property, generating somewhere around $15,000, $16,000, $17,000 in rent a month, topping off maybe at $140,000, $150,000 a year. That property that today is maybe worth $1.1, $1.2 million, given its rental, sort of status and its income producing capacity, all of a sudden the value's gone up to $3 million, right? Maybe more, correct? I mean, density usually ups the value of real estate, right?
Yes, it does, depending.
It's kind of like, it's almost like,
factors as
yeah,
well.
it's almost like, sort of a religious rule of real estate. Up the density, generally the value follows, correct?
And the density is put to good use, creating housing.
Right. So that density there, as it drives up, it kind of takes the house next door and pulls that up as well, right? Because then you look at the house next door and say, oh, I could, the same thing, and everything goes up, right?
I would say that there are, just density alone is not going to be the only factor. People put a lot of values,
I know,
a lot of
but-
value in real estate.
No, I understand.
That drives
But-
from other matters.
I understand that, but you as the chief planner deal with this issue all the time. And the issue is, land, density, value of the land goes up, right? So it's kind of like given that if this so happens, wholesale happens a lot, then it stands to reason that what we're really doing is implementing a policy here. I'm not saying it's good or bad. I'm not making a judgment. I'm just trying to sort of understand it from a sort of financial, from a value perspective, right? It stands to reason that if we do this, we actually drive up the value of real estate across the city or in neighborhoods where this occurs. Like, would that be a fair assumption?
Again, I think cities' real estate is already rising. Values are already rising, although in play right now. But from what we have read, it's important to do it everywhere because you minimize the speculative impact because then everyone has the same opportunity.
Right, but
So it becomes less of a factor. If you do it
I
everywhere.
understand, but you would say that it's a fair assessment that as you increase density, the value of real estate gets driven up. And we're not exclusive of desirability, exclusive of supply, exclusive of demand, exclusive of all those other religious rules that we apply to these things. Like, it stands to reason that you increase the density, you increase the value of land there in the surrounding area, correct?
I would say that the surrounding area is extremely influential. We have had areas of the city where multiplex have been permitted for decades, and there are a lot of other factors at play as to what determines ultimately you can have a very large single detached and a multiplex side by each, and very close in terms of the value. So there are a lot more factors at play.
Thank you. Councillor Robinson, questions?
Yeah, so this was originally moved by a member's motion. Sorry, I'm having trouble with my face is frozen. So this was moved by a member's motion that John Tory and Anna Bailao moved. Is that correct?
Through the speaker, if you're referring to the December 2022 or the...
Yes, the member's motion moved by Anna Bailao and John Tory related to the missing middle and these types of initiatives.
Yes, through the speaker, I believe you're referring, Councillor, to a July 2019 original memo that came from former Mayor John Tory and Anna Bailao, yes.
Okay. You said you've moved up to 4 from the province's 3. I'm assuming that's for builders and developers. You're trying to win their favor. They've asked for that in public consultation. So developers and builders are influencing the 3 to 4?
Through the speaker, we've actually looked at that very closely because we had a lot of feedback from people that we've worked with at the School of Cities and ULI who looked at the feasibility of this. It's questionable whether or not even indeed possible to make this work at 3 units in the City of Toronto with our economics. And we also looked at the fact that 4plexes are permitted in many parts of the city and they fit in with our neighborhoods, the scale of our neighborhoods. So we factored all that in and came to a conclusion that's in this report.
Okay. Committee of Adjustment, I spend a lot of my time because I have more applications than most, are in the top 3 in the city. They constantly upsize, even McMansions. So they're going to be able to upsize these too, correct? Because I see it happen every 2 weeks. Consistently.
Yeah, through the speaker, anyone's entitled to go to the Committee of Adjustment. We review all Committee of Adjustment applications, and as you point out, we get a lot of applications for larger houses than were otherwise permitted, but we've been mindful of scaling these permissions in a way that matches the scale of generally the low-rise built form on our streets.
But can you give me a yes/no answer, please? If they go to Committee of Adjustment, like all my residents do and developers, they can get it up. They can get it increased.
It's possible, yes.
Yes or no?
Yes, it's
yes.
possible.
The answer is yes. You've repeatedly said affordable housing today. I've heard you say, I don't even know, I should have counted. And yet you say there's no regularity, there's no regulation around this or tool. So why are we doing this? If there's no regulatory tool, or there's no regulations, why would we be doing this? You said newcomers, you said affordability, affordable housing, and yet at Yonge and Eglinton, we're ripping down right, left, and center. We're ripping down rentals. It's sickening, and city planning plays a role in that. And you're saying here there's nothing to regulate that any of this will be affordable. As we rip down, we rip down these beautiful mid-size 3-4 story rentals at Yonge and Eglinton every week. It's deplorable. What are we doing? Who's on first here? So my question is, why are we doing this if you have no regulation in place to ensure it's affordable housing? What role is it playing in our city?
So through the speaker, my reference to affordable housing has been that this is a market housing supply initiative, changing the zoning, being more permissive about the amount of housing that can be built in the city over the long term, inevitably will assist in people finding homes. I've really not commented on the price point that these units have been will be brought forward on, other than to say that they won't be affordable housing and been quite open about that. But it does bring more choice and flexibility to more people and in greater diversity, depending on their living arrangements, whether or not they have aging parents who want their own unit, whether or not they want to rent out a unit to help them pay their mortgage, whether or not those units are at $2,000, $2,500 a month. they're still going to be supplying 1, 2, 3-bedroom homes for people who do not have those homes today.
Thank you. Okay, if we can clear the screen and we'll put the speakers list.
Can you bump me down? I don't want to speak right away.
I think, well, Counselor Holiday to speak.
What? How did that happen?
I quit.
All right. Speaker, if I could get my motions up, please. I have 2 motions.
Okay, if we can put your motion on the screen.
I'll paraphrase them for brevity. The first is to refer this back to the chief planner for more work, come back and see us in the fall. The second motion is to put a mail out to people across the city so that they can actually see what all of this policy work is. Because I really do think people don't know that this is coming. Members of council, I think there's 2 reasons why we're having this debate today. The first is money. The second is public policy. Councillor Burnside asked some good questions. We already allow triplexes, plus another suite in the back. That suddenly hasn't solved all the housing problems. Why are we going to 4? The answer is it's an economic issue. So we're twisting ourselves into pretzels over planning rules, over an economic issue. Because why? Because that, I think, is what happens. That's the magic number that it takes for a builder to go and snap up a house, tear it down, and build 4 units, 4 income streams. They're not affordable streams. Think about it. And this is where I disagree with the questions of the chief planner that I asked. If you look at the mathematics in this report, you can build a house up to 17 meters deep, 19 on some lots, times the width. Work out the math. That's maybe 2,000 square feet of floor times 3 floors plus the basement. And on wider lots, 40 and 50 and 60 feet wide, you start to creep up to 10,000 square feet. You think a builder's not going to build to the max? They're going to get more rent for all of this. And yet we're going to apply a double standard to these type of houses. They're going to shadow the detached homes on either side of them. I can't accept that. I think there's places to put 4plexes in the city. I really do. But I don't think that they should be everywhere. So the second question is why? Well, there's a quote here in the report. Let's see if I can pull this up on my screen fast enough. It's in the impact section. Broadening the types and sizes of units available in low-rise neighborhoods makes them more accessible to a diverse range of people in need, leading to a more equitable and inclusive community. And I kept hearing equitable come up over and over and over again. But this is the political question that councillors have to pay attention to. In the Etobicoke Centre Ward 2, it's about half of people live in a multi-residential building and about half live in detached neighborhoods. I'm quite certain that those half in the detached neighborhoods are not happy about this initiative. You know why? Because I've heard from them. They are not happy about this change, about the size of these proposed houses. We've heard from the neighborhood associations that have come out and talked. These are going to overshadow and change the dynamic of the neighborhood. So it's not being done for them, it's being done in spite of them. That's important. That's 50,000 residents in the community that I represent. I realize the dynamics are different in different parts of the city, but I'm here to represent the community that elected me to put me here, and they are not happy with this particular policy. So why are we doing this? Well, think about it. These people have worked all of their lives and are still working to pay the bills to finally save up enough money to buy a house in a neighborhood or rent a house in a neighborhood that you really love. You love the shape, the form, the space, the light, the air, the trees, the way that the neighborhood has been laid out, the order of the buildings, the scale and proportion of the buildings. And in one shot, council's going to take that away. They're going to cancel that. That is the end of the detached neighborhood in the city of Toronto after this. Why do we have to go to every corner and every part? Well, I put to you, it's because of that quote that I gave under the section about opening these up for different forms of housing, except for the people in the neighborhood that are stakeholders. And you know what? They'll call them, they're NIMBYs. You know what? I call them stakeholders, the most important stakeholders. And if you think about it, and the argument is, well, they're worried about their children, their ability to find a place to live. Think about the dynamics of this. Anyone that now wants to buy a home or rent a detached home in any of these neighborhoods will now be competing with builders. Builders who are quite eager, snap up that property, put in a fourplex plus an extra income stream, and that affects their price, their ability to pay, and that raises prices across the city. So if you're serious about affordability, think real carefully about this particular policy. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Moise to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm surprised there's not a lot of speakers yet on this item.
Well, everybody's waiting to be behind each other. I don't know. It's competition here.
Okay. Well, you know, Councillor Holiday did say something that resonated with me. NIMBYism. You know, my ward is Toronto Centre, and it is one of the most dense part of the city. We have talked time and time again over the course of the last 5 months I've been here and during the election that there is a housing crisis, right? I have TMU in my ward, I have George Brown in my ward, and all these students who are graduating are leaving Toronto because there's nowhere for them to live, right? We need all types of housing in the city, be it low-income housing, but also, you know, these types of multiplexes as well. We have them in Toronto Centre. We have them, you know, in the downtown core, in adjacent wards. We don't have them in the peripheries. And this motion in front of us from the planner, I think it's a start, is an important start to address the housing crisis that we have here. And I hope that my council colleagues will accept this recommendation. So again, I'm a huge supporter of this, and let's just move on from all this. Thank you. Short and sweet.
Okay, thank you.
Generally. The other day?
Okay, members, Councillor Holiday moved a referral motion, so now we will be speaking or voting on the referral motion, and it's 2 minutes if you want to speak on it, or we can ask for a recorded vote. Okay, so if you want to speak on the referral, if you can please put your name on the screen. Anybody? Okay, there, it's up now. Okay, just 1 sec. Councillor Perks, 2 minutes on the referral.
Members, just don't. This is the product of many, many years' work of doing the screwdriver work to figure out exactly how the landforms will work within neighborhoods. This is about creating a diversity of housing options. More and more in Toronto, you have people living in multi-generational housing. More and more, you have people trying to establish tenure in the neighborhood where they grew up and they don't have the means to buy a house. More and more, you have people who are moving to the city of Toronto to seek employment, but they have a heck of a time establishing somewhere to live for that employment. If you voted yes on the climate change plan this morning, which looks at having more people live close to the amenities that they rely on, good schools, good childcare centers, places to shop, places to walk, the parks that we're building, the washrooms we're trying to put in the parks. If you support any of that, you support making sure that people live in those neighborhoods. Ask the school board about the problems they're having getting enough students to keep schools open. That's why you want a diversity of housing types within neighborhoods. Deferring this because, well, I don't know, your conception of the world stops somewhere around Leave It to Beaver is just not the right way to go forward. So vote no on the deferral.
Thank you.
The referral.
Okay, so we're just speaking on the referral. Deputy Mayor McKelvey, and actually, I just want to say that we should have voted on that and spoke on that before Councillor Moy spoke, so, because there were two motions moved by Councillor Holiday, so I apologize for that. Okay, Deputy Mayor McKelvey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I too am urging members to vote against referral. City staff have done extensive work on this. They have done extensive consultation. Their recommendation is before us. In December, we came together to approve multi-tenant homes. Last month, we came together to approve our housing action plan. And this morning, we came together to approve our housing pledge of 285,000 homes over 10 years. We can't get there without doing hard work. That includes considering the report before us today and hopefully passing it.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay, it's just on the referral, councillors, 2 minutes. Councillor Myers.
Thank you, Speaker. I would also like to add my voice that we vote against the referral. I think we hear a lot of talk about the character of neighborhoods, and that seems to refer to the type of housing. But for me, the character of neighborhoods are the type of people that live in them. And I think one of the saddest parts of growing up in Toronto today is that many of the people who grew up in our neighborhoods can no longer afford to live here. They can't afford to raise their families here. And many of the new immigrants or people from other parts of Canada who move here, they don't look at Toronto as a permanent home. It's more of a temporary place to stay and to leave and go somewhere else. And I think we're setting ourselves up for failure if we don't, act boldly and address this issue head on. So I think the staff have done a tremendous amount of work on getting this right. They've worked really hard, and I know that people in my community of Ward 23 are excited about the opportunity to allow different types of housing so that they can actually live and raise their own families in the neighborhoods that they grew up in. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, this is just on the referral. Do we need to, okay. Councillor Bravo on the referral, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. I am also urging my colleagues here to not vote for this referral. I think there's, first of all, the important issue that Councillor Myers raises, that we want people to be able to remain in the neighborhoods where they've grown up, and currently the range and the affordability of housing that would require that is just simply not available. I think there's a second important argument for me, which is we need to build housing that has 2 and 3 bedrooms so people can raise a family, and for those multi-generational families that have always characterized communities like mine. We need that not just because it keeps families together, and this is an important choice that people make when they come to this country, in particular as immigrants, but also because it allows us to increase the housing supply close to where the jobs are. This is a really important issue of local economic development and of being able to be close to a job. It means fewer resources that workers are spending. That means that people don't have to dedicate hours of their day to get to their jobs. That's really crucial. And finally, I'd say don't be afraid. Don't be afraid, because in my community, the streets where I live, where my children walk to go to school when they were growing up, we've had this kind of housing. Mid-block, next to a single-family home. And all it has done is historically bring the population that we need to have the services and amenities that make a city great. This is the future of a green, inclusive, walkable, transit-oriented city. that treats everyone fairly and creates the possibility that maybe my children will come back from Montreal because they've all are headed there. They cannot afford to live in this city. And when I'm a grandmother, I would really like to be able to hold my grandchild in the city of Toronto and not to have to visit Montreal to do that.
Thank you. Councillor Perruzza, 2 minutes on the referral.
Well, first of all, I'd like to move an amendment to this referral that inserts my referral. I have a referral that with the staff, and I'm hoping that that they'll craft it to suit this particular referral. Given that we can't vote on 2 referrals, I wanted to do something quite different. My referral seeks to send this back to the community councils now that we have a baked product. To the community councils, i.e. Scarborough, North York, Toronto East York, Etobicoke York, for the staff to have in-person public consultations and hear from those neighborhoods on how they feel about this type of infill housing in their neighborhoods. I think that that's fundamentally important because while we have crafted a downtown housing option for everybody across this city, from the Etobicoke to Scarborough, from Steeles to the lake, people in those neighborhoods, because this is a big city, have the right to weigh in on that downtown housing option for everyone. It's really important for us to do that, Madam Speaker. I'm hoping that Councillor Holyday will accept my amendment as a friendly amendment to his motion so that we can hear from everyone on this particular issue.
Thank you. Okay, let's put the motions on the screen and let's have a recorded vote. Okay, on the amendment first, recorded vote.
This would be a yes.
Councillor Fletcher, please. Speaker, the amendment does not carry. The vote is 11 to 13.
Okay, on the referral motion, recorded vote.
The motion to refer the item does not carry. The vote is 8 to 16.
Paul, are you ready to speak? You're not ready? Councillor Burnside, are you ready to speak? Pardon? Do we have Councillor Burnside's motion?
Because this motion is a deferral, and you can't vote on deferral if you've defeated referral.
Your motion is out of order. So do you want to speak on the item? Because we just voted down the referral. Okay, so do you want to speak, Councillor Burnside? No. Would you like to speak on the item? No? Okay. Councillor Crawford, are you ready to speak?
Yes, Madam Chair, I am, and thank you very much. As we all know, Toronto is a rapidly growing city, and it is growing everywhere. Of course, it's growing up downtown, and when we get out to the suburbs, it is growing. I speak from experience, living out in Scarborough and seeing the changes that are taking place in my ward, Scarborough Southwest. We need to address this growth responsibly. That is why I not only support the efforts for increased housing supplies, but in my ward, I supported the first 2 Housing Now sites, and I supported the first of the 2 modular housing developments in my ward. That was the right thing to do. But we also need to do it the right way. We have already made drastic concessions, not by our own choice, but by the way the mandates of the province in our development processes at the city, and that impacts, we still don't know what they will be. I have had numerous discussions with my constituents, and in fact, residents all across Scarborough, and they tell me that they are very frustrated. They feel frustrated, they feel hopeless, and that a lot of the control has been taken away from them as they would like to know and feel and understand and be part of how their neighborhoods grow. They express that they feel powerless in determining the changes occurring in the neighborhoods. That is what I'm hearing. As an elected representative, I must be accountable to their concerns, and currently, they feel their input is limited and that the city is letting them down. Hence why I supported Councillor Holliday's motions, and I'll support the one that will be coming up. And while I recognize the need and support the efforts to expanding housing options in Toronto, as I said, I'm accountable to the residents of Scarborough Southwest. At the end of the day, Scarborough is not downtown Toronto. There are still distinct differences that attract Torontonians to move out to the city core. I was one of them many, many years ago. From my conversations with residents across the ward along their collective outreach through my office, residents associations have been reaching out to me, and I know a lot of other councillors through emails. They clearly express that they are not against intensification. They are concerned about the speed of it and the limited amount of input afforded to them in their neighborhoods. Now that is not unreasonable. After considering all of this carefully, I will not be supporting the report in its current form. We need to find a way to strike a balance between meeting the housing needs of our growing city and respecting the desires of our constituents. It is vital that we work together to develop a plan that ensures the future of our city is both sustainable and equitable. By doing so, we can ensure that Toronto continues to be a place that we all love and cherish. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Prutz to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I'm somewhat chagrined by what I just saw happen a couple of minutes ago here. So what we heard really, really clearly is this, that this is not about creating affordable housing. Absolutely not. In fact, if you take a good, close, hard look at it, what the additional housing options, as it's being framed by our planners, actually has the effect of driving up values across the city and in neighborhoods where this will happen. I think that that's a really, really important point. Because, well, on one hand, you make the argument about supply, increasing options, increasing housing. One of the arguments for intensifications is, increased supply meet demand, stabilize prices, maybe slow them down. I buy that. That's good. And I think Councillor Crawford here probably said it best. It's something that's worthy and we should do. But when we knowingly say this, let's do this and push up values, because that's what this does, then you say, well, how does that fit into that mix? Is it supportable? Maybe could be. Is it that transformative? Maybe, maybe not. But here's what's really, really important in all of this, is that as you develop these housing options from a downtown planning perspective, that's what this is. This is your typical downtown kind of infill housing, way to go, let's go fast approach. You don't even want to hear from the suburbs. You don't even want to take a pause and say, you know what? Now that we have this baked product, this well-cooked cake, let's show it to them. Let's let them have a taste and see what comes of it. And the answer to that one was no, a resounding no. You know, that's unacceptable. It really is unacceptable. Scarborough, North York, Etobicoke, Toronto East York, Etobicoke York, they all have the right to weigh in, to have their opinions heard. Not ignored, heard. And you deny them the simple opportunity to have them heard. Absolutely unbelievable.
Thank you. Councillor Sachs to speak.
Thank you. I have a motion. My motion, in a nutshell, is for the city to do a better job monitoring the impact of this change on trees, soft landscaping, and generally on resilience to flooding and to climate change. This was suggested by some of my residents' associations, and I enthusiastically agree that this is something we should be tracking. As the chief planner pointed out, it's not just a problem with multiplexes. We have very much the same problem with single-family buildings that are hardening more and more of their surfaces. But in any event, we do need to keep better track of what the impact is, because as the rain intensifies, flooding gets worse, we're going to have a harder and harder problem managing stormwater. But coming to the motion as a whole, I recognize that this is the result, despite the comments of some of my colleagues, of extensive consultation and extensive work over many years by knowledgeable and caring people dealing with a really difficult challenge that we have, and a source of enormous anguish, which I hear from people all over my ward, both concerned about people who already have homes and are worried about the impact on those homes of what changes around them, and equal anguish or more anguish from all the people who cannot find homes, cannot afford homes, cannot stay in the neighborhoods where they grew up, are having to leave the city, taking their expertise and their innovation somewhere else. Ed Keenan, one of the most perceptive observers about Toronto City Hall, wrote about this just a few days ago. The invisible losses that we have when young people leave the city because they cannot find a place to live. And in large parts of the city, including large parts of my ward, we have fewer people on a block now than we did when I was young. So yes, there's going to be some wrenching impacts. Yes, there are definitely a lot of people who are worried about the consequences of allowing more development. And most of those people are also really worried about putting new people in high rises or mid rises, because again, it changes their neighborhoods, it increases shadow, it increases demand on city services and infrastructure. We don't have enough money to do everything that we should have in building infrastructure and services for all these people. And the more people we have in a smaller space, the better our public spaces and services have to be. Given this anguished difficulty and the hundreds of thousands more people who are growing up and want to have homes or coming to this city, we need to provide as many different kinds of homes as we can. And making space for more people within the existing low-rise area while keeping it low-rise and ground-oriented, I think is the best solution that we have in a very difficult situation. So I am supporting the motion as a whole. I would hope you will support my motion for us to do a better job tracking what the impacts are on tree cover and on surfaces. You heard a number of my questions to the chief planner. There's a lot more we need to do that we're not dealing with in this motion today. We're going to need to think about the workforce who are going to do all these renovations. And we need to be thinking about how we train our most vulnerable to be part of that so that they have a path to prosperity as well. And maybe when we talk about our Indigenous procurement motion, we'll be able to talk about that some more. We need to think about the impact on demolition waste. There's going to be a lot more things being torn out and torn down as these renovations occur. We're not very good about diverting demolition waste. We've got a target for city-owned buildings, but we don't match other cities like Burnaby or Vancouver of having a target for keeping demolition waste out of our landfill. And landfill space is very valuable to us. So we need to be thinking ahead. How are we going to get these buildings done? What are we going to do with the waste it produces? Who's going to do the work, and how do we get them trained and able to be part of the prosperity? And we need to make it easier for homeowners to find contractors who are honest and qualified and know how to improve the energy efficiency of the building. When I was the Environmental Commissioner of Ontario, one of my last reports was about how criminal it is to miss the opportunity to improve existing buildings when you're tearing them open anyway. And we do that, we miss most of them. So we, the city, have a lot that we can do. We can't just hand out money to everybody, but we really could help by having accredited contractors and making sure that they know what to do, and thinking about our green standards and how they apply to these low standards. So this is an important initiative. It's just one step on a really long road. I know that there's going to be a lot of bumps along the road, but we have to look up after the new citizens and not just the old ones. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Bravo to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. Clearly, there's an urgent need for more housing in this city, and it has to be a diverse kind of housing. It can't just all be intensification with the kind of high rises that are planned all across my ward, because we need them everywhere in the city, and they have to be a range of sizes. They have to accommodate multi-generational families, and we need housing close to where the jobs are, because we need the workers who are cleaning and making stuff in the city of Toronto to have a place to live with their families. I think it's really important that we acknowledge what has been said repeatedly here, is that this does not replace action on affordable housing. This does not replace the interventions of government that are required at every level, on the federal level around financialization, at the provincial level in too many ways to count. And also on the question of how tech is interfering with the housing supply through short-term rentals. That's something that we have to continue to pursue, because the market will not solve the affordability problem. If supply was the only thing that mattered, then food would be a lot cheaper, because there is plenty of food that we throw out every day in this country, and yet food prices have increased. So, the market needs to be tamed. But I will say that we need to share the burden across the city equitably. We need to also regard the burden of building as an opportunity. It's an opportunity to include the people that are in this city so that they don't have to leave. They don't have to go to Hamilton or Montreal or Barrie because they're being displaced by the lack of affordable supply or the lack of supply of the kind of housing where people can raise a family. I think that it's also important for me to point out that in Davenport, in addition to having thousands and thousands of new units of intense high-rise building, we also have mid-rise on the avenue, something that I supported on St. Clair. Consistent 10, 12-story buildings that are bringing more people and making the street more vibrant, bringing more people to ride transit, bringing more people to more small businesses. That's really crucial for maintaining neighborhoods. Neighborhoods have a lot of different character, and one of them is to be able to live, work, shop close to where you are, where your children can move around, run from Oakwood Collegiate over to Earls Court Park and buy stuff along the way on St. Clair, keeping those businesses alive. And we've always had multiplexes. They work really well, and they work really well, especially when you have multiple generations close by and the kind of the relationships that can be built, and they're just an important part of the fabric in my own community. I'm going to support these recommendations, but I think that we have to continue to pursue the other solutions around affordability, around fighting financialization and the impact that that has on the concentration of ownership in this country by corporate interest, by corporations increasingly, and how that is functioning to drive up costs and to make housing a commodity and not a human right. And we've set ourselves this direction in this council, and we have to always hold the fact that housing is a human right, and we have to start recognizing that. I support the recommendations, but I also think that we have to be real about the infrastructure that needs to accompany all of the new development that's happening in this city, because it does generate more need for transit. It does generate need for childcare. And so we have to contemplate how alongside building more, we're actually going to build the amenities that make communities not just a place to live. Because a place to live also includes how we move around the city, and especially if we're living in apartments, we need to be able to go to a park. We need to be able to convene in the public realm. This is a step forward for Toronto. There's a lot more to do, and there's a lot more players that need to be involved to deliver on the goals that we've set for ourselves at the federal and provincial level, but we cannot compel, we cannot persuade if we don't do what we need to do here, and that's why I'm supporting these recommendations.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll to speak.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I just want to share a story that I've already shared with my community. Not during the consultation. They had ample opportunity for consultation last summer. I attended it. I even eavesdropped on the one in Etobicoke. Pretty much every neighborhood that Councillor Perruzza mentioned had a consultation. But I wanted to fortify that, so I wrote a column at the time in my e-blast, and I wrote it again, told the story again recently. My friend passed away last year. But if I tell the story of her life, it goes back to she and her husband bought a rather large house. Yeah, this happens in the suburbs. We have some large houses and some lovely neighborhoods. They had 5 kids, not unusual back in the 70s or so. She was a good 20 years older than myself. They had 5 kids, so they had one of the biggest houses up the hill. The closest major avenue is at the bottom of the hill, about 2 blocks away. So they were up at, in a really prominent spot in the neighborhood. But things happened, and she found herself a single mom. When her husband left, the child support wasn't going to quite make it. So they put a basement apartment in. That made it possible for the kids and mom to stay in the house. Called a carpenter, made it all possible. They had to do it legit. It had to follow the rules. It cost some money to do it, but income returned to her because it had a firewall. It was a decent apartment. And that was great. There was the family upstairs. Later on, the kids did what kids always do. They grew up. She didn't want to leave the neighborhood. She had this giant house. And she still had that friend who was the carpenter. And so, over time, converted the second floor into 2 apartments. She lived on the main floor, made that a living space with a master suite and a living room and a dining room, big enough to still have over all the kids and their kids, because it was still a family-sized dining room, but put a bedroom on that floor for herself and had tenants upstairs. Still a great neighborhood, so it was a lot of income, pulled a great rent from those 2 apartments, and now it was a 4-plex. And what was the end result of that 4-plex? The end result was that she got to age in place. She spent her last days in that house where she'd raised her kids, spent her whole life. She kept her same neighbors around her. She was known by everyone and loved by everyone in the neighborhood and never had to leave that house. The house changed over time. It became a 4-plex. But what does the rest of the street look like to this day? It's still a single-family dwelling neighborhood. Has a couple of houses that are upper, lower units now. Another one at the bottom closer to the avenue that is also a 4-plex. And as is often the case in the city of Toronto, closest to the avenue, indeed the very closest, is a little mid-rise apartment building, because that's often the way we plan things in Toronto. But the neighborhood is still high value, it's still beautiful, and everyone in that neighborhood is glad that my friend lived there until the end of her days. That's what we're talking about. That's all we're talking about. There are lots of great motions that have been moved at P&H. Councillor Sachs moved a motion today that further allows us to keep track of the impact on our tree canopy. But this is what we're talking about. People's lives sometimes require these things. And where this has been legalized, places like Vancouver, places like many of our American cities, this is kind of how it happens over time. You make this thing permissible, and 5 years later, what are you going to get? What are you going to get? I was just saying to one of my colleagues, what you're likely to get is phone calls from homeowners saying, I'm trying to do this, and the planning desk is making it really difficult. This is hard to do, as is what happened when we first started with laneway housing. We'll take the desk a little time to get used to it, inspectors a little time to make sure they've dealt with every scenario, but gradually this will happen. Won't be cheap. It's a couple $100 a square foot to do a decent renovation. And if you're going to charge $3,000 a month, you're going to do a decent renovation. But your neighborhood will still be your neighborhood. And we'll be here for you. We'll continue to examine it at P&H. And I don't think this is the end of the world, Madam Speaker. Those are my comments.
Thank you. Councillor Cole to speak.
Yeah, I think I have the motion. I don't know if you got it at the table, my motion. If you could put it up. Just 1 second. Okay, while they're putting it up, I have a story to tell too.
Okay, well, hold on before you
Okay, I'll
start
tell
your
my
story.
Councillor Carroll got me thinking
Hold
stories.
on.
Okay, I'll wait.
I don't.
It's a storytelling contest.
We have to put the motion up.
Oh, there it is.
Okay, there's your motion.
So in my questioning, this is a follow-up here. I'm asking for a provision to look at where development occurs in Toronto and to maybe have these multiplexes in those areas that are developmentally dormant and give us a break where we have all this development hyperactivity. Secondly, I request the planner to look at the possibility of doing these on the major arterials, which are wastelands in many ways, with hardly any housing, any retail, nothing. And thirdly, City Council requests the Chief Planner talk in consultation with the Executive Director of City Planning to find a way of making some of these units affordable. Because as many have said, none of these are going to be affordable. These are going to be out of reach for anybody, really, that doesn't have already a property. So my little story is that when we came to Canada from Italy, we lived in a house on Belwoods Avenue, and we lived on the first floor with a kitchen and a room, and the second floor was my aunt and uncle with their kids and a boarder on the second floor, and on the third floor we had 3 boarders. That's intensification, and we had 1 bathroom, and we loved it. Nobody complained about the lack of housing. Nobody complained about lack of infrastructure. It was wonderful growing up in Little Italy in the 50s. Everybody worked hard, and everybody talked to each other, and nobody drove a car. My father never had a car. Anyways, that's my story of intensification. Now, if we look at now, why I'm concerned about this, and again, this will be inevitable. I know, I think the votes are here, but look at what's happening on my street on Dufferin, where the bus and the 29 bus is jam-packed all the time, okay? Ever try and get on the Dufferin bus? Try it. They're proposing another 20 condos or purpose-built rentals up and down Dufferin from Yorkdale down to Eglinton. 20 condos, rentals, whatever it is, all 3 30-story ones, all up and down. We have 0 infrastructure. The only infrastructure we had a big celebration. We got finally some government infrastructure. We got an LCBO on the street. Everybody went crazy. Yes, the government is providing some infrastructure to Dufferin Street. We've got an LCBO. We have no library, no community center. We don't have really a park, I don't think. Well, in the back, we've got one there. So there's no infrastructure right now. Then we're bringing in another 10,000 people with all the condos going from wall to wall, from Yorkdale down to Eglinton. So I'm saying, some parts of Toronto are doing more than others in terms of providing housing. And we want to keep doing that, but we can't do it if you keep piling on and with no infrastructure. People don't ask for much. They said, give us a little park. Maybe give us a library. God forbid there should be a library on Dufferin Street after 100 years. That is what people are asking for. They'll accept 4 plexes, 3 plexes. They're already there. I have a whole area in the Fraserwood area. I've got nothing but 6 plexes, wall to wall. But you think there's a library or a little kind of community drop-in center or a health center? There's 0. There's nothing. That is what is missing. And as you know, this is not going to make a big difference, but staff has worked diligently trying to do everything it can. We did the secondary streets. We did the laneway suites. We did the backyard suites. Now we're doing this. But we can't do anything about the fact that the cost of labor to build the house is out of our control. The cost of construction is out of our control. So unless, people understand this is not a housing crisis, this is an affordability crisis.
5 seconds.
A building crisis. 200,000 homes are already approved in this city, and the builders won't build them.
Okay, thank
Why
you.
won't they ask that question? Build what you've got approved already. 200,000 sitting there, and you won't build. Why won't you build?
Thank you, Councillor Cole. We do have a question for you. Deputy Mayor McKelvey, clarification of the motion, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Councillor Cole. I do quite like 3, and I see that you're asking for a report back on that, correct?
Yes.
Okay, So for number one, you're saying to include a provision to prioritize as a right. So you're not overriding the existing recs. You're just saying, in addition to that, try to prioritize it in these areas?
Yes, well, whatever can work out, because I know this is not black and white, but essentially, look at the city. It's not one size fits all. We all represent one city, the size of Peterborough. So to put us all together and say it's all the same, it is not. And so I'm saying, look at where the intensification is, the development is. So don't treat us all as if we're the same. We're not. It's very different in different parts of the city. So therefore, have the fourplexes in areas where they could use some intensification and they don't have any.
Your second rec is to report back also. And again, you're not overriding existing recs with this. You're just saying, in addition to what you have proposed, report back on this later too?
Yes, in terms of, you're saying my number 2?
Okay.
Or the affordability piece?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday, 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Through to Councillor Cole. Councillor Cole, do you see number 2 as a possible solution that might make almost everybody happy?
Yeah, I think, you know, Councillor Holiday, I think we sort of raised the same concern. And I'm saying that let them start there, okay? That way you lessen the fear of this change, and you basically put the multiplexes where we already have transit, where we already have retail, where you're not car dependent. People could take the bus up and down the main street where they live. So start there.
Would you say some of the sources of potential conflict that might arise out of multiplex houses is just that? Fights over parking spots, fights over car parked in one front of some person's house, not in front of another, and overlook. And by organizing these type of expansions on places like avenues and places like busy streets and places served by transit like buses, do you think that there's an elegant solution in there to make this more agreeable?
Yeah, I think it lessens the, you know, the fear of change. It's always been there no matter what you do. So start on the main artery. And we've got how many kilometers of main arterials that are wastelands? You know, put them on those main streets where you can build houses, let people take the bus on them. And they don't have to drive to go to the library. They can just walk. And it takes the pressure off the park. As you know, no matter where we are, there's always, I think the number one complaint I get in my office is traffic and parking. Traffic, parking.
Thank you, Councillor Cole. I think it's a great idea.
Thank you. Okay. Councillor Cheng, 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
Thank you. Through the speaker, so Councillor Cole, I'm just seeing a bit of a conflict here, because in the first part, you're saying prioritize areas where the development activity is low. But in the second one, you're saying prioritize arteries that are walkable to libraries, community centers, and shopping. And I have a feeling that the areas that have that beautiful infrastructure are high growth areas. So where you have easy access to transit, walkable community centers and libraries, those are the places where everyone is building condos already. So I'm not sure, I'm just wondering if you see that conflict, or do you think there are pockets of Toronto, have you identified any that have this incredible infrastructure and we're not already actively creating density there?
Yeah, I can't say right offhand specific locations, but being a street runner for the last 50 years in the city of Toronto, I can tell you that I run or walk up and down streets where I could see a lot of fourplexes where there is a bus, there are stores. I think there's a lot of them throughout the city of Toronto that could use more intensification.
So
other
is
than
it
condos.
possible to then tie the two together so that you're emphasizing that it's where this infrastructure exists, but that it currently has low level of development? Because when I read this, like my ward is a high growth area, I have that infrastructure, and everybody wants to live in Willowdale, I think. So
Yeah, no, and that's a great example. Your ward is
blowing up.
Yeah, so therefore, that's what I'm saying. You got to give your ward, my ward, a second look.
Right.
Because we already have incredible pressures.
So I'm just concerned that the second part of your motion, it looks like it's if it's taken as a standalone, it could bring that pressure right back into my
Yeah,
neighborhood.
but you're not going to get any fourplexes on Yonge Street.
No, but I
Or
do
on
have
Shepherd. You're not-
houses.
that land's all been bought.
I have 5 to 10 minute walk from Yonge Street where lots
Okay,
of houses.
let's, this is clarification of the motion, and it's a request report.
So that
Maybe on
is my,
Willowdale Avenue, that North South Street is.
so that's my question is.
You have to look at the streets
the
and the planners.
standalone-
We've got great planners and they know where these streets are. And as I said, they're not going to build these on Yonge Street. They're
Okay.
all called.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Questions? I thought, okay. Counselor Myers, did you have questions to Counselor Cole on clarification of the motion?
Yes, Speaker.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Thank you. I just had a question on the first part of the motion. I'm not understanding what we're trying to achieve. So include a provision to prioritize as a right multiplexes in areas of the city where there is a limited intensification and low levels of development. Like, what are we trying to do? I just don't understand. So I just want to clarify.
Well, in some wards, in some parts of the city, there's very little development pressure, okay? Again, as I said, I have 110, 15 developments. So in some other wards, I hear there's 5 or 6. So I said, I have a hard time handling the infrastructure needs with all these developments in the pipeline. So take a look, first of all, at those wards where there isn't that much development interest, and that would be a great place to start for the multiplexes. That's what I'm saying.
Got it. And did you check with staff that they're okay with this?
No.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Towers going up around her hood close to her street. Now has to also deal with this additional multiplex density. The buildings that have beautiful landscape and 4 stories, 6 stories, 8 stories, rip down, rip down, rip down. And I know all the complexities around that, but where are we on that? Instead, we're going into this new neck of the woods trying to beat out affordable housing, of which none of this will be. I could give you examples of things that what they sell for in my area. And this is not going to be a chief planner, there's no way to guarantee affordability. There's no regulatory tool. There's no regulations. And so we all know what's going to happen. I had an earlier motion about a year ago. Mount Pleasant.
5 seconds.
Thank you, Madam.
As well. Sorry, this is not the entirety of my motion. There's a piece about school
Can you
boards
scroll it up, please?
for about 4 million.
For our communities across the city. Not only for me as a council, but, for his adding 1 additional unit from 3 to 4, technically.
Mic check. Checking the audio. Test, test, test.
Counselor Ainsley checking in.
Thank you, Counselor. We can see and hear you.
Likewise.
motion that I believe you have now. It's a CC item. I'm frantically looking for it. If only my chief of staff would just scream it out from the audience. Sorry, it's not a CC item, Madam Speaker. It's an NY item. Sorry, Madam Speaker, it's NY 4.9 has been submitted to the clerks now. This is a technical motion from staff. I brought this here without recommendations because we wanted further conversation. And I want to really thank staff, Michael Romero and Guy Matthews specifically, although I think he's gone home for the evening, because they really did work intensely for the last couple of weeks to get to this point. And we are ready to proceed.
Okay, so on NY 4.9, motions on the screen by Councillor Carroll. On favor, show of
Thank you.
hands.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's the item. Do we have any further quick releases? Councillor Fletcher.
I have a quick release. DM 6.1, claim to recover damages, Toronto Police Service Data Center. Releasing that.
Okay, so Councillor Fletcher is releasing DM 6.1. On favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried. Thank you.
EX 4.1, Portland's flood
Okay, I'm
protection.
sorry, I didn't hear that.
I'm sorry.
What was the next one?
Oh, next one, EX 4.1,
Okay, EX 4.
Portland's flood protection.
Right, okay.
Massive operation. I'll release that, thank you.
Okay, EX 4.1, Councillor Fletcher is releasing. On favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried.
And I'll release EX 4.9, temporary lane closures, Don Valley Parkway. Oh,
Okay.
no, I'm going to hold that, continue holding, sorry.
Okay.
What?
Okay, so Councillor Fletcher, you're still going to hold that one, right?
I am, but I, Chair.
Okay.
Just for you.
Okay, thank you. Now, we do have a motion we're going to introduce. Councillor Ainslie. Councillor Ainslie? Can you hear us? Councillor Ainslie? Okay, Deputy Mayor McKelvey, would you like to introduce that motion that you seconded for Councillor Ainslie?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That Councillor Paul Ainsley be permitted to add to the agenda 4097 Lawrence Avenue East and 197 to 201 Galloway Road technical amendment, and it's urgent because it's a bylaw amendment.
Okay, on favor? Show of hands carried. Any further quick releases? Councillor Pasternak? Who's the second? Councillor Cole, you're the seconder, so do you want to introduce that for Councillor Pasternak?
So done.
It's on the screen.
That Councillor James Pat be permitted to add to the agenda of today's meeting an urgent motion without notice authorizing to release of Section 37 funds from the development at 1100 Shepherd Avenue West to the Transportation Services Division for the design and construction of public realm and road safety improvements. Reasons for urgency. This motion is urgent as the release of Section 37 funds is required to ensure this project can be tendered and construction completed in 2023. I so move on behalf of Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you. On favor? Show of hands carried. Councillor Ainslie, can you hear us?
I can hear you now, Madam Speaker.
Okay, do you have any quick releases?
I do, Madam Speaker. I have just, sorry, let me just scroll through. I would like to release GG 3.17, request for authority to create a centralized login platform, and just thank all of our IT staff for their amazing work on this. This is going to be a very transformative process and platform once it's in place, and it goes a long way in complementing all of the modernization work that our staff are doing with our technology to make our city more open and transparent. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Ainsley is releasing GG 3.17. All in favor? Show of hands carried. Do you have any other releases, Councillor Ainsley?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I can also release GG 3.18, Customer Experience Division Annual Report 2022. And I know we have a lot on this agenda. When this meeting is done, if people have a chance to go through it, there's a lot of information on what 311 is doing and how they're handling all of the calls and emails and texts they're receiving. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fletcher would still like to hold that. Councillor Ainsley, would you like to continue to hold the item?
No, Councillor Fletcher can have it. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Fletcher, then you hold the item. Okay, so if we can put the speakers list back on the screen. Oh, Councillor Malik? Councillor Malik?
Thank you. I have a request to reopen an item, TE 4.17. We had got some better advice about moving an amendment on this item, not as a member motion, and Clerks has that.
So what is the item, Councillor Malik?
It is 109 to 127 Strachan Avenue Tenant Relocation and Assistance Plan.
Okay, T 417. Okay, so motion to reopen the item, reconsider, on favor?
4.17.
Yeah. And Councillor Malik will hold it in your name, or do you want to, is there an amendment?
There is an amendment. We can put it up and deal with it quickly.
Okay.
I don't need to speak to it.
Okay, if we can just show it on the screen. There it is there.
So this is a recommendation from staff to discuss with the developer prior to the old team hearing.
Okay, it's on the screen. On favor, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Item is amended. On favor, carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll put the speakers list back up.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Speaker, I rise in support of the item in front of us. But just before I proceed, I'd like to just, with great respect, inform Councillor Chang that I know your area is beautiful, lovely, and most people you think would like to live there. I'm not one of those. I'm loving Scarborough, will continue to live in Scarborough, and I know North York is fabulous, but I just wanted to set the record straight. Thank you, with great respect. Speaker, I want to thank the Chief Planner and his team. As you've seen, they've done a vast amount of work. They have done extensive consultation and studies to bring what we have in front of us here today. And what is it that they're bringing in front of us? Well, the province, with respect to Bill 23, has decided that municipalities across Ontario are permitted to have, the multiplex and 3 units. And they also, in Bill 23, stated, Speaker, I'm just wondering if we can get some quiet in the chamber.
Please keep it down.
It is quite disrupting when
Yeah.
you're speaking and having to hear out the conversations. It refers to the fact that municipalities can obviously add to the I guess the minimums that the province has stated. We have asked staff to look at a multitude of options to provide us with directions and guidance, actually, with the city to address a fundamental problem and challenge that we're having in Toronto with respect to not enough places for people to live, housing. Now, it's not unique to us, quite frankly. It's a problem that's global in nature. We also know that as we talk about building and developing, there is a cost that's associated with that. In this economy where everything is expensive, so is the development and or building of any type of structure. So we know that this is a problem, and that's something that we also have to address. So when I hear the questions or the conversation around, this is not affordable, we get that because that's part of the challenge that we're dealing with as well, as it relates to the need for more housing. What has the staff done? Well, we have asked, and I know former Mayor Tory's name has been mentioned, former Councillor Bailau's name has been mentioned, it appears to me in terms of how it sounded as if they had done something wrong. Well, what did they do? Well, they were trying to find ideas, bring forward through motions to get staff to look at opportunities in terms of how we can expand the footprint in terms of the number of housing options, and they're doing that. So I want to thank them for that. Speaker, I have lived in a multiplex building as a student in Montreal. And in fact, in two specific areas that I lived in, you had multiplex, you had a variety of different housing options, quite frankly. And you know what was interesting? It was a great community. And I understand the stress and the pressure that members of council have spoken about, but that's not unique to multiplex. It is with respect to every other development that we actually approve here. I don't think that there's going to be a major floodgate that's opened up and quite frankly, that we're going to see multiplexes right across the city. I don't think that's the case. I've had conversations with members of my community. Some people are supportive, some people are not. But what it was clear to me is that people are understanding that there is a new perspective in terms of thought and thinking, that there is indeed a housing shortage, that there is indeed affordability issues associated with housing, but we have to do something. I spoke to a gentleman today, and he's talking about his kids not being able to come back to this city, be able to afford to live here, and the challenges that they experience, and he is worried about them. So are many other people worried about their family members and their kids living in the city. We are, as such, as a city, and I think we either have a problem or we don't have a problem. It seems to me that we have a problem because we all should admit that. The horse has already left the barn. Bill 23 has stated you can have up to 3, and it gives you the opportunity to add more. Staff has added 1. Let's support that, quite frankly, and let's not approach it from we don't want to do this because we don't like it. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Myers to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to start my remarks off by first thanking the Chief Planner for the amount of work that's gone into this, as well as Kyle, Philip, and Melanie for the incredible amount of work, due diligence, and thought you put into this proposal. I'm obviously supportive of the expanding multiplexes into the inner suburbs. And for me, it's one of the reasons I ran. It was really about creating more options for families to live in our communities, live in our neighborhoods. I represent one of those wards, Ward 23, where the population has consistently gone down every single year. And I asked myself, why? We have great parks, we have great neighborhoods, we have great schools, great community centers. And the reason is that the people who grew up in these neighborhoods now can't afford to live there. I knock on the door and, it's not often that you talk to the owner, who is an older person. The kids now live in Durham, sometimes as far away as London, Windsor, Ottawa, Montreal, because they simply can't afford to live here. So I think this is a tremendous opportunity for Toronto. I also want to, take a step back and also look at, we're sort of looking at this as, the option of, one individual, making renovations on their house, or a developer potentially outbidding a family and converting a single-family unit into 4. And personally, I don't think that's a bad thing. I think that one of the reasons I supported allowing up to a study to allow up to 6 units on a single-family home plot was that if you're going to build affordable housing, which is what I've heard a lot of my colleagues talk about, that whether or not these units are going to be affordable, you need CMHC financing. That's really the key. We heard that repeatedly at Planning and Housing, that without the financing, the access to preferred interest rates and loans, you simply can't get the housing that we need. And to do that, you need a minimum of 5 units, which is why I supported having a study looking at the potential of having up to 6 units in Ward 23. So I think this is really, if we really look at this opportunity, this is really an opportunity to, gently densify all of our neighborhoods. One of the reasons that housing is so expensive in our city is that we really only allow development in about 5% of the total available land in Toronto, which is mainly the downtown, parts of Yonge and Eglinton, and that's about it. So you have all of this development happening in 5% of the land, and 75% of the land, known as the Yellow Belt, has been up till now off limits. So I think there is a huge opportunity if we are willing to take those steps, if we are willing to be bold, if we are willing to work with private developers who want to build those affordable housing that we all agree that's desperately needed. And I just once again want to thank my colleagues and staff for their incredible amount of work that they've done to help us get here. And I also want to give a quick shout out to Councillor Crawford, who was one of the first Scarborough councillors to allow a type of supportive housing that has been missing in our community for a very long time. I know exactly the property that he referenced earlier. I just want to thank him for his leadership on that.
Thank you. Councillor Malik to speak.
Thank you very much. I'm going to echo much of what my colleagues have said, particularly Councillor Myers. People need to be able to stay in their communities and imagine a future for themselves in every single part of the City of Toronto. And through allowing additional units, residents have the ability, as we've heard, to stay in their homes, stay in their communities, and find housing in the areas that they want to call home. Here in Spadina, Fort York, my downtown community has been mentioned in many different ways. We do have a growing, tall, tower-based set of communities, and our city needs even more housing options than that. We need housing options that are affordable and available in every single Toronto neighborhood. We also heard that this proposal will allow us to bring into compliance the existing multi-unit buildings where they already are occurring in the city, bringing in safety inspections and other necessary regulations, which is so critical and so important for us to be able to even imagine being able to make a dent in the crisis of housing that we are encountering day in and day out in our city. After years of hard work on this file, and I really want to echo what everyone has shared about the amount of work and thought and care and evidence that has gone into the proposal in front of us, I do want to thank staff for their dedication to this project and look forward to seeing council support this item, this really powerful tool as we go forward and make good on our promise to address the affordable housing crisis in Toronto.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I have an amendment to Councillor Chang's motion.
Okay, if we can put the amendment on the screen, please. Okay, there it is.
No. It's not on the big screen, Speaker.
Do we have it? There it is.
There we go. Thank you very much. It's simply to include in that monitoring report after the 200 building permits are approved, look at the sale and rental prices of the newly created units.
Now, everyone here, we're very supportive of this. As I've said before, lots and lots of these in my ward. But I think I've heard so many times today how important housing is, but how important affordable housing is. And Councillor Myers talks about folks that aren't able to stay in the city, families that have to move, kids that have to move. And these units, when we're talking about these permissions and changing things, I think very much of our motivation is to make life more affordable for Torontonians and ensure that housing is affordable, not just building housing, but making sure it's affordable. So let's see after the report exactly what the market conditions are for these new places. And with that, I won't belabor this debate anymore. Speaker, I'll just ask for support for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our last speaker is Deputy Mayor McKelvey.
Do you want to speak first? Okay.
Pardon?
The planning chair would like to speak
Oh,
first.
sorry. I didn't see Councillor Bradford's name there. Councillor Bradford?
Thanks, Madam
Okay,
Speaker.
just one second,
Sure.
please. Okay, go ahead.
Thanks very much. We do need less talk and we do need more action. So I will be brief, but it's not lost on me that this process was started 3 years ago. 3 years ago, this started, July 2020. We had the first motion of expanding housing options in our neighborhoods, EHON, as it's been affectionately called. And we had motions on the floor here today of council to defer today's report, to punt it, because this council and some of the people in this chamber don't want to stand up and make a decision for people who want to live in different neighborhoods here in Toronto. That's true. Why are you deferring it? Why is there a motion for a deferral? Endless debate, deferral, delay. The hallmark of housing in this chamber for too many years. So it is time for less talk and more action. It is time to move forward with this. If you don't like it, you can vote against it, and I suspect some people will. That's fine. But this is a body of work that has been done with tens of thousands of points of engagement, dozens and dozens of meetings, countless hours of our bureaucracy moving this thing forward. I want to commend Kyle and his team there sitting in the front row for all their hard work on this to make it a reality. But it's not lost on me that we have been 3 years to get to this point so that people have more rental options in different neighborhoods across the city. So we could take a stand and end the exclusionary zoning that has pushed so many people out of the fabulous neighborhoods across the city that I've been traveling to and hearing from people every single day. The number one thing they talk to me about, affordability. What is the most expensive bill people pay every month? It is their rent and it is their mortgage. It is housing. Now we do hear some folks and some conversations, oh, it's not deeply affordable. These aren't affordable units. Affordability means different things to different folks. People need affordable options. They need options, and we don't have enough options for people in the city of Toronto. Is multiplex a panacea? Of course it's not. There's no one silver bullet to solve the housing crisis, but we need 1,000 points of innovation. That is what this represents. A hell of a lot of hard work from our staff team, thousands of points of engagement, dozens and dozens of meetings, and the recognition that things in Toronto are changing, and they have to change, because what we've been doing since amalgamation for the past 2 decades hasn't been working. So let's talk more action. I hope everybody votes for this. I recognize some people won't, but that's okay, because we're going to take a big step forward as a council and as a city today to make sure that we have more housing for more people, more neighborhoods. Let's go. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, now our last speaker, Deputy Mayor McKelvey. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In December, as a council, we came together and we did something that was very hard. We approved multi-tenant homes. And today, we need to do something that's hard. We need to come together to find consensus to move forward with multiplexes. And that's because we signed a pledge this morning. We agreed 285,000 new homes over the next 10 years. And last month, we approved the plan to get there, and we approved a dashboard. And I remember standing up to say that the Housing Action Plan was one of my favorite kinds of plan, because it was a strategy, then we had an action and a work plan, and then we had targets, and then we had a dashboard to get there. We need to vote yes for multiplexes today so that we can meet that target that we set, so that we can be ambitious. So I want to start by thanking you for voting no to the deferrals that happened earlier. We made that tough decision. We said this is something that's important to us and something that we need to vote on today. And I'd like to thank Chair Brad Bradford of the Planning and Housing Committee and the members of the committee for doing the hard work to listen to community, to make the proposal a little bit better and to bring it here for us for a vote. It's really important that we meet our targets. Otherwise, why are we setting them, right? And so if we voted yes for the housing pledge, we should vote yes for this now. And there is a report back in 2026, and that'll give us the opportunity to look at it and make it even better. To say, hey, it's working, or hey, it's not working fast enough, and to tweak things and bring them forward. So I'd like to thank Councillor Cole for working with city staff to bring a motion that will result in some good information in 2026. And Councillor Chang for bringing a motion that said, you know what, let's look at this at 200 units, if that happens before 2026. And Councillor Sachs for saying, you know what, the environment's important to us too. And she brought forward a great motion. And I'd also like to thank Councillor Fletcher for providing her feedback. So those 4 councillors worked really hard. They brought some motions forward that make this a little bit better. I'm fully supportive of those. The only one I will be voting for no against, and it's with the greatest respect for my council colleague, is on Councillor Holiday's motion, because we have done extensive consultation. It has been before a committee. I have sent this out to my community multiple times. We have held roundtables with the different stakeholders. So the engagement has been done, and it's time to move forward today. And I hope you all will join me in voting yes.
Thank you. If we can put the motions on the screen. Who? Oh, Councillor Holiday, point of order.
I just wanted to request a separated vote on Councillor Cole's motion.
Okay.
1A.
Okay.
Thank you.
On Councillor Cole's motion, separate vote.
1A.
On 1A. Okay. Okay, if we can put the motions on the screen. Pardon?
Can we get separate votes on all of Councillor Cole's motions?
Okay.
There's 3.
I believe that
Okay, sorry.
Hold on, before, just to let members of council know that Councillor Cole is revising his motion. Okay?
Yes, so you should allow him to place
Okay.
the revised motion
Yeah,
before we go into.
yeah, okay, just one sec, Councillor Chang. Okay, Councillor Cole, do you want to get up and move your revised motion, please?
Revised motion.
Okay, let's put it on the screen.
Let's talk.
Let's talk, come on.
I wish everyone practiced that.
Okay, it's on the screen for members so they can review. And you can see the portion that's been deleted. Okay, that's his revised motion. And Councillor Chang, did you have?
Oh, I was just asking if 1A and B are going to be separated out as well for.
But on his revised motion, you want a separate vote? Okay, 1A and 1B separate vote. All right, okay, let's put the motions on the screen. Okay? Okay, first motion by Councillor Fletcher. It's on the screen. On favor? Carried. Okay. Councillor Perruzza, please, we're in the middle of a vote. Thank you. Councillor Chang's motion, we put on the screen.
And Speaker, I'll just remind members of council that this is as amended, and so what appears here is not the amended form. Yeah, this motion will be amended to incorporate the amendment that was just passed.
Okay, on favor, show of hands, carried. Okay, next motion. Councillor Perruzza, please. We're in the middle of a vote. I can't have you talking while we're voting. Well, if you love to talk, you can go out and talk. Councillor Holiday's motion. Okay, do we want a recorded vote? Yes, recorded vote.
Councillor Crisanti, please. Councillor Pasternak.
Councillor Pasternak, how do you vote, sir? Thank you. Speaker, motion 1B does not carry. The vote is 7 to 18.
Okay. Next motion. Motion by Councillor Sachs. Okay. Can I please have order? Like, what is wrong? We're trying to vote. Yeah, Councillor Perruzza, please. How many times do I have to tell you? Okay. Councillor Sachs' motion. You got a hard head, I'll tell you. All in favor? Councillor Sachs' motion? That's what the Italians say. Carried. Next motion.
No eating while you're voting, please.
Councillor. Now, there's been a request to separate the votes, correct? Okay. 1A first. Recorded vote.
Just stand by, members. We're just staging the vote so we can split it.
Okay, here it is on the screen. Oh.
Members, just stand by. We're just trying to get the right part highlighted. Councillor Malik, please. And Councillor Perruzza.
Councillor Crisanti, please.
Councillor Pasternak, how do you vote, sir? Thank you. Part 1A of the motion carries. The vote is 16 to 9.
Okay. Okay, it's on the screen.
Councillor Pasternak, how do you vote, sir? And Councillor Perruzza, how, would you please use the system of vote, please? Thank you. Part B, 1B of the motion carries. The vote is 18 to 7.
Okay, so. You what? You what? You want to vote no? Okay, to reopen, on favor, carried, okay? Recorded vote. Councillor Perruzza wanted to change his vote.
Councillor Carroll, can we have your vote, please?
Councillor Pasternak, how do you vote on the revote, please? Thank you. Speaker 1B of the motion carries 17 to 8.
Okay, so on the item, recorded vote. Oh, sorry, balance of the motion, recorded vote. Yes.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Pasternak, how do you vote, sir? Part 2 of the motion carries. The vote is 22 to 3.
Okay, so, one more? So motion 5B by Councillor Cheng, on favor, show of hands, carried. On the item, recorded vote.
Councillor Pasternak, how do you vote, sir? Thank you. Speaker, the item is amended carries. The vote is 18-7.
Okay. Okay, our next item is PH 3.6, Housing Now Initiative. So if we have any questions, if you can please put your name on the screen. Councillor Cole, questions?
Yes, question to staff.
Okay.
Housing Now. Given the province has basically taken that development fee charge off the backs of developers, do we have any money to do any of this now?
Through the Speaker, thank you, Councillor. What we've presented to you in the report is two separate attachments, two separate recommendations. One of the recommendations, I believe it is, I'll just get the recommendation here. Recommendation 1, 2, and 3 in the report. The associated budget for all of those three are included in the 2023 budget and can move ahead. All of the recommendations associated with, all of the actions associated with number 5 in the report, that would require the province of Ontario to make us whole for Bill 23. So we can move ahead with the first 3 recommendations, and then we need additional support, full reimbursement on a multi-annual basis to do recommendation 5.
So we've got some money for the first 3. Those are paid for.
Through the Speaker, yeah, that's correct. The money for that is included in the 2023 budget.
And we were getting monies from the Development Charges Reserve Fund. Weren't we to underwrite this Housing Now initiative?
Sorry, Councillor, could you repeat that?
Wait till Councillor Pasternak sneaks out here. Yeah. So we were getting our money to finance the Housing Now projects from the Development Charges Reserve Fund, were we not, in part?
Yes, through the Speaker, that is one of the sources of funds. We've also used debt as well, but yes, that is one of the main sources of funds, which is why we've outlined the report in the way that we have today.
So other than debt, one of the main sources of revenue to underwrite this affordable housing initiative was those development charges that traditionally have been paid by developers.
Through the Speaker, yes, the housing services portion of the development costs was money that came to the City of Toronto. We put into a reserve, and we've used that over many years to fund multiple programs, actually, and Housing Now was one of the programs that we were looking to fund moving forward over the next 10 years in order to meet that target of 10,000 new affordable units.
So if the provincial government doesn't basically reverse its position of removing those funding sources, which was from development charges, can this future program go ahead without that money being made whole to the city?
Through the Speaker, we've clearly laid out in the report that the program is at risk if we're not able to find money or be reimbursed from the province of Ontario for the money that we would have otherwise received from Bill 23. As staff, we want to move forward with the program. It's one of our biggest sources of the supply of affordable housing. We can move forward on the first 3 recommendations, but to go any further than that, we require that full reimbursement. And in fact, if we're not if we don't receive that by Q3 of this year, then it will bring much of the work we're doing to a stop.
So if we don't get that money by Q3, because they promised us, I think, to make us whole. I remember the former mayor of Brockville, Steve Clark, saying he was going to make us whole for this.
Through the Speaker, we have received communication from the province. They're going to be doing an audit of city reserves and the way that we spend money that we would have had from Bill 23. And so as I think any decision that they're going to make us whole would be subject to the outcome of that audit.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak. Councillor Pasternak, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to staff, when it comes to sites such as 50 Wilson Heights that are currently rezoned and ready for breaking ground, is there any intention of staff of revisiting those and increasing density?
Through the Speaker, we've been given direction through the Housing Action Plan to consider a number of the sites, to look for opportunities to add density to Housing Now sites and other sites like Quayside and Toronto community housing revitalization sites. But at this point, we're not proposing to do that for 50 Wilson.
You're not?
Not for 50 Wilson, no. Not in these proposals today, we are not anticipating adding additional density to that site.
Yeah, because you reach a point where you've got to get on with the work already. You can't keep revisiting the density every few years, and then you've got to would you have to do a whole new set of public consultations if you added buildings and increased density?
Through the Speaker, yes, you're right. There's a public engagement process that is necessary if we do that. And what we've laid out for you here in this report is a pathway to construction, and 50 Wilson is one of the sites that we have identified a pathway for.
Okay, just for clarity's sake, it's 50 Wilson Heights. Now, on page 2, I guess item 10, program considerations, it says here, allowing flexibility in the proportion of market rental and ownership units for Housing Now sites. I thought when we originally developed this plan, it was pretty fixed, that you would have 1/3 affordable and 2/3 market, so the market would subsidize affordable. Here, there seems to be a little bit of wiggle room here, allowing flexibility. Could that be a reduction of affordable or an increase of affordable, or?
Thank you, Councillor, for the opportunity to clarify that. So what we're proposing in this report is that we maintain our commitment to 1/3 of the units as affordable rental. That is really important for us to hit our overall goals. But if you remember when Council first approved this, it was 1/3 affordable, 1/3 market rental, and 1/3 ownership. On the market rental and ownership side, we're recommending that you give staff discretion to be more flexible between those 2/3. And so on one particular site, we might need more ownership housing rather than 1/3 ownership and 1/3 market rental in order to make the site viable. So we're asking for that flexibility, no flexibility on the 1/3 affordable rental at this time.
So it won't go down?
At this point, no, that's right.
So, okay. On number 11 under program considerations, there's a reference to supportive housing, and of course it's referenced in 12 as well. Now, I guess it depends how you define supportive housing. Usually I would define it as housing with wraparound services for those with various exceptionalities, whether it be mental illness, substance abuse, and other problems. I didn't think the Housing Now sites had the resources to provide the supports for that.
Through the Speaker, actually on Housing Now, because some of the affordability was at 40% of area market rent, and depending on the nature of the nonprofits who may be involved in this site, we see an opportunity to potentially add supportive housing. So these two recommendations are asking for some flexibility there around potentially adding studio units and also some flexibility around the growing up guidelines, which potentially will enable us to deliver some supportive housing on site, on Housing Now sites.
And are the budget line items there for support services? Social workers, mental illness, substance abuse, counseling?
Through the speaker, at this point, there's no additional budget that we're asking for that. If a nonprofit doesn't have operating dollars to bring to the table, then we may go to the province or one of the other ministries to request additional operating. But we certainly wouldn't move forward with supportive housing unless we felt it was viable in that location and it would be have a successful outcome.
Okay, I can squeeze in one more question. When it comes to affordable ownership, is Open Door funded sufficiently to provide down payments for affordable ownership? And would that be in the same tower as the rentals?
Through the speaker, currently Open Door is targeted for affordable rental, not affordable ownership. We do have a HOPE program where we offer currently a deferral of DCs for affordable home ownership, and we're actually in the process of revisiting our policy on affordable home ownership, and we'll have a report for Council later this year with an update.
And very quickly, would that be in the same tower as
That was your last question.
affordable rental, and affordable ownership would be in the same tower, or that's something that you have to negotiate with builders?
Thanks.
Okay. All right, thank you very much.
Councillor Cheng.
Thank you, through the chair. I'm just wondering about the financial and budget considerations for one of the confidential attachments. It says that it's subject to us being fully reimbursed by the Government of Ontario. And I'm just wondering, what is the likelihood of us being reimbursed at this point? What does that?
Through the speaker, I can comment, but I don't know if our CFO may want to add comments to this, but we've laid out a very strong case about what we will use the money for and why it's important to our affordable housing supply and our overall targets. And we'll also support the pledge of 285,000 new supply that we agreed, the council approved this morning. So we've made a very strong case, and I think subject to the outcome of that audit, we would be hopeful of receiving that money.
Great, thank you. I'm wondering about studying the reasons why nearly half of all residential units approved annually on average over the past 5 years were not built. And this examination of a use it or lose it policy. Who would have the right to pass that kind of policy?
Through the speaker, Councillor, you're probably referring to something that would require legislative change from the province of Ontario. The City of Toronto doesn't have that ability to adopt a bylaw like that.
Given the context that we are in and they're giving us quotas, is that something that we would explore advocating for from the province, that we build that into our process, that there would be a use it or lose it piece of our legislation?
Through the speaker, I think that would be a significant policy shift on the part of the province, and it would probably involve engagement with industry and other stakeholders. I don't think I'd want to comment any further without examining it more.
Okay, so is it possible that we could examine that as a proposal to the province?
Certainly, it's been raised in the past in the public domain, and if it's the will of council to have us bring it up with the province, we certainly would.
Because I hear so many people tell me about their stalled projects in their ward, so it is a consideration. And the last portion of my questions is with regard to intergovernmental considerations. Every time we look at housing, we end up having to look at our province and our federal government. And I'm wondering who is responsible for all of this intergovernmental negotiation? Is it department to department? Is it city manager? Is it deputy mayor? Or is it at all levels? Everybody's firing at all possible avenues?
Through the speaker, I can speak certainly in relation to the housing piece. We work very closely with our intergovernmental colleagues in the City Manager's Office, very closely in the sense that we provide them information, we structure our kind of advocacy asks, we make sure
Sorry,
that we're
guys, I'm listening.
we make sure that we're consistent. And I can't speak for other divisions, but I would imagine their relationships are very similar. So it's all coordinated through the Intergovernmental Office at the City Manager's Office.
So it's worrisome to me that given that there is such close conversations happening, that when the federal government put out their budget, they kind of didn't really acknowledge the needs that we have in their federal budget in a significant way.
Through the speaker, I think there were many people who were disappointed with the federal government in relation to housing. However, you know, we have outlined in this report some clear measures that we think would be very practical, very helpful, and actually wouldn't have budget implications. So a number of the items that we've listed in this report don't require additional budget from the federal government. They just require some changes and tweaks to their programs, which is why we've included them.
So do you mean the CHMC specifications that are listed?
Through the speaker, yes, some of them do identify money, so an increase in the equity or grant aspect, but many of them here are about the way that they issue loans, the way they do the underwriting, the amount of risk that they take. All of those kinds of decisions that we're requesting here wouldn't effectively hit their budget.
So my concern is that we have some very strong department-to-department relationships and communications, but the trickle up to the people who are deciding policy, money distribution, they are not hearing us loud enough. They're not reading this report likely, right? So what can councillors do to strengthen the advocacy with our other levels of government to make sure that they hear and understand these very critical needs that, you know, we are trying to grapple with to build a complete city?
That was your last question.
Thank you.
Okay.
So through the speaker, if I'll just answer that last question, I don't want you to leave you with the impression there isn't work happening in multiple layers. There is. Both the former mayor and our current deputy mayor have those political conversations. We've provided to council some very key points about the needs we have to deal with some of our housing concerns. So it is happening at all levels and has been for quite some time. We've laid out for both the federal government and the provincial government the ways that they can assist Toronto in doing exactly what everybody says they want to do, which is build more housing across a continuum of needs. And we've seen little pieces of action on that, which are good news, including $48 million towards supportive housing, which came out of the last provincial budget. We need to continue to push the message that we have much bigger plans and ideas that need to come to fruition, and we'll continue to do that at all levels.
That's it. You had, Councillor Chang, sorry. Councillor Perruzza, questions. Councillor Perruzza?
Speaker, so I got a couple of public questions, but I think then I have a whole series of like private questions, and I don't know how you're going to deal with that. But let me deal with the public one first. Just kind of like understanding the lands are going to be leased for 99 years, correct?
Through the speaker.
Housing now, generally.
That's correct,
They're leases that span 99 years on all of them, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So assuming that after 99 years, the city gains back ownership of the land. Correct. How about the housing? What happens with the housing?
Through the speaker, we're offering land leases. So the building where the financing is kind of attached to is owned by the person who holds the land lease from us.
Is owned by whom?
It's owned by the organization who holds the land lease from us.
Who holds the land lease? So no, there will be even the market housing. No unit will have private ownership. No unit will be transferred to some private ownership.
Through the speaker, the way housing now operates is that On the market rental side, that will be those units will be operated by a private market rental operator. And then on the nonprofit side, the affordable side.
So at the end of the 99 years, the city, all of the improvements on the land and all of its improvements revert back to city ownership.
That's
So however all of that's structured, so at the end of 99 years, it's back in city ownership.
through the speaker, that's correct.
Given the information that we have in front of us, how does one determine value here? Whether we're getting good value or not? How do you, so we don't have land costs, we have some, so Speaker, I think that the other questions I have are of a private, we should go in private. Because they're important questions and I don't want to, get into an area here where, we're messing up these deals, right?
Go on camera now.
Sure.
Okay, so.
Yeah.
Do you have any public questions? No? Okay.
I asked the public questions now, it's about value.
Okay.
And value is on the purple paper, right?
Okay, we'll have to go on camera. Councillor Malik.
Thank you very much, and I was happy to be able to ask a number of questions that my colleagues were able to ask today at Planning and Housing. One of the questions that I just wanted to return to was the city's role and taking, an even stronger leadership role in pushing the Housing Now initiative forward. And I wanted to hear a little bit more about what additional steps need to happen in order to get these projects across the finish line.
Thank you, Councillor. And through the speaker, we have, I think, laid out a comprehensive roadmap to how we make progress on Housing Now. It is our biggest program. The largest amount of affordable housing supply can potentially come from this program. We have that target of 10,000 units. We have 21 sites, about 5,500, with the potential of about 5,500 units, just in what we have in play right now. We've hit a number of obstacles, but we've laid out clearly the steps that council need to take in its leadership role on housing to really move forward and see construction on some of these sites by the end of this year, early next year.
Thank you very much for that. And I do just want to build on what Councillor Cheng had asked and very explicitly ask. We know that the Deputy Mayor's office, we know on the city staff side, there's so many conversations and negotiations. But I think what was really important that is critical for us to hear as councillors is what can councillors do to strengthen the advocacy around the Housing Now initiative so that we can move this forward, so that we're all pulling in the same direction around this. So I'd love to be able to hear a little bit more about what that is and how we can work together.
So through the speaker, certainly taking the information that's before you and using your connections and your voices with local members of provincial parliament and federal parliament is an exercise that we've been taking on a couple of fronts. One is to talk about the challenges we face, and the second would be to talk about the solutions that we have to these common issues. We will be looking at some ways that we can have groups of councillors work together, following up on a motion that was passed by council by Councillor Cheng in terms of getting clusters of councillors together to do some of this advocacy work. But I would say by connecting with Abby and her team, understanding what the core points are that we need to move either federally or provincially, and then taking those to your contacts is the way that we work together around that in concert, and that would be nothing different than what's happening at the staff level and through the Deputy Mayor's office as well. So that's how I think this can work well together, and we'll continue to find ways to bring together groups of councillors and the Deputy Mayor to continue to put that forward in some formal settings as well.
And I guess just my final question on that is just around a time frame. We know that time is of the essence when it comes to continuing to move this initiative forward and to actually be able to reach our goals. So in terms of that, you know, alignment around advocacy, is there a time frame around what you're looking at?
So through the speaker, the timeframe is immediate. And as you've heard from Abby and the Housing Secretariat, I mean, we need to know some answers. That's a bit more on the provincial side in this year. So we are not out of the woods yet in terms of these programs being able to move fully forward. So it's an urgent opportunity now for us to continue those conversations. We'll be pushing those as much as we can as a coordinated intergovernmental effort. But I would say taking the information you've seen today, taking the information that we've provided to all of council about some of the challenges we face, that's a good starting point, and start right away.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Counselor. Okay, that's it for the questions in public. Now, there has been a request by Counselor Perruzza or any other member of council that we want to go in camera on this item. Members? Well, does anybody else have any in-camera questions?
Housing Now.
On Housing Now? Okay, just a sec. Hold on. Okay, so we're going camera. Okay, we have a motion on the screen to go in camera. Could I have the deputy mayor move the motion?
On this item? Oh, okay. You got a formal thing? Okay, that council recess its public session to meet as committee of the whole in closed session to consider PH 3.6 Housing Now Initiative. Do you have to read everything? Okay. Oh, I need glasses. All right. Housing Now Initiative 2023 Progress Update, reason for confidential information, proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the City of Toronto, position plan, procedure, criteria, instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried or by on behalf of the city, and financial information supplied in confidence to the City of Toronto Create TO, which if disclosed could reasonably be expected to prejudice significantly the competitive position or interfere significantly with the contractual other negotiations of a person, group, or persons or organizations. Thank you.
On favor? Carried. Okay, members of council, City Council has completed its closed session. Consideration of item PH 3.6. No motions were placed in the closed session. So does anybody have a quick release before we recess till tomorrow? Anybody quick releases? Before we recess, is there any quick releases? Oh, Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Fletcher, do you have a quick release?
No, I don't.
Okay. Anybody else? No? Okay, so we'll continue this, this item tomorrow. Yeah. May I have a motion to introduce a confirmatory bill moved by Deputy Mayor McKelvey? There you go. Oh, sorry, okay, there you go.
That leave be granted to introduce bills to confirm to the point of introduction of this meeting, the proceedings of City Council on May 10th, 2023.
Shall leave be granted to introduce these bills? All in favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried. Shall these bills be declared as bylaws and be passed subject to section 226.9 of the City of Toronto Act 2006? All in favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried. So we recess to tomorrow at 9:30. Thank you.